I just can't erase my thoughts of you. I just can't erase. I just can't erase my thoughts of you. I just can't erase. I just can't erase. I just can't erase.
Hello, folks. Hello. Hello. Hello, guys. Hi. Happy Monday. Happy Monday. How's everyone doing out there? How's everyone doing out there? Everyone doing well? Everyone doing well. Oh my God, Dolly Boy, you have a 210 stream streak. Jesus Christ. I don't know. It's shocking to know I've streamed that many times to begin with, let alone the fact that you've come to so many of them. Hello, Dolly Boy. All right. Let me see, guys, who we have here. Let me see who we have here. We got some stuff to talk about, as always. Got some shit to do. Got some stuff to talk about. Let's see here. Uh, yeah, thanks. Let's see here. We have, hello, SoCal. How are you doing, SoCal? How are you doing, SoCal? So glad you're here, SoCal. So glad you're here. How are you doing? So glad you're here. Hello, James Nordoff. How are you doing, James Nordoff? Are you doing well? So glad you're here, James Nordoff. Hello, Chairman Bart. Yes, we're gonna yuck it up today, Chairman Bart. We're gonna yuck it up today. How are you doing, Sir Bart? So glad you're here. Would you stop sending the smoke in our direction? Thanks, Sir Bart. Thank you. This is why you need to be the 51st state. Just kidding, Sir Bart. I don't know if you heard, though, there were some Republicans complaining and saying, like, why isn't Canada getting their shit together? Which made me want to lose my fucking mind. But anyway, um, sure, Dad, go ahead.
Just heard this today on our news/weather that more smoke is going to be moving in to this area here, but it's not coming from Canada. It's coming from our Pacific Northwest, to be exact, Oregon. And they were showing it on the map, satellite view. And what is hilarious about this, considering that Republicans and Trump have said they're going to pay for this, meaning Canadians, the smoke goes up into Canada, crosses a part of southern Canada, like I think it's around Saskatchewan or something, then back down into the US and cuts through Ohio. The smoke from Canada isn't going to be here the next couple of days. This is 100% patriotic American smoke, and it has invaded Canada. Thank you.
All right. So, hello, Jay Williams. How are you doing, Jay Williams? Good morning to you too, Jay Williams. Okay, how are you doing? Glad to see you here. Everyone, check out Jay Williams' art. If you join our Discord, it's linked to the top of the Twitch chat, bottom of the YouTube chat. Find his profile, open it up, find the links there. Go look at his art. He takes commissions. Hello, Jay Williams. How are you doing? Hello, AMA. So glad you're here. Hello, Philly Cheese. I love the little dancing Kirby. How are you doing, Philly Cheese? Hello, Dolly Boy. I already said hi to you, Dolly Boy. You don't get another. All right. Hello. What are we? I don't know what we're screaming at. Why is everyone screaming? I don't know why we're screaming. Hello, LaCroix. How are you doing, LaCroix? So glad you're here, LaCroix, as always. So glad you're here, LaCroix. Okay. Let's see here. Hello, Tater Tot. How are you doing, Tater Tot? How are you doing, Tater Tot? Love having you here as well. As always, Tater Tot. Hello, Mayflower Kid. Mayflower Kid, the great destroyer is here. The ender of all things. What is it? The antithesis to existence. You guys know what I mean. You get the joke there. Hello, Mayflower Kid. How are you doing, Mayflower Kid? I hope you know I'm joking with you. I love it. Okay. Don't ask why I said that, folks. Don't ask why I said that. Okay. Hello. Yes, I am become Mayflower, the destroyer of worlds. Exactly. Okay. Let's see here. Let's see here. Hello, Louise. How are you doing, Louise? How are you doing, Louise? So glad you're here, Louise. As always, one of the originals. You got a new PM over there, Louise? You're happy with your PM, Louise? I guess we'll find out. I guess we'll find out. He gave a pretty good speech. He gave a pretty good speech, I will say, upon being selected as PM. So, all right. Hello, Resident Union Thug. Hello, Resident Union Thug. Exactly, Louise. We'll see. Hello, Resident Union Thug. The happiest of Mondays to you too, Resident Union Thug. I hope you're feeling well. Hello, Macon. Hello, Macon. Macon says, Happy Monday, living the dream in capitalist paradise with all the heat and smog and other good things. Oh, I know, Macon. Isn't it great? Don't you love it? Are you enjoying doing labor for someone who, doing labor for someone who profits off your labor without you getting fully compensated for the amount of labor you're doing? I love capitalism, don't you, Macon? All right. Let's see here. Let's see here. Let's see here. Let's see here. Death Die Today. Hello, Death Die Today. How are you, Death Die Today? How are you? So glad you're here as always. Did I miss anyone? Okay, okay. All right, guys. So we have a few things to talk about today. We're gonna not do the news first. We'll do the news later. My dad is here. Papa Revolt is here. He will be talking a bit with. Oh, there he is back there. He will be talking. We will be talking together about the rise of the Nazis in Germany. But the first thing we're going to do is I am going to give a. Don't worry, Lacroix. We will get to the news. I promise. Calm the fuck down, Lacroix. Calm the fuck down. All right. Jesus Christ. All right. God, Lacroix just freaks the fuck out over the smallest little thing. Okay, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. You know I love you, Lacroix. Anyway, so we will get to the news. But Dolly, why is everyone screaming so much? Everyone needs to calm the fuck down. What the hell is happening in chat? What the hell are you doing, Dolly boy? What about you? Like, everyone needs to calm the fuck down. You understand me? My father is here. Okay, you need to calm the fuck down. Anyway, okay. Jesus Christ, this is horrible. Okay, Outer Signal, you calm the fuck down too. Hello, Outer Signal. Everyone, check out Outer Signal's channel on YouTube. Look up Outer Signal, find his stuff, watch it, etc. Do like him, follow him, etc. Hello, guys. Hello. All right. Okay, Mr. King. I don't know why the fuck everyone's freaking out. Don't ask. Okay, Chairman. By the way, guys, no one use the sing feature because I don't have a song prepared. You understand me? I don't have a song prepared. Okay, that's possible, Mayflower Kid. I just said, Lacroix, do not use the sing feature because I do not have a song prepared, which means I'm not gonna sing. That is a loss, Lacroix. Bye bye to all 5,000 of those points. You understand me? Okay. Hello, Jonas. Hello. I hate all of you so much. Okay, I'm calm. Jesus. Okay. So we're going to we have some things to talk about. So first we're going to talk. I'm going to give you a little. So we have been talking about we've been doing our fascism unit, right? We've been doing our fascism unit. We initially talked about the rise of Italian fascism. We talked about Giovanni Gentile. We talked about the rise of Mussolini, etc. So let's do a little review about what we know so far about Germany. Let's do a little review about what we know so far about Germany before we begin, and then we will do that. Okay. So we will talk. So we're going to talk about the Germany stuff. All right. So first thing, I know, right? Like, while you're fine. Okay. So first thing, guys, so let's do a little reminder about what's happening. Okay, let's do a little reminder about what we're going to be talking about. Okay, a little review. So we talked about Bismarck, the unification of the German states. We talked about some cultural things in regards to Germany. All right. And so we've gotten to the point we talked about World War I, the aftermath of World War I. What was the name of the treaty that ended World War I? Someone tell me in the chat. Okay.
Versailles.
Shh. I'm asking them. God, thank you, Dolly boy. It is Versailles. Okay, the Treaty of Versailles. And thank you, Louise. Yes, don't they pretty? Okay. So yes, Versailles. What are some of the provisions of the Treaty of Versailles that was very irritating to the Germans, to a lot of Germans? Throw some of them into chat. Throw some of them at reparations, correct, Jonas, which they only ended up paying off in 2010. Yes, and it's limited to a standing army of 100,000 troops. By the way, that does not that includes cooks, people who do not actually fight like
Non-combatants.
exactly non-combatant soldiers and officers. So not very big, right? The war guilt clause, correct, Dolly boy. There was a clause in the Treaty of Versailles that basically assigned Germany sole blame for the war, which was very infuriating. Okay, no navy, correct, Dolly boy. Taking back factories if they can't pay, correct. So for the Ruhr Valley, it was demilitarized. And in the event that Germany would not be able to pay reparations, the French would be allowed to occupy the Ruhr Valley and literally use the factories for their own profit, even though they're German factories. And that's the okay. So what else? Anything else that was in there that was very infuriating for the Germans? Do you remember? No, 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 no. Loss of land, correct, Dolly Boy. A chunk of Germany, East Prussia was cut off of Germany. They lost Alsace and Lorraine. There was some other they lost some territory. Okay, the Polish corridor, correct, Dolly Boy. So a lot of things going on there, right? And there were uprisings throughout Germany at the end of the war. They were left wing uprisings for the most part. Okay, left-wing uprisings, except for one right-wing uprising called the Cat Push. But there was the Spartacus uprising. What was the name of the two leaders of the communist uprising in Germany? Anyone remember? The communist uprising. Uh, tell me. What were the name of the two communist leaders of the uprising there in Germany? Do we remember? It's okay if you just remember one of them. Yes, our sweet Rosa was one of them. Rosa Luxemburg, right? Absolutely. Rosa Luxemburg, who ended up being executed by a right-wing death squad. Who ordered her death, by the way? The other one was Karl Liebknecht. Who ordered the death of Rosa Luxemburg? Gwen, I swear to God, Gwen, you're gonna get a tardy slip, Gwen. Okay. Who ordered the death of Rosa Luxemburg? I want his name. Do we guys remember the name of the first president of the Weimar Republic? Yes, some sock-dem piece of shit, correct. That would have been Ebert, who was the first president and who was a social democrat. The social democrats ended up led by Roger Ebert. Or did I say not Roger Ebert? Friedrich Ebert. God, Roger Ebert's someone else. Okay, Friedrich Ebert, Friedrich Ebert ended up deciding to crush the left wing of the party because he thought they were too radical. And he's like, no, and so he worked with the elites and the people in power to put down the communists. And he launched a massive campaign of violence against them and actually sent Freikorps after them, right-wing Freikorps after them to crush them, which really pissed off a lot of the left. Okay. Ultimately, there was a new republic in Germany. Who did what was the myth called of so the military and a bunch of high-ranking folks in Germany ended up propagating this myth. Okay, this myth about why Germany lost the war. What is that called? Correct, Dolly Boy, the stab in the back myth. The Dolchstoßlegende, right? And yes, correct, Jonas, that the Jews, the commies, and the Republicans had done this. All right. That was a lie, right? We know that the Germans lost militarily, that they lost militarily. There was no stab in the back. They had lost militarily, absolutely 100%. But this idea kind of spread around Germany. Now, tell me a little bit about the Weimar Republic. So now we are going to be talking about the rise of the Nazi Party. What culturally, what was the Weimar Republic like? What was the Weimar Republic like? Okay. What was the Weimar Republic like in very progressive, Jay Williams, like ridiculously so? Yeah. Yes, Sir Bart. Kind of a contradiction, right? Very modern. They had new forms of art. There was cabaret. There was jazz. There was German expressionism. Name one of the movies that were created in the Weimar Republic? Okay. Yeah. Name one of the movies that was created in the Weimar Republic. Someone tell me here. Hello, Vicky. Nosferatu, very good, Louise, very good. Metropolis, very good, Jonas. Okay. The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari, correct. Okay. So, like, really interesting art. At the same time, as Philly Cheese mentioned, not very great economically. Okay. Kind of struggling a bit. Shit after shit after shit hit the fan. Okay. There were also still a big conservative element there. What part of the government did Friedrich Ebert and the new government fail to replace? What part of the government did they fail to replace, which kind of left a big problem? The judiciary, correct, Philly Cheese. That was still largely right wing and run by people who were pro empire. Who else? What else? What other parts were not really replaced? The judiciary was definitely a big thing. There could be considered part of the cabaret, right? Resident. Like, so the police forces and the elite were there are a lot of still the same old elite, okay, and the bureaucracy, right? So a lot of government officials were still old-fashioned conservative monarchists, and because the left, the Roger Friedrich Ebert were moderate democratic socialists, they didn't really change those, which caused a big problem later. Okay, all this shit is happening, right? And also, don't forget about the Institute for Sexology, which is very ahead of its time and things like that. Okay, so now let's talk about uh, the German economy really fast. The reparations crushed the economy, right? And because of that, the German government could not pay the reparations. So what happened because of the Treaty of Versailles? The German government could not pay the reparations. So what happened inside of Germany? As in, what did France do based off what we said prior? That's okay, Resident Union Thug. Based off what the Treaty of Versailles said, yeah, the Ruhr was invaded by the French, who occupied it in order to exploit the factories to pay off the reparations. So what the fuck did the, um, so what the fuck did the the German government do in order to pay off? There you go, Dolly Boy. Print money, print lots of money, which caused what? What did that do? That didn't work so well, did it, folks? No, 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 it did not. Hyperinflation, which crashed the economy, and people were very badly suffering, okay? What happened later in the Weimar Republic? The Weimar Republic started recovering actually after the hyperinflation, but what ended up happening later in around 1929 in the Weimar Republic that then once again crashed the economy? The Great Depression. So it got hit by shitstorm after shitstorm after shitstorm. Take a step back. Where was Hitler born? Where was Hitler born?
In hell.
Well, Austria. Now, his where did he I'm trying to see here. How were his of his father and his mother, who was he more attached to? Who was he more attached to, his father or his mother? This doesn't matter as much. His mother, right? He kind of was a mama's boy, and and you know that's not normally a bad thing, but like he was a mama's boy, right? He was she doted on him. She gave him a lot of stuff. He had 4 siblings who had died, so she very much favored him in like every imaginable way. Um, what?
I was going to say also too, he stepped in to defend her when Dad got a little bit too much juiced up.
Correct.
And went to abuse her.
Yes.
Actually stood in the way and sometimes got the force of the.
We think he did. That's what he says. We don't know. It also might be that he kind of made that up because he liked making grandiose stories of himself. We're not sure, but
no, he didn't.
Just
like our president.
Yeah, right. Either. Right. Okay. And he signed up. Where did he move, guys? He ended up, he wanted to be an artist. That didn't go so well. He ended up moving. Where did he move to from Austria? Do you guys remember where he moved to? He left Austria, and where did he go? No, not Berlin. Munich, correct. Munich, Dolly Boy. Yes. He went to Munich in Germany. He signed up for the war because he was a massive like nationalist, and he fought in the war. He won a medal. He came back, and then what was the assignment he was given by the military after he returned to Germany? All right. What was the assignment he was given after he returned to Germany? Anyone remember? Yes, to spy on a small party that the government was afraid might be a radical left-wing, revolutionary party. Okay, so that's what we're going to start. Okay, that's what we're going to start. We're going to start because we're going to talk about now the Nazi, the creation of the Nazi Party, and then Hitler's rise to power, how they achieve victory, and things like that.
Can I just say something?
What are you going to say? It depends. Like, it depends if it's.
Oh,
we might have a chance later, but
okay. All I was going to say was that all this bad economic stuff going on in Germany, it was also going on in other places, not nearly as severe, but it was happening. Germany was more severe But everybody's starting to suffer economic pullback because of the war and having to pay for it.
Not because of the war, but because of the Great Depression, you mean?
Well, the Great Depression was caused partly by the war.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah, not because of having to pay for it though, because like I see what you mean
Well,
though. Yes, I know what you mean. I get what
you
you
got to
mean.
go country by country.
Yes. So anyway, it's okay. So, okay. So let's go on here, guys. So I wanted to briefly tell you guys about the origin of the Nazi Party. Okay, so the party that Hitler was spying on was called the German Workers' Party, or the Deutsche Arbeiterpartei. But that actually had another origin. Okay, so before we get into the rise of this party, I just want to give you a little bit of the history of the origins of that party. Okay, so this is the batshit crazy stuff. Okay, obviously the Nazis have a lot of batshit crazy stuff, but you know, as Jay Williams will tell you, these are very fucked up beliefs. I'm not saying that because Jay Williams like believes this shit, but Jay Williams knows a lot about this. Okay, so the DAP was actually came out of a group called the Thule Society, okay? Thule Society. And the Thule Society was a crazy little organization, all right? It was started in southern Germany. It was started in Bavaria. It was founded in 1918 as a folkish society, What is folkish nationalism? We talked about this. Do we remember what folkish nationalism is? So this was a folkish nationalist party, if you want to call it that. Folkish. It's, um, it wasn't really a party, but anyway, it kind of was. So racial superiority. Correct, Sir Bart. So yeah, these guys are crazy as hell. Right. So Jonas says, remind me, was it the north or the south that struggles with agriculture? The south, Jonas. The southern Germany always had less luck with agriculture than the north. If that makes sense. Okay. So in the south, this was a folkish nationalist party. Remember, in Germany, folkish nationalism, the word folk does not mean folk. Okay, it does not mean the same thing. It is an untranslatable word that implies the race, the people, the land that they're on, the culture they have. Okay. It has a lot of relation to the word race, but also it mixed into it is like culture, blood, land. Okay. So, and these guys, a lot of folkish nationalists were heavily inspired by social Darwinism and other bizarre eugenical movements and things like that. So, this was a folkish nationalist party that was very fringe. Okay. They, by the way, the reason they were called the Tula Society, was that they identified Ultima Thule, okay, as a lost landmass that was said by area sophists, which we were not going to get into, they're lunatics, okay, to be the capital of a mythical land that the Aryans came from called Hyperborea. Now, that's fun. That's fun. So literally, Thula is like the capital of this mythical land called Hyperborea that they believe all Aryans came from. And area sophists are like these mystical conspiracy theorists who believe Jonas, some of them believe that Atlantis was Hyperborea. Atlantis does play a role in this, okay? They area sophists are like these mystics, okay? These weird mystics that kind of mix German nationalism and myth.
That was another spot they thought was a part of that.
Say it again.
I'm going to say Tibet and Mongolia were two sources
Yeah.
of this too.
Yeah, but yes, okay. So like they were lunatics, okay? So and they was a secret society. So they had all these weird rituals and shit because they were okay. They ended up having like 1,500 members, which is pretty big. Most of these members, guys, came from the middle class and upper class. Now, remember how a lot of it was definitely a cult, Dolly Boy. Remember how a lot of social Darwinist thinkers were nobles who were attempting to justify their position in society after the Enlightenment, okay? And when they started realizing that we can't defend our power because of our blood, we have to come up with a pseudo-scientific reason why we are in power and why we should remain in power. this you can kind of make sense. A lot of the people in the society were nobles who had noble blood from Austria, who had German noble blood, or who were middle class or upper class, and they hated communists. All right. So what? Go ahead.
I was just going to say, during the Enlightenment, there were those enlightened thinkers, philosophers, who basically even talked about how it doesn't matter who you are, you're still endowed with certain rights.
Hmm.
Montesquieu, I believe it was Montesquieu, it's been a long time since I did this. He actually wrote a huge essay um, that talked about it doesn't matter your faith, it doesn't matter your color, it doesn't matter. We're all in this together. And a lot of the people in authority, including the church, said, okay, they're going too far with this. And that what you're hearing my son say is the nobility and the wealthy grabbed
Yep.
a hold of the ideas, saying they're going too far and going, yep, they are, because that's
Yes.
not true what the philosophers are saying.
Correct. Okay. So Jonas says, how do they justify every Aryan not being rich if their heritage is why they're rich? Jonas, don't ask questions. Okay, just blindly listen to them because there's no rationality here. Okay, it just justify.
There's a world cabal made up mostly of Jews that prevent that from happening, that stop that
Yes.
flow of cash.
Correct. Okay, that is partially true. Yes. Okay, according to them, right? As we talked about Hitler's ideology earlier, right? Okay, so when you joined this organization, okay, when you joined this organization, you would be required to sign a oath that said the signer hereby swears to the best of his knowledge and belief that no Jewish or colored blood flows in either his or his wife's veins, and that among their ancestors are no members of the colored races. Okay, so like, great people here, great people. I know, really pretty gross, right? This, by the way, is little great name here. This is Guido von List. Why am I? By the way, he looks crazy. Look at those eyes. Those are the eyes of a lunatic. Okay, this is Guido von List, and he was an Austrian, and he was an Austrian area sophist who inspired the Tula Society. He was like kind of the crackpot theorist who like a lot of these ideas are based off of. I know, very stupid ass hat. And he was like a writer and an artist and shit. Hello, Weirdomorphous Blob. And he was very much into mysticism, Sufi mysticism, Hindu mysticism, Christian mysticism, the Kabbalah. And like all of these ideas were his, and he mixed those ideas with like idealism and folkish nationalism to kind of come up with all this bullshit. Okay. And for him, it was a religious thing. He caused it, yeah, Christian mysticism. It was literally, he took mysticism of a bunch of different religions. Okay. Like he took Islamic mysticism, Sufi mysticism, Jewish mysticism, Christian, Hindu. He took mysticism from all over the place. And he viewed this as a religious movement. Okay. That's what I said, Drusilla. So it is also Jewish mysticism. He took all this mysticism. To him, this was not scientific. This was a religion. He said it was a faith. Okay. And he didn't. And then the quote unquote scientific racists kind of mixed in with that to kind of create the Tula Society. Does this make sense? So it's kind of a weird mix of these mystical Aryan beliefs. I know, Drusilla, like the mystical Aryan beliefs with this weird social Darwinist nonsense coming together into the Tula Society, and they loved this guy, Guido von List. Anyway, just to show you how this group operated and kind of understand the class relations. I know, Maddie Holmes, right? That were happening here during the Munich Republic. If you guys remember, there was a communist uprising in Munich in Bavaria where the communists took over the Bavarian government after the war. The Tula Society actually attempted to infiltrate and destroy the communist government of Munich. And the communists found them out. And the Tula Society also did violence against communists. It was sort of an aristocratic counter coup. The Tula Society kind of was like, we need to stop the communists. So a bunch of middle class and upper class people in the Tula Society, on the basis of their dominance by race, tried to get rid of the communists. Well, they failed. They failed in their attempt to infiltrate, and on uh, April 26th, 1918, the communists actually raided the society's premises and took 7 of its members into custody and then executed them on the 30th of April because they had attempted a coup and against the government. Okay. So, which is what you would expect to happen. Which honestly I think is kind of cool. Good for them. The communists should have done that. Exactly based. Please, I'm okay with the Tulum Society members going bye-bye. Okay, they were monsters. And they had previously done violence to the communists and the Munich people. Okay. Then, and now that they of these top, by the way, several of these people that were executed were nobles, were literally nobly blooded people. Weirdemore was blob, okay? Were nobly blooded people. Like there was a duchess, it was like a count, okay? And oh, what a shame. Okay. Anyway, so then after being crushed by the communists, they still existed. So then they organized a popular uprising against the Munich Republic as the military was marching in to put it down. Okay, which actually had some degree of success. Um, so that is the Thule Society, and this was their symbol. Okay, this was their symbol. We have already heard. Hello, shivering. We have already heard. Yeah, you guys see it? You see something there? Uh, the swastika was already a fairly common symbol amongst far right fringe groups. Okay, far right fringe groups. We talked about how during the Cat Push, the not the Nazis, the right wingers who marched to Berlin actually had swastikas on their helmets. Go ahead.
Talking about the symbol actually goes way back, though, even to the Middle Ages. Christianity used
That's
it.
what I'm. Yes.
Okay.
So this symbol was already fairly common. Okay. It goes way back, as I've mentioned before. It had been used in the Middle Ages in Europe. It had been used in different places around the world, to be honest with you. So yes, yes and no, Jonas. Yeah, it was. There was also a Hindu component to it, but that was sort of beside the point. It had already existed in Europe before that. And then the area sophists, who were these weird mystics, claimed like Hindu origins for it. It's not really true, but okay. You know. So, but yeah. What are you gonna say, Dad?
I was going to say, before this all happened, you could be seen wearing a swastika instead of a cross, and nobody would bat an eye. Because to a lot of the monks and all of that in the Middle Ages, it was a symbol of it's the broken cross. It's a symbol of Jesus's death and resurrection.
Yeah.
But now, as I always told my kids, if I came into school wearing this or even the swastika itself, which just over 200 years ago was no big deal, what would happen to me? And they'd all agree that, yeah, I'd probably be fired
Yes. Right.
because of this.
Yeah. Which good. You should be fired if you're wearing that these days. But yes. Okay. So. Yeah, totally, LaQual. There's even Native American groups who have a swastika.
Southwestern.
Yeah, like it's a pretty common symbol in a lot of different places. Okay, so the area sophists, though, guys, remember. Okay, whenever I talk about Ariosophy, which is this mystical, batshit crazy conspiracy nonsense. Okay, it's like a lot of people are super interested in it. I'm honestly not. I know a lot about it, but it's kind of irrelevant because it's made up. Okay, so like, let me give you an example here. The seeing that the swastika was common in Germany, the area sophists who already had this idea of the Aryans coming from elsewhere saw that it was being used in India, and they're like, oh, that's proof that the Aryans originally are for India because they used the fucking swastika over in India. So clearly, they must have brought it from India to Germany, the original Aryans. But like, it's just this. It has nothing to do with that. It was just like it developed anyway. It gets crazy. Okay, so we're not going to talk too much about Ariosophy. There's some great books about it though, if you're interested. Okay. The kind of remind me of QAnoners. Exactly, LaCroix. So Exactly. See my dad shaking his head because, guys, remember, conspiracy and the not being able to understand what's true and what's not true is a very big part of the growth of fascism. And these were like QAnon type cultists, okay? All right. Um, That's fair, Maddie Holmes. Okay, strange, right? Maddie Holmes says, my family's Iowa small city has a floor pattern in their city hall made up of swastikas that they refuse to change. The floor was made in the 1920s, and the city basically invokes the why should we change our floor? They're the ones who suck. Yeah, okay. All right. So this organization, guys, evolved. Okay, it changed. Um, let's put it that way, okay? So in it became something called the German Workers' Party or the DAP, the Deutsche Arbeiterpartei, okay? And it was founded the year after the Tula Society was founded because it in 1919 by a member of the Tula Society named Anton Drexler, who was an associate of the Tula Society. He had friends who were members of the Tula Society. There were actually three big people who founded the Tula Society, and like all of them had been members of the Tula Society. And they wanted a more political wing of the Tula Society. And that could appeal to working class people. Because their goal, they were middle class and upper class people, right? Their goal here was that we need to, seeing all the labor uprisings and all the left wing uprisings, they're like, we need to get more working class people on our side. So they founded this German Workers' Party. They were not a left wing party, though, mind you, okay, as sort of a PR move.
Capitalists, industrialists in some cases. Some of them are.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Jonas says, wait, what the fuck? So is like a lesson on how Nazi party transformation from the start? Yes, Jonas. So we haven't even seen the Nazi party yet. This party ends up becoming the Nazi party. Okay. I'm giving you the history of where the Nazi party came from. Okay. So his mentor, Drexler, this is Drexler right here, by the way. What a nerd. Nerd. Okay, I'm just kidding. Look at him. That's Drexler. Okay. He's kind of a pathetic little guy. He nothing wrong with being a nerd, by the way. He was a pathetic little guy. He couldn't speak very well. He was kind of like liked LARPing and like didn't speak very well. And he thought he was really, really fucking cool, even though he really wasn't. So anyway, his mentor was a guy named Paul Taffel, who was a leader of a political party called the Pan-German Union. And the Pan-German Union was actually pretty popular before World War I and after World War I, and they were a group that wanted to unite all German-speaking peoples into a single empire, including Austria, which, remember, guys, there's that goes all the way back to Bismarck, the idea that Austria should be a part of this German-speaking empire lands, that all German people should be united.
All goes against the Versailles Treaty, too.
Yes, okay, and it also goes against the Versailles Treaty because according to that, there would be no unification. And the Paul Taffel, the guy who advised him to do this, coincidentally, the guy that mentored him into creating this party was also the director at Maschinenfabrik Augsburg Nuremberg. Okay, he was today I think is actually an offshoot of Volkswagen, is a massive industrial interest that had massive factories all over the place. So interesting, an industrialist had him create this to try to appeal to workers who were unionizing and joining the communists. Do we think there might be a class struggle thing going on there? Okay, trying to get a hold of the workers. Okay, so they would meet together as an organization, guys, and discuss folkish nationalism and anti-Semitic beliefs. And Hitler was sent as a spy to spy on this group, the DAP. And he was initially really fucking annoyed by them because he didn't think they were organized enough. He thought they were boring. Okay. Say it again.
Weak.
Yeah, he thought they were weak. All right. But after he started spying on this party for a while, he started speaking at the meetings. He would get annoyed with them, so he would stand up and start speaking, and he would enrapture everyone there. He was an extremely good speaker. And funny enough, guys, at this time, the DAP, from the records we have, they claim in their records that they had 555 members when Hitler joined. Well, not when Hitler joined. They say that they had 555 members. We now know that's not true. They had 55 members, and they literally, we can see on the document that they added an extra 5 to the end. So in order to make themselves look like they're bigger and more influential than they were, because they were a pathetically small fringe party, they made themselves appear to have 555 members. They only had 55. When Hitler joined, he would have been the 55th member of this party. He would have been the 55th member, but he wasn't. And later, because he was now the head of the party, he wanted to make sure that it appeared as though he was one of the founding members. So on the card, his membership card, the card where they assigned him membership to the DAP, they have him as the 7th member of the party, which is a lie. He was the 55th member of the party, but they changed it. Yeah, don't fall. Yeah, they changed it to 7 to make it look like he had been there earlier than he was. Okay. Anyway, so that's just a fun little note that they purposely changed it. As a matter of fact, guys, if you do a scan, as I recall, don't quote me on this. I can't quite remember if this is how they figured it out. I'm pretty sure they did a scan of this piece of paper and they saw that it had basically been edited. So, like underneath that, it says 55 or 500. It says 555 because they lied about that. But they then erased that and put 7 over it.
If you saw a list of the early members, a true list, you would know that you would recognize a couple names.
Yes.
That's before Hitler joined. Wasn't Goering a part of it before Hitler was? And Himmler?
I don't know if Goering was. Hess was.
Hess was.
Okay. There were some others too. There were some other folks that were already part of it. As a matter of fact, Richard Evans, who was a famous historian of this period, said that if you looked at the list of the membership of the Tula Society, it was a who's who of Nazis, of who would later become Nazis. And a lot of them ended up becoming affiliated with the DAP because they had been members of the Tula Society. Okay, we got that? All right. So a lot of the guys who were already in there were already some Nazis. All right. Okay. So Hitler started giving speeches at the DAP meetings, and he was such a good speaker that he started to increase their membership. He would give long, rambling speeches, not rambling, they're actually pretty good. I'm not saying that in a positive way. And he was such a good speaker that he got a lot of people, more people, to start joining this little fringe party. And that was Hitler's biggest strength, is that he was a magnificent speaker, unfortunately. Yes, Dad.
What I was going to say was that as was just said, he was really good at speaking, but he was not a polished speaker.
No. We're going to talk about how he improved it. But...
Are you going to talk about the beer halls?
Yep.
Okay. But but one of the things he was doing that I always like to point out is that while other politicians that were giving speeches, because that I don't know if you're going to go over the fact that you walk in any beer stube or beer hall, and back then, and people would be talking politics.
Go ahead. You can tell them. I was going to, but you can tell them.
Oh, okay. It was a place to go. A lot of the beer halls, especially, would go where, especially the men would sit together and talk politics. And even a beer stube was similar. You'd sit and talk politics, and the owners would let that happen, even chime in. And you could complain, you could give other ideas. And it was one of those things that came to Hitler and the leaders of this party at this point. We need to put him on stage. But he wasn't polished yet. And they did, and he grabbed attention. And one of the things he did that nobody else could do, because you could go there, and a lot of the places where the band would play, when they took breaks, you could get up and give a speech. Anybody could do that. And so, but the thing is, a lot of the people gave up and gave political speeches, danced around some of the issues, especially the Treaty of Versailles, because there is this fear of irritating, especially France or Britain, but especially France, that they would come marching in and stop this. But Hitler would get up and he would speak his mind. He just attacked the Treaty of Versailles. And everybody listening to this, almost everybody, were going, finally, we have somebody that's willing to speak up and tell it like it is. And so that's one of the things that helped him. But then Sam will probably get into the idea of what they transformed him into, what they did to him to make him more polished and looking good out there. Because I will tell you this, early on, Hitler would wear lederhosen, which is very typical in especially southern Bavaria. But once again, it'll come up how they transformed this guy.
Yep, you're right. And to go off what my dad said about beer, I love beer hall culture in Germany. It's kind of a cool thing. You have to understand, guys, beer halls, a lot of them were originally founded by were public beer halls. They were run by the state. Okay, they were like public beer halls. There's the Hofbrauhaus was originally a public beer hall. They were literally run by governments, okay, as like a place where you could go to drink and have a good time and things like that. It was a place where there's also an aspect of German culture where if you are sitting and drinking with people, there's sort of you need to kind of overcome differences before you begin to feel Gemütlichkeit. There's an idea that like you have, and listen, I'm generalizing, right? But like, if you have a conflict with someone, you need to settle that fucking conflict before you start drinking. So people would debate in these places before as they were drinking, and like try to. So there was a cultural aspect to this. They became a lot of political things would happen in beer halls. Beer halls were a center of politics. It was not uncommon at the time, by the way, and often was for a long time, okay, that the people who ran beer halls would oftentimes become politicians. They would become like mayors or members of parliament. Like if you were in charge of a beer hall or even a brewmaster, you might end up becoming a politician because you had access to this space where politics would happen. Okay, it's kind of an interesting part of German culture. But anyway, so going on here, as my dad was saying, he was not that polished, but he spoke with passion and people really appreciated it. And he spoke his mind. And like people loved that shit. Now, as far as we know, guy, he would just yell basically about things that upset him. He would yell about like the Treaty of Versailles. He would blame the Jews for things. He would yell about the failures of the government. He didn't really offer any solutions. Okay. It was just kind of venting, but a lot of people felt the same way. A lot of people were angry. Okay. So you see what I mean? Like, okay. So what?
I just want to say that's not unlike our present president. He doesn't have a whole lot of solutions, but he sure will get on and start talking about things that bothers him, that clicks with some people.
Yes.
He loves to call people names. He loves to point and go, you're the problem, but how are you going to solve the problem? He has no idea.
Yeah.
At this point. A lot in the case of Hitler at this point.
Mm-hmm. And he never, I don't know if he really ever had an idea. He just, except for what he ended up doing later. Yeah. By the way, here was the symbol of the Deutsche Arbeiterpartei. There was no swastika on this symbol. Okay, you can see no swastika here, but that was their symbol. Kind of boring. Okay, with a green in the background, which was kind of boring.
Looks like a beer label.
Yes, indeed. So right. So Hitler ended up. So in February, Hitler ended up becoming so popular in the DAP, he ended up being appointed as the PR person. Okay. They ended up selecting him as more and more people started joining this fringe party. It was still extremely fringe at this point, guys. I don't want you to get the implication it was massively popular at this point. It was not.
It was also local, basically.
Yes.
Munich.
Just Bavaria. They so he was assigned to become the like public relations person because he was an artist. Okay, he was pretty good at PR, pretty good at it, and so ended up becoming the sort of PR person for the party. They decided with his pressure, and his growing influence, let me take a step back. So something that this is a picture of him speaking. They decided to kind of improve his image, right? To make him better at what he was doing. And as part of this process, they started dressing him up in a suit and a tie. He's no longer going to be wearing, lederhosen. He's going to wear a suit and a tie. He would wear a suit and a tie. He would do his hair a certain way. Okay, he would look more put together. He did the mustache thing, Drusilla. Okay,
He already had that mustache.
yes, yeah, no, that was earlier, but I know, but
typical.
yeah. So, okay, let's see here, Jonas. But by the way, I meant right to feel. Oh, of course, Jonas. Oh no, of course, there were people were. It's understandable why people were angry at the time. Okay, yeah, and he actually started getting advice. And again, like I said, guys, he was a really good speaker. They would start. They started. He started. He had like a stage magician, essentially, teach him how to be a even better public speaker. And he started a process of perfecting how he would speak in front of crowds. And he had someone take tons of photos of him posing in various ways, to see what the best poses were for a speech. What poses looked strongest and would be the most inspirational. So here are some of those photos. Here's one image of that he took of himself, or that was taken of him. Um, there's no selfies, of course. He couldn't have had to be a photographer, but there was you see him like standing, trying to look strong. Okay, he practiced these poses. Here's another one, him practicing a pose, trying to see which ones look the strongest and the best. Okay, and you can see, here's another one. Okay, this one, it says here combative, Kampffelix. So this is him trying to be. This is his combative stance. Okay, he practiced all these stances, and he ended up even this one, like the pointing at people, was practiced. Okay, and he perfected this, and he became a very, very, very good public speaker. Very, very good.
And they also cleaned up his language some. And what I mean by that, he used a lot of Austrian or Southern German phrases. It's just like almost any big country. Here in the US, we're from the Midwest. You go up to Massachusetts, the Northeast, and the phrases could be a little different. Heck, you go down to Louisiana and golly, it's like, are they speaking English? So they made him clean up some of that so he didn't keep throwing in what they considered were pedestrian little things. And that's how they considered how Bavarians spoke. Almost all the rest of Germany, where they're kind of pedestrian. So we got to clean that up.
Yeah, and by the way,
Although it didn't totally clean it up.
no, he had a very strong Bavarian accent, guys. Like if you listen to the way he speaks, I can definitely hear it. It's hard to. He had a Bavarian accent, and a Bavarian accent was kind of viewed as like white trash, if you know what I mean. It was kind of viewed as a hillbilly accent by a lot of Germans. So he had to clean that up a bit for the rest of Germany. Yeah, he never really got that great at it. But modern day Germans will actually when they hear his accent, they'll mock it and be like Bavarian. Like they kind of Northern Germans, especially, will be like, oh, yeah, that Hitler and his white trash accent. Okay, anyway, which is kind of unfortunate that you don't need to make fun of all of them, but I get it. Okay, it's okay to make fun of Hitler. Um, so listen, so he got better at this, and he got to the point where people were joining the party because of him. It wasn't because of Anton Drexler. So he convinced Anton Drexler in 1920 to rename the party, to to make it more appealing to both the left, not the left, I'm sorry, workers and nationalists. He was so and socialists. Okay, he was not a socialist at all. Did not believe in socialism. Did not believe in any of that. Okay, he hated socialism.
And I want to point out the timeline here from the end of World War I, when he was actually still in the military toward the end, until now, when he is starting to make the decisions a little bit
Yeah,
here.
2 years. Yep.
2 years, just 2 years.
Yep. So he was a very good speaker. And there was a lot of anger in the time of the country. Okay. And remember what the Weimar Republic is going through at this time. All right. So he renamed the party the Nationalsozialistische Deutsche Arbeiterpartei, or National Socialist German Workers' Party. And it was he literally designed the flag. So he had members of the party send in designs for a swastika flag. Okay. And he didn't like any of them. So he pulled out a piece of paper after getting all these options for a flag, and he's like, I'm gonna create my own. And he designed this flag. Hitler did. And I gotta tell you guys, not complimenting the Nazis. This is a fantastic piece of art design. I say that because there's a reason why this is such a powerful image these days. And let me explain what I mean. Okay. So like the fact that the red on the outside is what party in Germany at the time, guys, was really associated with the color red? What communism, socialist. He did socialist red on the outside. Okay. He made it the dominant color because he wanted it to look like a socialist party, which was a very popular party at the time. Okay, yeah, the SPD and the KPD, the socialist and the left were very popular. So he made red the dominant color. He made a white center here, um, with the swastika in the center, so that the swastika kind of stands out. It is very like popping. Okay, and he turned the swastika so that it looks like this rather than something like this. Okay. Remember this version of the swastika? Okay. He turned it so it was like that, which almost gives it a sense of motion, like it is spinning, or that it is there's movement there, right? It doesn't seem as like dull as if it were sitting like not that in that way. Do you see what I mean?
And I also want to point out too, even when this flag would hang limp, if it was a big flag, you could tell by the colors and what little bit you could see is that is the party flag.
Yes.
And it was, so some of these Freikorps had flags that were like, when they would no wind or they weren't carrying it and it was, had a rod on it to keep it out, you would look at them and go, okay, now who are they again? This one was like, we know who this is.
Yeah. Yeah. And so it was like one of the few good things he ever, not good things, but one of the few clever things he did, I guess, was make this flag. I will say, this also was the colors, guys. Let me show you what I mean here. This goes back to the idea of a mythical past, right? Let me show you the German imperial flag. Imperial. Yeah. Yep. All right. This is the German imperial flag. You'll notice the colors of it. So this was the flag. Well, that's black at the top. It's hard to see on this screen. This was the flag of the German Empire, the World War I and Bismarckian Empire. Okay, not only is it making you, it'll have a connection to you if you're a socialist. It'll also have a connection to you if you're a nationalist, because it's the exact same colors of the German imperial flag. So, guys, it is both hearkening back to the Bismarckian Empire, the Wilhelmian Empire, hearkening forward towards a socialist future, and has this dynamism and shit. It is an unfortunately good piece of propagandistic party imagery. Okay, so he made this, and look at how no, it is a well designed flag. I'm just telling you, Dolly Boy, it is okay. And he in it probably was mainly on accident, by the way. It's not, I don't know how much he thought about it, but it worked, whatever he did. Okay. This is in 1921. He was tired of not being the head of the party, knowing how important it was for the party that he was the face of it. So he literally copied a move from Bismarck. Okay, he copied a move from Bismarck. He went to Anton Drexler and he threatened to resign unless Anton Drexler made him the head of the party. All right. And Anton Drexler had no choice. Okay. Anton Drexler had no choice because without Hitler, the party was nothing. So Hitler in 1921 was made the head of the party. Okay. He did not threaten to kill himself in this case. All right. All right. And guys, all right. So he also, by the way, would mention Bismarck in his speeches and talk about how we need to return to like a Bismarckian, we need a great man to lead us out of this, like Bismarck. Okay. Da, 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 da. All right. And so that's where we are at now. Now, I wanted to show you guys something. In 1920, from the direction of Hitler and Anton Drexler, the newly established National Socialist, the Nazi Party, okay, the Nazi Party, they wrote down a party program where they literally wrote down what they wanted to achieve politically. And this is the same party platform that they would have until 1945. They never changed it. They changed it once, but I'll tell you what they changed. And I want to go through now with you and show you what in 1920 the Nazi Party was saying they wanted to do once they got into power. Okay? And then we're going to talk about how did they end up going from being this fringe regional party headed by this somewhat crazy guy to the party that takes over Germany. All right? So let's read now from this document. This is an English translation from 1941. But this is a really good translation. You can see this is actually a historic document here. All right. So let's go down here and let's see what it is that they were saying. All right. What it is that they were demanding in this party platform. Okay. Just waiting for my dad to come back here for a second. Dad, coming back? Okay, 1 second, guys. 1 second. We'll wait for him to come back. So on the 24th of February, 1920, this is when they kind of called for the party they wrote down the platform. So the first thing they demanded, guys, the first thing that they demanded was the unification of all Germans in Greater Germany on the basis of a right of self-determination of people. So they wanted all German-speaking peoples united in a single German Reich. Okay, that goes back to folkish nationalism. Remember, to a lot of these guys, the most important thing was the race, the German race. Okay, so they want all Germans united together. Austrian Germans, Germans in Czechoslovakia. Okay. The next demand, we demand equality of rights for the German people in respect to other nations. That sounds kind of Trumpian, doesn't it? That America's being unfairly treated by other countries, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Abrogation of the peace treaties of Versailles and Saint-Germain. They want to get rid of the peace treaty of Versailles, which was a very popular demand. So that one, it wasn't even that fringe at the time. A lot of people believe that. We demand, this is an interesting one, we demand land and territory for the sustenance of our people and colonization for our surplus population. Now that's a weird fucking demand. That, like, you demand to be able to colonize, to do colonization. That's very far right. Okay. And remember what we said about Hitler's ideology, guys, that he had this idea. Yeah, it's just right out in the open, right? Weird amorphous blob. Like, they don't even hide it. We want fucking colonies. All right. Remember what Hitler's ideology was. He thought that there was a natural racial struggle for food. Okay. So give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to go see if my dad's coming back, because I want him here for this. Give me a second, guys. 1 second. There he is. Oh, it's about to come find you. Okay. It's right there. Because I was showing some, yeah. So anyway, but wait for now. We're going through the Nazi Party platform. Okay. So the first demand, Dad, so this is the Nazi Party platform in 1920. We're going through what the Nazi Party was saying that they demanded, okay, or what they wanted. The first demand is the unification of all Germans in a greater Germany on the basis of the right to self-determination of peoples, the abrogation of the peace treaty of Versailles and Saint Germain, and the demand for land and territory. Okay. I guess we'll do this now.
Well, when do you want to do this?
Okay, I mean, we can let's do it now. It's fine.
We're just going to do backdrop.
Well, don't put it up on the wall.
Okay. Oh, no,
Yeah.
I wouldn't.
Okay. So for those who don't know, I know I didn't tell anyone this, but remember, my grandfather fought in World War II. So for those who have no idea why my dad is now holding up a swastika flag, my grandfather fought in World War II and he captured a Nazi flag and brought it back. Okay, so my dad just wanted you guys to see it. This is the Nazi flag, and it was a very well made flag. Okay, I mean, as in like,
they'd hang this
yes,
in public.
okay. So yeah, they that's what they would be hanging in public everywhere. Okay, so that is the Nazi flag. Yes. So, and there's actually, we have shown you guys before on, I've shown you twice. I've shown you once, and my dad showed you guys once. There are names on one side of it because it was captured, and then my father's unit, they all wrote their names on it, along with other people wrote their names on it. Okay. So for those who just saw us waving a Nazi flag, just be aware, it's not because we like the Nazis. Okay. All right.
It's a war trophy.
Yes, it's a war trophy.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
No!
yes. So we need to also, we're going to probably try to preserve it at some point. Okay. So, so the next thing they demanded, guys, only a member of the race can be a citizen. A member of the race can only be one who is of German blood without consideration of creed. Consequently, no Jew can be a member of the race. So they had a racial concept of citizenship. All right. Okay. Next thing. Whoever has, I know it probably will be Lacroix. Whoever has no citizenship is to be able to live in Germany only as a guest and must be under the authority of legislation for foreigners. Exactly, Philly cheese, correct. They ended up trying to figure out a way to scientifically find who's Jewish, and they couldn't. So then they just said, well, it's blood, which is bullshit. Anyway, basically whoever they said it would be. All right. 6, the right to determine matters concerning administration and law belongs only to the citizen. Therefore, we demand that every public office of any sort whatsoever, whether in the Reich, the country, or municipality, be filled only by citizens. I thought I said county. Did I say county? Oh, well, okay. And filled by citizens. We combat the corrupting parliamentary economy, office holding only according to party inclinations, without consideration of character or abilities. So, which is bullshit. But they, so by the way, as they define citizen, that meant no Jews. Okay, so only citizens, and by the definition of the last thing, a citizen couldn't be Jewish. All right. So we demand that the state be charged first with providing, whoopsie, whoa, it's going all over the place. Sorry, it's going crazy over here, folks. We, let's see here, where to go. Okay, we demand that the state be charged first with providing the opportunity for a livelihood and way of life for its citizens. If it is impossible to sustain the total population of the state, then the members of foreign nations, non-citizens, are to be expelled from the Reich. What does that sound like, folks? Hmm. What does that sound like? Someone tell me, come on, you know it. You know it. Two different countries right now that we talk about a lot. There are people there screaming this all the time. Very Trumpian, very much like Farage, very much like Trump, very much like the Restore Party, also, okay? That we have to expel all the people that are not citizens because the state can't support these people. All right. Um, all right. Any further immigration of non citizens is to be prevented. We demand that all non Germans who have immigrated to Germany since the 2nd of August, 1914, be forced immediately to leave the Reich. Hmm. Well, that's blunt. The next one here is all citizens have equal rights and obligations. Okay, well, that's.
That's a citizen.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. 10. The first obligation of every citizen must be to work both spiritually and physically. The activity of individuals is not to counteract the interest of the universality, but must have its result within the framework of the whole for the benefit of all. That's basically saying, I mean, every individual is important, but they don't matter next to the race and the state. Okay? Like you have to be able to be physically prepared to fight, and you must be spiritually loyal to Germany. And yeah, it's important that you're individual, but what matters the most is the state and the race. Okay? So consequently, now listen, here's the next part. Consequently, we demand 11, the abolition of unearned work and labor incomes, the breaking of rent slavery. Do we think they end up doing that? What does that remind you of? Do you guys remember when we learned about Mussolini? And sounds like socialism, right, Jonas? Remember when Mussolini did that part of the fascist party platform that was all about like socialism and like things like that, okay? So they don't do this, by the way, folks, okay? 12, in consideration of the monstrous sacrifice in property and blood that each war demands of the people, personal enrichment through a war must be designated as a crime against the people. Therefore, we demand the total confiscation of all war profits. Okay, that sounds kind of weirdly socialist too. I mean, kind of, right? So, by the way, though, according to the Nazis, guys, it was the Jews who were the ones who did all the land ownership and the Jews who did all the war profiteering. So, although this sounds socialist, it also is not what you think it is. Okay. But also think about how that's kind of a distraction. There was a class of people in Germany who were, in fact, exploiting the people of Germany, and it was the capitalist class of industrialists and landowners, but it was not the Jews. So you distract by blaming the Jews, and you don't actually go after the class, do you, right? Okay. Um, we demand the nationalization of all previously associated industries. So all industries that have to do with war should be nationalized. Okay. We demand, which by the way, the Nazis didn't do. We demand a division of profits of all heavy industries. That's socialism. That is saying that like the profits of these industries should be divided amongst the workers. Now, that's just socialism. That's also not saying that the company should be owned by the workers, nor is it really saying that this doesn't happen. Let's put it that way. Okay. Right, Dad? Okay. We demand an expansion on a large scale of old age welfare. Yeah, started by Bismarck, right? Okay. And remember, guys, remember what Bismarck did. That's a great point, Dad. This is a tradition in Germany. Bismarck had given universal health care as an effort to appease the working class. Okay. So, like, this is not unusual, this kind of using of these things to try and, okay. We demand the creation of a healthy middle class, which, by the way, the right wing loves talking about in America. So do Democrats. They're like, we need a better middle class. Okay, a healthy middle class, and its conservation immediate communalization of the great warehouses and their being leased at low cost to small firms, the utmost consideration of all small firms in contracts with the state, country, or municipality. We're not going to county, it doesn't really matter, but okay, county, it really doesn't. But so okay, you get the idea. That one's kind of, we don't need to talk much about that one. We demand a land reform suitable to our needs, provision of a law for the free expropriation of land for purposes of public utility, abolition of taxes on land, and prevention of all speculation in land. Okay.
There goes our property.
Yeah, but that doesn't even, like, they don't end up doing that. They don't do that. They also, they allow private property to remain if you're a rich person, basically. Okay. So, all right. We demand and by the way, the land that they take from people was taken from Jews. They take Jewish people's properties.
Of course, and they weren't citizens.
Exact, but that's, yeah, according to them. They
Yeah,
were
that's what I'm
citizens.
saying.
Yes, yeah.
But according to the Nazis, they weren't considered citizens.
Right.
Thus, that law doesn't mean anything to them.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, exactly. Okay. The state is to be responsible for a fundamental reconstruction of our whole national education program to enable every capable and industrious German to obtain higher education. The capable of an industrious part does a lot of heavy lifting in that sentence, folks. To enable every capable and industrious German to obtain higher education and subsequently introduction into leading positions. The plans of instruction of all educational institutions are to be conform with the experiences of practical life. The comprehension of the concept of the state must be striven for by the school as early as the beginning of understanding. We demand the education at the expense of the state of outstanding intellectually gifted children of poor parents without consideration of position or profession.
Some of this up here mirrors what's happening here with
Yep.
this whole, so-called woke stuff.
Yep, literally, yeah. And they're doing it, Dad, in American schools. They're putting in curriculums to make you obedient to the state and obedient to American national identity and stuff, and getting rid of stuff that goes against that, right? Like, come on, folks. It's so obvious, isn't it? And remember, Mussolini did the same shit.
Yeah.
Sorry, I need to fix this. Whoops. Okay, Mussolini did the same stuff with the part of their program. There you go. Weird Amorphous Blob says, I love Florida. Right? Okay. Okay, here we go. The state is to care for the elevating of national health by protecting the mother and the child, by outlawing child labor, which is funny because they end up sending kids into battle to die near the end of the war. Okay, by the encouragement of physical fitness, by means of the legal establishment of a gymnastic and sport obligation, by the utmost support of all organizations concerned with the physical instruction of the young. Okay. 22, we demand abolition of the mercenary troops and formation of a national army. 23, we demand legal opposition to known lies and their promulgation throughout the press. It's Trump. It's Trump. By the way, like he said fake news. The Nazis said Lügenpresse, which basically is the same thing as fake news. Okay, then Hitler was always claiming that the press was engaged in the Lügenpresse, and that there's fake news, and that the part of their program needs to be to bring back freedom of speech, because the press is lying and spreading false information and shit. Okay. We demand legal opposition to known lies and their promulgation throughout the press. In order to enable the provision of a German press, we demand that all writers and employees of the newspapers appearing in the German language should be members of the race. B, non-German newspapers be required to have the express permission of the state to be published. They may not be printed in the German language. So as in, you can't, if you're a foreign press writer and you can't write in German inside of Germany, because they don't want the Germans to be able to read that. Okay. Non-Germans are forbidden by law any financial interest in German publications or any influence on them. And as punishment for violations, the closing of such publication, as well as the immediate expulsion from the Reich of non-Germans concerned. Publications which are counter to the general good are forbidden. We demand legal prosecution of artistic and literary forms which exert a destructive influence on our national life, and the closure of organizations opposing the above made demands. What does this sound like to you, Dad? Here, go, yeah.
Abraham Lincoln? No. Wrong president.
Well, he kind of did do that. He did go after the press because he had to, but
yeah. Let's see here. The Trump crime syndicate?
Yep. Jonas says, so he basically made his ideological views his religion and then tried to indoctrinate the country into his ideology.
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yes, like Trump. Like Trump is doing. Okay, yeah. Okay, here's a funny one too. They're all funny. 24, we demand freedom of religion for all religious dominations within the state, so long as they do not endanger its existence or oppose the moral senses of the Germanic race. The party, as such, advocates the standpoint of a positive Christianity without binding itself confessionally to any one denomination. It combats the Jewish materialist spirit within and around us, and is convinced that a lasting recovery of our nation can only succeed from within on the following framework. Common utility precedes individual utility.
That's happening here.
It is absolutely happening here.
Yeah.
We are becoming a Christian nationalist nation, right?
And I just want to point out.
Here, get closer.
I just want to point out. Who does Trump? What religious leader does Trump not like now? That would be the Pope, because the Pope has attacked him and said you're wrong, and he's originally was from the U.S. You're wrong, and basically Trump has says that guy is corrupting Christianity and all, whereas all he is doing is going, you're not doing the Christian thing. So once again, it's the party as such advocates the standpoint of a positive Christianity. He means positive toward the German race.
Yes.
Period. If it means I've got to kill my foreigners here because they won't leave, then they will find something in the Bible that says that's okay to do that.
Yes. Yep. Right. By the way, Hitler was not a fan of Catholics, even though he was raised Catholic. He was born and raised a Catholic. Not a fan of Catholics. He wasn't really a fan of Christianity generally. But well, I'll talk about that later. Okay. Last part here, okay? For the execution of all of this, we demand the formation of a strong central power in the Reich, unlimited authority of the central parliament over the whole Reich and its organizations in general, the forming of a state and profession chambers for the execution of laws made by the Reich within the various states of the Confederation. That is corporatism, folks. He kind of like what Mussolini did. He wanted these representative national bodies to represent different corporate interests, labor interests, and things like that, which is what Mussolini did, okay? The leaders of the party promise, if necessary, by sacrificing their own lives, LARPers, to support the execution of the points set forth above without consideration.
Oh, they're heroes.
Yeah, such heroes. Wow, okay. Now, I will say, guys, that's the end of it. It's actually a lot less detailed than Mussolini's, but they edited it later, and this is a really fascinating edit. So please listen carefully for my fellow socialists out there, okay? Adolf Hitler proclaimed the following explanation for this program explanation. So they ended up changing point 17, and this is what they changed it to. Regarding the false interpretations of point 17 of the program of the NSDAP on the part of our opponents, the following definition is necessary. Since the NSDAP stands on the platform of private ownership, it happens that the passage Gratuitous expropriation concerns only the creation of legal opportunities to expropriate, if necessary, land that has been illegally acquired or is not administered from the viewpoint of the national welfare. This is directed primarily against the Jewish land speculation companies. So, why is that interesting? That was after he was in jail, okay? When more industrialists and corporate entities and stuff started supporting him, and they didn't like the idea that he might end private property. They're like, wait a minute, you might take away our businesses and stuff like that. And so he clarified, no, 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 no. When we mean Jews, that's literally what that is. He's having to clarify because it sounded too socialist for the right winger, the industry leaders, the industrialists, and things like that. So to get them on his side, he had to edit that so that it wouldn't seem like he was talking about capitalism because he liked capitalism. Okay, he wasn't. You see what I mean? Okay. All right. So that's the party platform. And I want to be clear. I'm sure my dad would agree with me here. Everywhere that whoopsie, Hitler, oopsie, everywhere that Hitler spoke, he said something different. He would change his message for the audience every single goddamn time. Okay, he also every time he went out to speak, um, he he never really he was very vague. He never really said anything he was going to do. He always used very vague language. One of his most favorite phrases was we're going to make Germany great again. Okay, we're going to bring back a greater Germany. We're going to end the humiliation of Germany. Thank you, Marzipan. Okay, he was always very, very, very vague, but it certainly made you feel good to listen to him. Okay, so let me here. Sure, Philly cheese. I'll send the document in chat. So, although this is their platform, that it's just kind of like words on paper.
No, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Or have you talked about Mein Kampf yet?
Not yet. We're about to. I was gonna actually. So there is the. I just sent it to you guys. This is a later version that was translated by the Americans, I believe, or by the UK. It was translated in at the top here. It says, I think it was translated in 1941. Oh no, Robert Lay. It was actually from the Nazis, yes, but it was never changed from the its birth. Yes, okay. So anyway, okay, Dad, would you like to talk about? Well, actually, let me do one thing first. I wanted to show you guys also some of the higher ups that joined the Nazi Party early on. Some of the main figures, some of the sycophants, some of the Stephen Millers and Steve Bannons. Okay. So I know that, okay. So early on, guys, Hitler started attracting some of the top officials that would end up coming to dominate the Nazi Party next to Hitler. One of them was this guy right here, Hess. Okay, so Hess, you will need to know some of these people because they become important. So Hess was kind of a Neanderthal, and I don't mean that like that's an insult to Neanderthals, but he wasn't that bright. I told you guys he was raised in Egypt, in the British Empire to two parents. He was very much a very strong nationalist who didn't like Jewish people. He was a member of the Tula Society, and he wasn't. Go ahead, Dad.
I would say he was more of a brute than a normal everyday human being.
Yeah, he was a brute. Okay, and he fell in love with Hitler after hearing him speak. As a matter of fact, if you watch speeches of Hitler and you see Hess in the audience, he always looks so enamored, like, he was like so naive. He was like a naive, slobbering sycophant to Hitler, okay? And Hitler liked that because he was deathly loyal to Hitler. Later, he was so stupid, he actually tried to fly to Britain. He secretly flew to Britain to try and get peace with the British after war had already broken out, and they just captured him and arrested him.
Yeah, when the home guard captured him after his plane crash, he parachuted out. Uh, he demanded to get to see Churchill, and so they took him to the authorities, the military authorities, and they put him in prison. And he never got to see Churchill, and he wanted a peace. He was going to do this to surprise Hitler. Um, he wanted a peace to come about between Germany and Britain, so that they could then turn their attention to crushing the Soviet Union.
Mhm.
That's what it was, because the Soviet Union was going to give Germany some issues, and so he thought he could do that.
Because he was an idiot.
Yep.
And he did it for his love Hitler. Okay. He's like, oh, my dear Fuhrer, I'll do this for Hitler. He was really
Yeah,
weirdly
he didn't
obsessed.
let him know that until when Hitler found
Yes.
out. Hitler just wanted him dead.
Yeah. Yes. Also, early on, another person joined the Nazi Party. His name was Goering, Hermann Goering, or Fat Herman, as I like to call him.
Well, some people actually called him that back then.
Yes, Fat Herman. So Fat Herman, Hermann Goering, was a war veteran, a war hero. A lot of Germans view him as a hero. He had been a fighter pilot in World War I.
One of their top aces.
Yes, one of the top aces. He was a renowned figure in Germany. He like the rest of them were massively disillusioned after World War I. He believed in the stab in the back myth. He was very upset at what had happened in Germany. He was not as naive or gullible as the rest of them were. He actually was kind of reluctant to get involved with Hitler and the Nazis, but he did like what Hitler was saying, and he eventually kind of joined the Nazi Party. Um, and Hitler, but he never was, well, he later was fully into it, but at first he was a bit uncertain. Partially because he wanted to be probably the one who ended up taking over, because he was very self-centered and very arrogant.
Also, too, it goes to show you, when he was captured at the end of the war, he pretty much figured that he'd be treated like the leader of Germany now.
Yeah.
And he was surprised when they threw him in the prison. But why? Why? I'm a Hermann Goering. And he was trying to disassociate himself, because he did have these doubts, but he did toe the line anyway. But he figured, well, what did I do wrong? Now,
Yeah.
when you compare that to Himmler, well, he didn't do as much wrong as Himmler did, but he still wasn't a good man.
Yeah. He was a horrible guy. He also was in charge of the slave labor and everything. For a long while, he was the head of the Luftwaffe, which was the German Air Force later. And he was the second in command to Hitler. Okay, he was a monster. This guy right here. Actually, let's go up here. Here we have one of the most vile people in human history.
The good Nazi.
God. Yeah, this is Heinrich Himmler. And Heinrich Himmler was never fought in World War I. As a matter of fact, he had always been upset that he hadn't had a chance. He was like a schoolboy, like having these fantasies of war. And he was upset that he had never gotten to fight in World War I. He was also a vicious racist and Ariosophist. He was massively into these Aryan conspiracy theories. He had originally run a farm with his family, and he had this weird sense of like breeding humans, like you would breed farm animals, which he later ended up doing.
He was also into mysticism.
Yeah, Ariosophy. Yeah.
Yeah, especially mysticism of the Germanic people, going back to the age of the Saxons, the Vikings, and all that.
Yeah. And he was deathly loyal to Hitler, but he was like one of the most repulsive figures in the Nazi regime. He ended up being the head of the SS, and the German Reich's internal police services. He is the one who was the architect, or the sort of main person that kind of did the Holocaust. Okay. Now, obviously Hitler was, but he was like the main guy who kind of, this was based off of. He was a horrific human being. He's going to be very important, okay?
He also goes, once the rounding up of Jews and other
Yeah.
enemies of the state occur, he goes around in tours
Mhm.
and he actually watches some
Yes,
some
which we'll talk
executions.
about later, yeah.
Yeah, but he was horrible. Now, it's funny, a lot of
Yeah,
the
Dolly Boy. He is the one that tried to find the ancient relics.
yes, and he also had a castle that had a room with ancient, sacred, mystic symbols in it, and if you joined the SS, you had to do certain swearing to this, that, and the other, and know the secret handshake and all that crap. But his fellow Nazis actually referred to him as the good Nazi.
Yeah.
Because when he wasn't doing that, he was just like everybody's guy. So he was like Sam said, a monster. You know, oh, but he's such a nice guy.
Yeah.
You know,
So, Weird Amorphous Blob, you say, if I may ask, what is your view on the place of Eichmann in the Holocaust? I mean, he was a massive part of it, Weird Amorphous Blob, but that was something put on him by the Israeli government later when they were putting him on trial in order to strengthen the case against him. Yeah, he was massively, he
Yeah.
deserved to be executed and imprisoned by the Israeli government or whatever, but he was not as high up as like Himmler was the real mind behind a lot of this. Now, Hitler obviously was ultimately the mind behind all of it. But it was Himmler was like, in my opinion, was the actual, yeah. Eichmann was like a middle manager type guy. Okay. He was kind of a bureaucrat. But the Himmler was definitely the worst in this regard.
now wasn't it's
Mhm.
been a while when Heydrich, who
Yeah,
was the guy
Reinhard
actually
Heydrich.
put in guard until he was assassinated,
Mhm.
it was then Eichmann's job, wasn't
Yes.
it?
So he
Yeah.
took over from which we'll talk about later. Reinhard Heydrich, who was
Oh,
assassinated.
so
Yeah, anyway.
I
Yeah.
don't want to look like he's being softenly looked at because he took over Heydrich's job.
Who did?
I'm sorry.
Eichmann took over Heydrich's job.
Yeah, Eichmann they're referring.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
So anyway,
Okay. Another guy here is this guy right here, Stephen Miller, who I'm oopsie, whoops, didn't mean to say that. I'm sorry. Goebbels, forgive me.
the
Oopsie.
one on the left,
Yes, the one right in the
the
middle.
one that looks like a ferret.
Okay. So the one right here, this guy right here,
Sorry,
okay?
ferrets.
This is Goebbels. Now, Goebbels was a professor. He had a PhD. He was probably the most educated and most intelligent amongst all the Nazis, and not because he had a PhD. He really was very, I hate saying this, but he was a bright guy, but like in a dark and evil way, okay? He was a professor of German literature. He was brilliant when it came to propaganda. Before he even met Hitler and the Nazis, he had written a book called Stephen, which was basically uh praising the idea of like a single leader taking over Germany and leading it into the future, kind of based off Bismarck. So before he even met Hitler, he had this sense of we need like a glorious, heroic leader to take us into the future, kind of like Bismarck. He also he didn't like a lot of the other Nazis. He viewed them as like uncivilized, uneducated barbarians. Of course, he himself was a monster, so it's kind of funny that he thought that. Uh,
There was actually, I don't know if you ever heard of Barbarossa, an old German king uh, that supposedly he was a real supposed to be an awesome guy, and he eventually, cutting the story short, fell asleep in a cave, and he is, as according to the legend, he as he sleeps there, his beard keeps growing, and they call him Barbarossa because he has red hair.
yeah.
And anyway, they believe that someday when he awakens, he will come back and restore the glory of Germany. Um, and Goebbels was one of the ones that helped perpetuate that.
Yes. By the way, I was gonna tell you guys about Barbarossa at some point when we no, it's okay. When we talk about the invasion of the Soviet Union and stuff. But yes, so there were a lot of like figures, like historic mythical figures and things like that. Bismarck was one of them. Barbarossa, Frederick the Great was another one. You see here, Mr. King K, I'm noticing a trend. A lot of these fascists LARPing, they're in a racist fantasy world. Correct, Mr. King K. They're all a bunch of LARPists who like have this mythical sense of their own grandeur. Okay. It's like, okay. Um, so he was a very good propagandist. He is the one who launched, he's the one who basically said we need to have very simple campaigns with that have very simple slogans that we repeat often and the people will believe it. And he would go around trying to figure out, he would try to spy on what the average German was talking about and stuff. And he would use what he heard to kind of create propaganda that was very targeted to different groups. He tried to make propaganda that was different for every single group in Germany.
And as he said, uh, Goebbels actually believed that if you say the lie often enough, the people will make it the truth.
Yep.
And he was right.
Yeah.
I mean, that's happening. That happens here in our
yeah,
country.
Make a lie, make it big, say it often, and the people will believe it.
Yep.
Okay. So the see here, which came right out. It did weird amorphous blob. He took his ideas, by the way, from Freud, Le Bon. There might have even been some influence from the American weird amorphous blob. Why can't I remember this? The guy who wrote On Propaganda. I did a whole presentation on this. God damn it, what's his name? God, I did a whole bunch of research on this guy. The whatever his name was. What?
Pim Bondi.
No. I forget his name, but so he had done a lot of like social psychological research and things like that. All right. Okay. So, well, this is Martin Bormann. This is another big guy that came. Bernays. Thank you. Edward Bernays. Thank you, Weird Amorphous Blob. Okay. So Martin Bormann was a monster who was a deathly loyal to Hitler. He was also a thug, okay? And he was like the secretary, Hitler's secretary, which gave him a lot of power because he basically could decide who would get to talk to Hitler, what documents Hitler would get to see. And he also early on kind of got attached to Hitler and became a member of the party.
I'm going to say also too, not just Bormann, but also Hess was a secretary to Hitler at one point. They both were. And the two of them were in very hated competition with each other because they knew whoever Hitler liked the best would possibly eventually rise up to become a leader of Germany if something happens to Hermann Goering. And so the two of them competed with each other, which brings us to that flight to England. That flight to England was to do a big one-up on Bormann. So I just want to point that out. All about power.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, in this case, yeah, he was a very powerful, he was Hitler's personal secretary. So he was like the one that was very much in charge of this stuff. Now, I think Hess was in charge, it was like the Nazi secretary, but Bormann was his personal secretary and had a lot of fucking power. So I just wanted to name some of those people for you because they're going to become important. You notice all of them are kind of LARPers. A couple of them are just thugs or just brutish thugs that are blindly obedient to Hitler. Most of them were middle class or upper class. Okay. There aren't really any workers here. Not really any workers. If we're starting to see a trend here, okay? Middle class, upper class, not exactly a party of workers.
And I'd also just want to mention on the side, almost any country, especially if it's big enough, people like this do exist. It's just that what made Germany different is that the times and the conditions were just ripe because of all that shame dumped on Germany for these people like this to come to power. And so it's, and it makes you wonder, God, what's lurking out there in our country? And we've got some of that right now here in the US. But it's,
Yes, we're going to keep talking about it. We're going to talk about the beer hall pooch and things like that. And then how Hitler ends up becoming popular, because right now he's not that popular. In the time period we're talking,
Yeah, I'm sorry. And I was going to say that at this point in Hitler's life, now, when the Nazi Party was still working it out, you might say, most people in Germany had never heard of the Nazi Party. Once again, it was a local thing in Munich and the environs outside of Munich. You go to Berlin and mention the Nazis, they're going to go, say what? Go ahead.
Oh, okay. That's okay. So we will get to the beer hall pooch and stuff. But I do want to. I think for now, well, unless you guys want to keep talking, let me see here. We don't have that many people in here. I'm worried we might not. Let me see here. We could we could go on. We could talk about the beer hall pooch and stuff, but maybe we should wait till tomorrow to do that. Give me 1 second, folks. Let's do this. You're listening in? Okay. I have an idea, guys. So how about we do this? So what I'm thinking, give me 1 second, guys. I'm just going to put myself on mute for a moment. All right, you guys. So we're going to talk a little bit about the beer hall pooch, and then we're going to stop, and then we're going to watch a little bit of a video. Okay. What? Oh yeah, that's after all of this. Which was what I said. Yeah. Anyway, so okay. So would you like to talk, Dad, about the beer hall pooch? So guys, I'm going to start off before my dad gets involved. The Hitler was following developments in Italy. And he was a very big fan of Mussolini. He was was a fanboy for Mussolini. Yeah, roadie for Mussolini to an extent. Okay. And he noticed that Mussolini, what was the event called, guys, where Mussolini finally got power? Correct, Dolly boy, the March on Rome. So Hitler noticed the March on Rome take place, and he decided that he should do the same thing. That his own fascist party should just try a March on Rome type thing. Now, what's funny about this, guys, this is called the beer hall pooch. Okay. What's funny about this is that he completely misunderstood what had happened during the March on Rome because Mussolini had done lots of propaganda. So the beer hall pooch wasn't really a coup. I mean, I'm sorry. The March on Rome wasn't actually a coup because it was just Mussolini getting appointed to basically prime minister. It wasn't a real coup. He just pressured the government into selecting him. He didn't actually like topple anything violently. And the march itself was kind of like staged. Okay. But Hitler took from it that we need to do a violent takeover, a violent coup, just like Mussolini had done. But he had fundamentally misunderstood that. So, Dad, tell us the story of the beer hall pooch, which is going to mark a big change in Hitler's prospects. Okay. So go ahead, Dad.
Okay, it was decided by the Nazi Party higher ups, aka Hitler, as Sam said, to have a coup and over the Bavarian government. And the capital of Bavaria is Munich. And so what happened is that he had his followers meet in a beer hall one day, and he worked them up with his talk and said, "We're now going to march on the government buildings and just take it over." Now, he actually told them, if you're going to bring guns, we'd rather not have you do that. But if you do, don't use them, because I don't know, we just don't want this to be, turn into a big mess, which is kind of surprising for Hitler to say this. Well, off they started in their march, and there are pictures you can actually.
I want to add more to this. He actually invited also to the beer hall the head of the Bavarian government, basically. And this was funny because he invited the guy to the head of the Bavarian government to the beer hall, took him hostage, and then this and basically demanded that the guy give him power, and the guy really wouldn't do it. So then he's like, I don't know what to really do with this guy now that it was, guys, it was a really stupid coup attempt. Um, so he was now holding this guy hostage with a gun, okay?
Yeah.
But the guy's like, I'm not gonna give you power. So he's like, well, god damn it. Okay, fine. So he then left the beer hall to go and kind of help prepare the coup. As they left the beer hall, they went off to go take over police stations and and there was like a National Guard or some like armory or some crap that they went to also. And the he was left there. The head of the Munich government was left in the beer hall with a guy by the name of was it Ludendorff? Was left, yeah, was left in the beer hall with Ludendorff. Yes, Ludendorff, who Lacroix was aware of, because Ludendorff decided to also march with the Nazis to overthrow this government. And Ludendorff was left in charge of this head of the Munich government. And Ludendorff was an idiot. So the head of the Munich government basically talked Ludendorff into letting him go and just releasing him. And Ludendorff said, believed that he was an honorable man who would honorably not go and tell the police after he had released him. So Ludendorff lets him go, and immediately the guy goes and warns and warns the government about the coup. Like it's so fucking funny. Anyway, go ahead, Dad.
So anyway, the crowd is now marching down this street toward the government buildings when they turn a corner and there's the Bavarian National Guard.
Bavarian police, weren't they? I don't.
Well, there were also some
army. You're right. I think you're right.
Army and police blocking this route. And all of a sudden, all these Nazis come to a grinding halt, and Hitler's in the front with some of his guys, including 2 personal bodyguards. And to make him, once again, a long story short, he decided, we're going to keep marching. They're not going to fire on us. Well, they did. And actually, the Nazis also fired. And as the bullets go into the Nazi crowd, some people start dropping. Realizing, oh God, this is not good, Hitler decides he wants to get out of there. And literally, the 2 bodyguards pick him up by the arms and take him down a side street to a waiting car to put him in it and get him out of Munich. While the people he stirred up to have this are left behind facing this. And long story short, the coup obviously collapses. Hitler is viewed by people who didn't like him. See, he's a coward. And it was, a couple days later?
Yeah.
A couple days later, he is found out he's actually hiding. And they find out where he is and they arrest him.
He's in like the estate house of a pretty wealthy Bavarian family that had helped fund the Nazi party. He's like hiding out there. Okay.
Yeah, and that's where they find him. And they haul him in.
Mm-hmm. All right. So then, so he's brought to a jail. Okay. And then he's put on trial for treason because he rose up against the Bavarian government. Now, yes, Father? Do you something what?
Do you want to tell this story, this part, or do you want me to tell it?
I mean, you can tell. I was just giving an intro, but go ahead.
Okay,
go ahead.
go
ahead. Go ahead. No, go ahead. I was just doing the transition. Go ahead.
Thank you, Monsieur. So anyway, I'm out of the picture here. Let me turn it. So they decide to put him on trial and they charge him with treason. And I want to point out to you that in Germany at that time, if you were found guilty, the penalty was death. As simple as that. So Hitler was facing the death penalty. And there was a small panel of judges who were listening his case. And once again, shortening the story a little bit, it came time for Hitler to make his talk. Now in Germany, the court's a little different than here. You can get up and give evidence without being asked questions at some point in the trial where you can just talk. And so he gets up into the, I guess the British would call it the dock, the witness stand, and boy, does he unload. And what the issue is here, when the Nazis tried to overthrow the Bavarian government, that kind of made news across a lot of Germany. And because that had been attempted before in other places and nothing ever came of it across Germany at this time. But it was like, never heard of this guy before. So a lot of reporters from German media, newspapers, went down to cover this story to go, who is this guy? What does he want? This sounds crazy. Well, when Hitler got up and gave his little talk, he went off. He slipped into that Hitler type of a mood. And paraphrasing some of the stuff he said, I'm just very short, but it could all be summed up into this. He says, how dare you? How dare you charge me with treason? The people you should be charging with treason is the Weimar Republic, that government. They're the ones who signed the treaty, the Versailles Treaty, and backstabbed Germany. They're the ones that created the situation where we're going hungry and our money's worthless. They are the ones that created a Germany now that is a laughing stock. How dare you and the government charge me with treason? It should be them who's on trial. I am trying to free up Germany and make them great again. How dare you? And it went on like that, something like that.
Yes.
And all the reporters there are going, whoa, that man is pretty powerful. He's not afraid to say what he wants to do. And as a matter of fact, when the verdict came down, the head judge said, you know what? I can't disagree with him. However, he is still guilty. But we're going to toss aside the death penalty and just put him in prison for
5 years.
5 years.
Can I? So, guys, remember what I told you before, that the government, the judiciary of the Weimar Republic was still extremely conservative, and they loved the right wing and they hated communists. So this was just another example of the weakness of Weimar Germany. These were very right wing judges. They they didn't have to let him speak. These judges had no reason to let him speak. They gave him a chance to speak, and then they didn't shut him up once he started speaking because they liked what he had to say.
They were enraptured.
Yes. So these judges were conservatives, and they actually agreed with him, to be very clear, which is why he didn't get much of a punishment. He was given a 5-year sentence. He ended up only serving 5 months.
And this is a big turning point in Germany, because all these reporters who had listened to Hitler talk most of them are mesmerized. They're going, oh my God, this guy knows how to talk. He knows how to present himself. So when they wrote the stories about this trial, they saw Hitler as somebody totally different that Germany had never seen before. And I'd say within 2 to 3 days after Hitler did his rant, maybe even the next day, people are reading in the newspapers across Germany about Hitler, about what he said and all that stuff. And overnight, he, especially him, but also the Nazi Party, became a household name across Germany. And a lot of the people are going, it's about time somebody speaks up and talks the truth.
Though I will say they were still very unpopular at this time, okay? Even then, they were massively unpopular. So his name spread, but they still were very unpopular, okay? To be clear.
Yeah, so that's what got his name out there.
Yes.
And while in prison, he was treated like a royalty. They gave him 2 cells. One cell was an office. The other cell is where he slept and took his meals. They never locked his doors. He could come and go within the prison whenever he wanted to. People brought him some of the best Bavarian food around to feed him. They didn't have a problem with that. People were asking for for interviews with him, and he actually had secretaries. The guards allowed him to have secretaries. You go, yeah, bring him in. Oh, who is that? No, I don't want to see them. And it was also while he was there that he wrote a book called Mein Kampf, which, if you read it, most people, when they read it, will go, this guy is a nut job.
Yeah, he's a lunatic.
However, the people in Germany, many of them ate it up because of the condition they were under. And
Well, later they did. They
yeah,
didn't yet.
it became a bestseller in Germany eventually.
Yeah.
But if you read it, it basically tells you what his plan is. It tells you right there. And so, sometimes people today go, how did the world not see that? Because the rest of the world, like here in the US, when his book was published, people looked at it like, you got to be kidding me. And it was not a big seller here. So it was like, oh, yeah, this guy will never come to power. But that's where he wrote Mein Kampf. So he got a chance to step back, rethink, and he got his name out there. It was, and also some big time politicians and celebrities in Germany went to see him, and he made sure that got out into the press. So there you go.
All right.
Which is why we should never throw Trump into prison, because, oh, wait a minute, he's already the head of this. Never mind.
Yeah. Yep. All right. So then we will continue this story. So he's now in prison, and he's just wrote Mein Kampf, and he's now been let out of prison. You're going to see that the government actually bans him from speaking publicly. I know it's a joke. It actually bans him from speaking publicly. Okay. And he has a hell of a time getting any more power for the party. And it's actually looking really bad for the Nazi party after he leaves prison, because he's not allowed to do any more marches. He's not allowed to speak publicly. And that was his greatest strength. And then something happens in Germany that basically enables the Nazi party to become the national most powerful party, okay, which we will get to. All right. Okay. Thank you, Dad. Thank you.
Thank you guys for bearing with me.
Thank you. Bearing with you. They like having you here. God. All right.
Oh, whoa.
Okay.
Did you just
I
hear
You're
that?
gonna say what we said.
He said to me, they like having you here, God.
Mm-hmm.
Well, bless you, my child.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Mm-hmm. God. All right. Okay. So let's go on. So we got it? We got that? Any questions about any of that? What we're gonna do now, guys, is we're gonna watch something, okay? We're gonna watch something. I'm gonna sit down. I know this is taking forever. I know this presentation oh my God. Well, there goes my other chair. It's broken now. Okay. All right, give me a second. All right. 1 second. Okay. Ugh. So, guys. All right. So, Jonas, you said my only question. Let's see here. My only question is why Weimar didn't intervene during the court proceedings. I get that the judicial system was still fudged, but surely they'd want a say on the coup. So because it was a federal structured government, the Bavarian local government had a lot of power that the federal government didn't have control over. Let's put it that way, okay? And the government was weak. So that is a big problem. The fact that the government was so weak and they, they couldn't make many decisions. They had trouble. Okay, so they just had a lot of issues, and the judiciary, by theory, was independent, so they couldn't do much about it, or at least they didn't want to do much about it. Okay, they didn't try to do much about it. Okay, so guys, this is what we're gonna do. This is what we're gonna do. We, Dolly Boy, this wasn't too long after hyperinflation, if I remember rightly. So they were on their knees. Exactly, Dolly Boy. Now, you're going to see, guys, that things actually started improving in Germany. After Hitler got out of prison, the hyperinflation was dying down. Things were improving materially, and it became very hard for the Nazis to gain power, and Hitler was banned from speaking. And for a while, Hitler was losing hope because he's like, uh-oh, I'm not going to be able to get any more power. Then something happened called the Great Depression, and all of that was turned on its head. The reason, okay, so my point here, guys, is like the Nazi part, we always get this idea that the Nazi Party was like massively popular and that it was like the power of their ideas, okay, the power of their ideas that like really got them to where they were, and that people in Germany were massively anti-Semitic. There was a lot of anti-Semitism, don't get me wrong. But honestly, like the Nazi Party was not that popular. It took a massive crisis for anyone to really start voting for them, and that was the Great Depression. It took a lot for people to suddenly start voting for them. And when the Great Depression comes around, you will see that the Nazis were the only ones who had not been in the government that were left for people to vote for. So people started voting for them as a protest vote because the mainstream parties were not achieving anything. At least it didn't appear as though the mainstream parties were achieving anything for people. So it became a way of protesting the establishment parties by voting for the Nazis. You see what I mean? Okay. So yeah. Which is kind of what happened in America. But anyway, you'll see what I mean when we get to that. Okay, so we've talked about that. This is what we're going to do now, guys. This is what we're going to do now along those lines. Now, along those lines, Le Quabois, absolutely, exactly, Le Quabois. I'm pretty sure I remember reading that when he was hiding after his failed coup, that he did almost kill himself because he was so scared to get caught. And the wife of the guy whose house he was hiding in talked him down from doing it. Correct. Okay. He was hiding out, and he did almost kill himself. He had a gun and he was about to kill himself. But then the husband of the wife, yeah, actually I had to talk him out of doing, because he was a little scaredy cat. He had a little temper tantrum after the coup failed, that's for sure. Dolly Boy. Then the communists, I think, gained a lot of support, but after 1919, the SPD didn't work with them, and yeah, exactly, Dolly Boy. So the communists also, they still were a very small party, even when they never got nearly as many votes as the Nazis, unfortunately, but they were growing in popularity, that's for sure. Okay, the SPD remained the most popular party for a long time. You'll see, yeah, we'll talk about that. Right. So let's go on here. What we're going to do now, guys, is we're going to watch a Nazi propaganda video. Listen. It is very hard to find this video anywhere. Okay, oh God, I've seen it so many times. That sounds bad because it's awful. It's such a boring video. But listen. This is called Triumph of the Will. Yes, which was still small, weird amorphous blob. So let me find the vote totals here. Find the vote totals. I had them written down somewhere. Where did I put these vote totals? Oops, that's not it. In München steht ein Hofbrauhaus. Here we go. Okay, so here we have the vote proportions throughout the time of the Weimar Republic. So the Communist Party, looks like they may have, I don't think they did ever get 20%. Right here in 1932, That might be 20%. Let's see here. 1, 2. They got, I don't know what percentage that is. It doesn't say, but they got that much. That bright red, that bright blue right there. That's the most they ever got, which was still less than the Social Democratic Party, and less than the Nazis. But anyway, this is so they never got that much. All right, so let's go on here. Going on. So this is a very famous work of Nazi propaganda. Okay, and it is about an hour and 44 minutes long. We're not going to watch the whole thing for that reason. It was directed by a woman named Leni Riefenstahl. Okay, Leni Riefenstahl. And why am I showing it to you? Well, this was actually made after Hitler got into power. Okay, so we are kind of moving ahead in history, but I want you guys to watch some of it. Okay, because it's very hard to find this thing because, you know, no one wants to post it anywhere on the internet. It is a very good piece of propaganda. I say that as Leni Riefenstahl accidentally, yeah, they got 16%, Dolly Boy, which is the one I noticed there. So they got up to 16% of the vote. So right about here, that looks like about 16%, which is a sizable chunk, but it's nowhere near what the Nazis got or what the SPD got or anything like that. But anyway, so I want you guys to watch some of it with me, and I'm going to make some comments about it. This is by Leni Riefenstahl. When she made it, she was a really good filmmaker. She was a loyal Nazi piece of shit. I hate her. She's a horrible human being. But she actually revolutionized some ways of doing propaganda films and doing films in general. And it was made in a way that's very reflective of the Nazi mindset. So we're going to watch some of it together, and I want you to kind of, without me mention it, try to understand the what message that the Nazis are trying to send in this film. Okay, what message are the Nazis trying to send in this film? And you're going to, well, you'll see what I mean, okay? So, okay, let's watch it together. And again, not pro-Nazi here. I disagree with all the techniques that have been used elsewhere. Yes, no. So, okay, not revolutionized. I could lower that weird amorphous blob. She was very clever at how she used certain kinds of things like that. But she's well considered amongst like cinematographers as to having a brilliant, a brilliant person who did this. Okay, maybe not revolutionized. All right. That might have been a too strong of a word, but she was brilliant, and they how she used them is well known to have been like she put all these things together in a very brilliant way. Okay. So anyway, okay, why are we giving so much? I hate all of you. Okay, you all know I'm not pro-Nazi. I'm just saying we have to be honest about what these folks did that made them successful. Unfortunately, Dolly Boy, sorry, I don't have lateral thinking to be able to. Right? Okay, so let's watch it. It's a very boring film. You're going to see what I mean, but that's kind of the point. So let's watch. I said popularized, not revolutionized. Fair, real life cat DJ. Jonas, I hate you. We are not watching the whole film, Philly Cheese. We're not watching the whole film. I'm saying that like we're just gonna watch parts of it because it's boring, okay? But I want you to understand how they presented themselves, okay? So Triumph of the Whale. There are English subtitles. So this was from the Reich Party Congress, okay? The Reich Party Congress here. All right. Produced by order of the Führer. Okay, 20 years after the breakout of the First World War, or of the World War, because it was the only one at this point. After 16 years after the start of the German suffering, notice that framing. 19 months after the start of Germany's rebirth, interesting word choice, rebirth. This is talking about 19 months after Hitler has taken power and the Nazi Party has taken power. So 19 months after the start of Germany's rebirth. Kind of like what Trump says, right? Adolf Hitler flew once again to Nuremberg to hold a military display. Remember, guys, that Nazism and fascism generally is about a feeling, right? It's about an aesthetic feeling, okay? Oh, absolutely, Corwin, right? I already don't know how fast this context skips over all the suffering. Oh, absolutely, Corwin, right? So, the idea here, Local 58, I got you, sure, real life cat DJ. So, right? This is classical German music playing, all these clouds, etc. Filming this took a lot of fucking effort because they had to coordinate. She had to coordinate the cameras and coordinate timing and stuff. You'll see what I mean here. Hello, Shiv. How are you doing? So remember, here we are, Nuremberg. Okay, so this is during the Nuremberg Party Conference. This kind of hearkening back to the past by showing castles and shit like that. Notice they had to have a second plane to videotape the first plane, okay? So they, look, do you see all the people marching in the street? Everyone, this is what's creepy. So I know I'm talking a lot, but one of the creepy things about Nazi propaganda is it's always showing people acting in uniform ways, marching in the same direction, acting in the same way. There's very little individuality. Very little individuality. Did you see what they were looking at? Those were like massive... Yeah, there were massive, like, groups of people marching down the street, in the middle of the street. See that? The marching people below? It does kind of, Jonas. It does kind of, right? There is reason for that, Jonas, but that's not because they're doing Nazi stuff. The ideology there is different, but okay. Dolly boy, you don't march in the street with everyone else, right? Right, Crawl, probably. No, actually not Crawl. These are actually Nazi party people, so I guess they wouldn't need to be forced into it because they wanted to be there, you know? They were there for the fun. It is Lacroix. Like, yeah. Okay, so now here's Hitler landing. So, guys, think of the imagery of this. Hitler coming out of the clouds, coming down to the people, right? Like, coming out of the clouds down to the people over the great skyline of a great German city, right? You see what I mean? Like, very much like a god or an angel or like some deity coming out of the sands of time, okay? And his people already waiting for him in excitement, already standing in lines and marching in the streets, okay? Do you see that? That's Goebbels right there. That's Goebbels. They would oftentimes, when videotaping this stuff, show images of women, images of single women. Okay. They kind of did this on purpose. They were trying, remember, there were a lot of women in Germany who were widows from the First World War, and they wanted to paint the image of Hitler as the eligible bachelor for all the widowed women of the war. Okay. And this is almost like what you do during a rock concert, right? You kind of you show the women who are yelling for the rock artists. And it's sort of, not only does it try to make other women be appealed to by it, it also gives Hitler the image of being hyper masculine and sexy and things like that. All right. Yeah. See, and all the kids, see all these kids and women in the front. Real life KG said as a limp. No, I'm seeing like there were times where there's this idea of like female or women who follow rock bands. What are they called? What's the term? Like the idea that like what do they call women who follow rock bands? Like when Elvis Presley was around, the groupies, they would purposely like put the camera on women in the crowd and show them fainting and stuff. It's like a rock artist type thing. Okay, like if you focus on women, that is an excellent PR move. Okay, for a number of reasons from their perspective. Yeah, Crawl, it doesn't seem masculine. Of course, he is a needy man-child, right? Exactly, Jonas. Everyone saluting, just endless numbers of people. Notice, too, guys, how he's the only individual right now. For most of this, you only see he's the only individual. Practically everyone else is an amorphous mob, right? Or an amorphous class or an amorphous group. There are points where there are individuals, but he's like the only individual. And this isn't a Nazi idea called the Führer principle or the leadership principle, that Hitler embodies the nation. He is the one thing that unites that where all the people are embodied by him. And there are no individuals except for him. There's him and then there's the nation, and he leads the nation. Right, Chef? See, and look, all of this was planned. It also is funny because remember, guys, they make it look like these people are coming out to see him and like that it's sort of spontaneous. It's not spontaneous. They knew where to have the cameras, right? They knew to have a camera set up from this angle. They knew how to have a camera following him. They knew to look at the crowd. They knew to line all these streets with people, right? Oh, God, the child, of course. Leni Riefenstahl planned that on purpose. She literally had this woman go out there with a flower and a girl in her hands. Okay, this was not this. Look at this. Look at this image, too. This little girl right next to the swastika armband. It's just propaganda. I don't know what to tell you. Another little girl, little children. Ew, oh my God. Yeah, sign my toddler like a rock star almost. Yeah, none of this is spontaneous, right? Notice, real interesting point here. You see this person has a swastika. This person has a swastika flag. These two people have a German imperial flag, as in we need to return to the German Empire. Let's go back to some mythical past. Corwin Chelway, how is the HD quality so legit? I know it's black and white, but some of these clips feel, yeah, Corwin, because they had really good technology at the time. And she, Rainey Levenstall, was a fantastic filmmaker, unfortunately. This, by the way, is actually pretty poor quality. I had to find this on archive.com or whatever because no one ever wants to publish this shit. So I had to find this on a site, you know, a public domain site. So it's not that great. There are people who have colorized this, by the way, but I don't really want to see that. I don't care about the colorization, but it does look pretty good, right? Yeah, it's very good quality, despite being really old at this point. Do you see what I mean by boring, guys? Let me tell you something. I had a professor, when I first watched this, I was actually in undergraduate in a class called Film and Literature of the Weimar Republic and the Third Reich. Okay. And he made us sit and watch the entire thing. And he wouldn't let anyone leave the room. He would literally get mad. And if you fell asleep, he would wake you up. And he was a German, by the way. He was a German professor. And when we were watching this, like I said, he would not let anyone fall asleep. He would not let you leave the room. I mean, unless you had to pee, he would let you leave. Because he's like, you have to watch the whole thing because there's an aspect of fascism that people don't understand, and it is how boring it is, right? And it is overwhelming your senses to the point of desensitizing you. And this film shows it. Like, it's so loud, obnoxious, and like boring, but you're not allowed to look away because you wouldn't have been allowed to look away, right? Like you would have been forced to watch the whole fucking thing, and it would have looked really bad if you didn't. Okay, you see what I mean? So it's very much like, it's good to. I'm not going to make you all watch the whole thing, right? But I do recommend. This sounds bad, but you should watch the whole thing at some point in your lives and like force yourself to watch it. You should not look away. You should feel what fascism feels like and understand how horrific and dystopian it is, okay? Well, I'm going to keep watching it, but a lot of it is very boring. Ah, look, here come the SS guards. It is exactly, Peck on that. It's mindless. Look here, the SS guards looking dapper or whatever in their black uniforms with all these kids behind them. Right, Crawl. Again, look, all those are women. Those are all women and children. Focusing on the men now, most of the men they show are soldiers. Interesting, right? They very rarely show men in the audience. They mainly show men in the context of being soldiers or workers, okay? Look at this. See this image right here, very much propagandistic, right? Look at the strength of this man. Shiv, okay, that's fair, but you will see later, Shiv, there is a 20-minute segment of this film where it's just marching, which we're not going to watch. There is literally later on, there's a 20-minute segment of watching SA and SS march down streets for 20 minutes. It is massively boring. I know, right? There he is, coming out now. Exactly, Dolly Boy. All right. Now, this is called the nighttime march. So, again, for the sake of spectacle, folks, for the sake of spectacle, yes, Jonas, like a shepherd tending to his flock. For the sake of spectacle, they had a torch torch-lit march. By the way, a lot of modern Nazis copy this nighttime torch-lit march. If you remember Charlottesville, do we remember Charlottesville? Yes, very Nazi reminiscent. Nazis love this shit, guys. Oh my fucking god, Nazis love this fucking video, which is hilarious because it's all fake, basically. Those are all torches. No crawl, yeah. You still see all the crowds outside, okay? He did, Jonas. So this is called the nighttime greeting, where they're greeting the Fuhrer to the city, but it's all staged. It is very scary imagery, Jay Williams, because we know what happens, right? We know that this is, by the way, behind the scenes, there are people being put in concentration camps, okay? Yeah, disgusting, Drusilla, right? Absolutely. And guys, look at this. Look at this stupid fucking thing. They have this little cute little Nazi light up here, okay? They literally, guys, on Christmas trees, let me show you what I mean here. Like, you would see swastikas everywhere. Christmas trees, let me show you here. Nazi Christmas tree. There we go, look. They would literally have these giant Christmas trees with a swastika as the star on top. Which, as a former Christian, I feel like that's not the point of Christmas, maybe, but, who knows? What do I know? So anyway, what would Jesus do, right? Yeah, you're right. Okay. You notice it even says, I think it's almost funny. It even says right here, Heil Hitler, in like a light. And they all have torches. There it is, Heil Hitler, right? Yay. God. How boring this is. Yeah, so fucking cringe. LaQuabois brings a new meaning to dreaming of a white Christmas, right? Yes, they do shit like that with the Confederate flag. You will see people who actually put Confederate flag ornaments on their trees. I know, elevator lady, right? Remember, guys, there's like no substance to any of this, right? Like, just a reminder, this is all aesthetics. Okay, we're gonna watch a little bit more here. Oh, morning in Germany. How lovely, right? Yeah, exactly, Jay Williams. Fascism, guys, is all aesthetics and no substance. Oh, look, opening the window on a lovely Nuremberg day. Remember, this was right after the Weimar Republic, where film had been really, really well done and shit. Oh, look, a little flower bed, a bunch of little swastikas everywhere, and little German Empire flags. Oh, so cute. Yeah. Okay, yay. By the way, kind of ironic since Nuremberg would later be where they had the Nuremberg trials. That's kind of a fun bit of symbolism, isn't it? How later they would end up being tried for war crimes here. That's kind of cute. Yeah, they're pretty good shots. I know, Corwin. And the energy of the video, like, from like, so this is like nostalgia aesthetics, right? Nostalgia aesthetics, followed by like marching. Nostalgia aesthetics, marching, okay? Very eerie, right, Jay Williams? And by the way, Nuremberg would later be destroyed, partially destroyed, I should say. So that's good. Was it? Wait a minute, maybe I'm wrong. I keep getting, there's so many German cities. How long is the movie, Drusilla? It's 2 hours. Or wait a minute, it's 1 hour and 44 minutes, maybe? I can't quite remember. It's a very long movie. Now we are looking at the encampment for all of the SA and all of the Hitler Youth in preparation for going to the giant rally they're gonna have. Okay. So these are all the SA and Hitler Youth getting ready for the rally. All these, here's all the young boys who are Hitler Youth. Okay, so these are Hitler Youth. So this is Jojo Rabbit. Some of them are SA, some of them are Hitler Youth. All very happy. Kind of weirdly homoerotic too, right? Why are we watching all the men clean themselves and stuff? And have a grand old time spraying each other with water? Don't worry, guys. They're not just beating people up and murdering people. They also have a good time. Yeah, Top Gun the prequel, right? Oh my God. Wow. Okay, anyway. Look at how fun their labor is. Guys, literally, this is very gay, Jonas, but to be clear, remember that they're also trying to appeal to socialists and shit. Like, they're trying to give, like, under the Nazis, hey, we'll make your labor better. You'll have fun doing it, right? We're not going to fundamentally change any material conditions, but you'll have fun working, right? Look at how much fun these guys are having, hauling around logs and shit. They're smiling. Wow, this is great. Oh my God. I want to be a low-paid laborer too. By the way, these men are being trained for the military. That's what the whole point of the Hitler Youth were, and things like that, were to train guys to be soldiers, without saying you're training them to be soldiers. Oh, there's a fat Nazi. Look, he's happy. Nice fat Nazi there. Oh, delicious food he has. Oh, look at all those sausages, guys. Oh my God, this is gay. very sanitary, right? Now, of course, here comes the Nazi shit, right? Real Nazi shit. Having a grand time beating the shit out of each other, right? And making it seem good, right? Making it seem like a good thing. These are just boys will be boys. This is just locker room shit. Yeah, it's like Fight Club. Oh, look, he's riding home. How cute. They're all just beating the shit out of each other. Isn't that nice? God, that was creepy. That wasn't, this isn't being purposely done. Okay, this is absolutely organic and not staged at all. Listen, Jay Williams, you say they probably had a gay orgy. I am not fucking joking, Jay Williams. The Nazis had an issue at the time with the men in these camps fucking each other. I'm not fucking joking, literally. They had issues with it, and they actually kept sending like messages down to all the different like Hitler youth camps and like SA training clubs and things like that, being like, we need to, you know, really stop all these guys fucking each other. It's kind of causing a problem. And it was such a big problem that they ended up kind of looking the other way, and they sort of ended up playing it off as like, well, there's no girls around. They got to be able to do something, right? So, you know, it's okay. It's not gay to have a little anal sex. It's not gay to suck off your friend in the shower or whatever, okay? They literally did that. I'm not even joking, by the way. You can look into it, okay? They had a big issue with the gay sex, okay, happening in these places. Now, obviously, like, it wasn't a massive issue. It's not like everyone was doing it. But there was a segment of people in the camps who were having gay sex. And then they okay. What the fuck is this? These are just like, yeah, don't ask, don't tell, right? Oh, look how much fun they're having. Yeah, stop having the anal sex and dump. Yes, okay. All right, now. I know, right. But isn't it funny? Jonas says, learning about history is wild. Okay, hella gays that are in the closet. Yes. And it's funny, Jonas, because you notice how a lot of times homosexuality is only bad in certain contexts, even if it's the same fucking thing at the same time. So, like, the Nazis, like, are able to excuse homosexuality when they don't really have a reason, when they can't do anything about it, but then they really hate it when it benefits them. Okay? By the way, they did the same thing for Jewish folks. Okay? Like, you were Jewish if they didn't like you. Now, that's kind of a oversimplification, but yeah. Yes. Yeah, Dolly Boy. Okay, here come the peasants. Trying to show off the peasantry. Look at our original German blood here. Look at this shit. They did not, Gwen. And guys, that's the thing about homosexuality. It's everywhere, okay? It's everywhere. Like, it's almost dumb to think you can root it out because it is a natural human thing. There are some segment of humans that are going to want to engage in sex with the same sex. So it's almost impossible. You know, so I'm going to be clear. Being gay has nothing to do with the Nazis, to be very clear. In any sufficiently large organization, some percentage of people are going to be gay and start and do gay sex. You get what I mean? So anyway. Yeah, Jonas, it's everywhere all the time, but people don't notice it. Oh my God, look at these girls. They're like, oh my God, look at these men. Yeah, Dolly boy, isn't it funny? Because we're going to talk about the Night of the Long Knives and how Ernst Röhm was killed by Hitler, and then they said it was because he was gay, which is funny because they also had issues in these camps. Yeah, exactly, Gwen. It has been normal from the beginning of time, right? So this is really fucked up. Yeah. Yeah, you're right, Lacroix. Especially if you put a bunch of men together alone for an extended period of time, some men that wouldn't consider themselves gay will engage in homosexual activity. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Look at this shit. Like, it's all bullshit. Okay, so we get the idea here. I want to go on to a part in the future. I'm going to go on to the future a bit here because I want to get to the actual rally here. Okay, more marching, more bullshit. Okay. So, let's watch this part. All right. All right. So this is the beginning of the Nuremberg rally. Announcing things that they've done while they've been in power. Wait, I'm sorry. I need to find the right spot. Where is this? Give me a second. We'll go for. Oh, there it is. Look at that shit. Oh, god damn it. I need to restart it. Give me a second, because it's a fucking weird site, so sometimes it doesn't work totally well. Truth is the foundation on which. So this is it is our only demand of the press, including the foreign press, is for them to be truthful and honest. Okay. Now, you know, we actually don't need to see this part. I'm going to go on to the biggest rally, the one that you often see in history books. Okay, here we go. All right, so this, guys, is the performance. Let's see Hitler's speech real fast. 1 second, Mayflower, 1 second. I'm just trying to find the right spot because I want you guys to see. Okay, here we go. I want you to see Hitler speak. All right? Look at the size of the stadium.
Mein Führer, meine Kameraden, wieder erleben wir diese Stunde, die uns...
Yeah, listen, guys. How do I frame this? How do I frame this? Thank you, Elevator Lady, for reminding me. Hitler's speeches have often been compared to an orgasm. I'm not fucking joking. He literally would kind of simulate a climax. If you watch his speeches, he would start off kind of slow and boring, and then he would slowly raise the tempo. And then he would start sweating, and he would start flinging his hair around, and then he would suddenly come to an apogee, and then he would start yelling. And then he would kind of calmly walk away with sweat dripping down his face. Like a fucking orgasm. I'm not even joking, and he may have done this on purpose, literally. And the audience would kind of go along with him in this sort of energy, and it would almost simulate a climax. Okay? I'm not in. Okay. Under your orders, my Führer, are you stand here before you?
Eine Jugend, die keine Klasse und keine Kaste kennt. Nach ihnen formt sich die junge Generation unseres Volkes, weil sie die höchste Selbstlosigkeit dieser Nation
voranleben. Showing all the young people. I want to get to Hitler's speech. Okay, here we go. Because I want you to, it's important to understand he was very charismatic. Okay.
deutscher Jugend.
my German young,
Nach
my
einem
youth.
Jahr kann ich euch hier wieder begrüßen. Ihr seid heute hier in dieser Muschel nur ein Ausschnitt dessen, was außer ihr über ganz Deutschland steht. Und wir möchten nun, dass ihr, deutsche Jungs,
All these poor
und deutsche
kids.
Mädchen, in euch
Yeah,
all das aufnehmt, was wir dereinst uns von
Try to see if you can
Deutschland
find any meaning in what he's saying.
ein Volk sein. Und ihr, meine Jugend, sollt dieses Volk
It's
nun
meaningless.
werden. Wir wollen einst keine
No more
Klassenstände
class
mehr
divisions.
sehen.
No more class divisions. Isn't that interesting? It's almost like Nazism is a way of concealing class divisions.
Und ihr
You
dürft
must
in
not
euch
let
doch
this
nicht
grow
das
up
Wort
amongst you.
herlassen.
No class divisions, folks.
Wir wollen einst
We want to
ein
see one Reich one
sehen.
day.
Und ihr müsst
And
euch
you must
nun
train
dafür
for it.
erziehen. Wir wollen, dass dieses Volk
We want our
einst
people to be
gehorsam
obedient.
ist. Und ihr müsst euch in dem Gehorsam
And you must
üben.
practice obedience.
Wir wollen, dass
We want our
dieses
people to
Volk
love
einst
peace, but also be
friedliebend
brave.
und
Hilarious.
aber auch tapfer ist. Und ihr müsst friedfertig sein.
He's getting worked up, guys. The climax is coming. You see what I mean? Starts off slow, builds up to a apogee.
Und ihr müsst deshalb friedfertig sein und mutig zugleich. Wir wollen, dass dieses Volk einst nicht verweichlicht wird, sondern dass es hart sein kann.
It will be hard, and you
Und
must
ihr
steel
müsst
yourselves for it
euch
in
in
your
der
youth.
Jugend dafür stehlen. Ihr müsst lernen, Entbehrungen auf euch zu nehmen.
You must learn to suffer
Ohne
privation
jeweils
without crumbling once. Hello, parkours. Weird time to come in, parkours.
Denn was wir
And whatever we create today, whatever we do,
und was wir tun, wir werden vergehen.
we will die, but Germany will live on in you. See, what the fuck? Like, he's not
Und
saying
wenn von
anything
uns
he's gonna
nichts
do.
mehr übrig sein wird, dann werdet ihr die Fahne, die wir einst aus dem Nichts hochgezogen haben, in euren Fäusten halten müssen.
You see what I mean? How he does these, like, he slowly builds up to apogees and then, like,
Und ich
calms
weiß,
down.
das kann nicht anders sein. Denn ihr seid Fleisch. Von unserem Fleisch und Blut, von unserem Blut.
Yeah, outer
Und
signal.
in euren jungen Gehirn.
And in your young heads
brennt
burns the
derselbe
same
Geist
spirit
der uns
that rules us. It doesn't mean anything, folks. It's like meaningless, ambiguous phrases.
Ihr könnt nicht anders
You
sein,
cannot be
als
other
mit
than
uns
united with
verbunden.
us.
Und wenn
It isn't, Jay Williams. That's the
große
problem.
Kolonnen unserer
And when the
Bewegung
great
heute
columns of our movement
siegen durch
march
Deutschland
triumphantly
hier,
through Germany
dann weiß
today,
ich,
you will know, I
ihr
know you will
zieht
join the
euch
columns.
Kolonnen an.
Okay. Yeah, Schiff.
Vor uns liegt Deutschland, in uns marschiert Deutschland und hinter uns kommt Deutschland.
Okay. What the fuck does that mean? That's a cute phrase. Behind us burns Germany, before us lies Germany. Like, it doesn't fucking mean a thing. None of these things mean anything, right? Like, what the fuck does he mean? It's all word salad, okay? It doesn't really mean anything. It is meaningless drivel. But it sounds fun. It sounds fun. It sounds kind of nice. It makes you feel like you belong and stuff. I mean, not us. I'm going to go for it a little bit. I just want to show you. Okay, he actually ends up, they have a nighttime rally. Okay. And this was a very interesting... Look at all these flags marching. Exactly, elevator lady. He moved them with, I like that, elevator lady. He moved them with passion, not words. Exactly. It was about emotion. Okay, this is what I mean. It's about emotion. Outer signal, poetic words, symbols of authority and fear are like political crack to our lizard brains. Correct. And remember, guys, a lot of Germans at this time felt humiliated. They felt that they were underdogs compared to other countries. They were suffering. Okay. And there was chaos. Okay, this is all them marching to the Nuremberg Stadium. I feel like a sports announcer announcing sports or some shit. Look at thousands of these Nazi flags. Oh, I know, Lacroix. That's the, like, Leni Riefenstahl was really good at doing this, unfortunately. Yeah, absolutely. Like, it's boring, right? It's really fucking boring. we get it. We get it. You have some flags. Thank you. And there's Hitler now on his platform. The lighting kind of showing parts of it where they have spotlights shining on people. Like, think about it, guys. This is at nighttime. No one is seeing this shit. No one is seeing this shit. Okay, like, but the camera is seeing it.
Vor einem Jahr trafen wir uns zum ersten Mal
Okay, here we go.
auf diesem Felde. Der erste Generalappell
The first general call of the political leaders of the National Socialist Party.
der Nationalsozialistischen Partei. 200.000 Männer sind nun versammelt, die nicht hergerufen hat,
Were brought here by nothing but the call of their hearts.
ihres Herzens,
Bullshit.
nicht hergerufen hat, als das Gebot ihrer Treue.
I know, like, I'm telling you, Leni Riefenstahl was a great cinematographer. I know that's a horrible thing to say, but it's true. Like, historians of film acknowledge it. This film has like a 90% on Rotten Tomatoes, which is kind of weird. But, like, it's pretty universally praised for, like, the cinematography. I know that's gross. Yeah, Crawl, exactly. It's funny that he said they're all inspired by their heart to be there. Like, they really, a lot of them didn't have a choice at this point, okay? If you were to have stayed home, they would have noticed. But a lot of them do have a choice at this point.
Die große Not unseres Volkes,
Look at this imagery here,
die uns einst
this panning of the camera.
und
Probably Jay Williams.
die uns zusammenführte, im Kampfe ringen und groß werden ließ. Daher können das alle die nicht verstehen,
Documentary Philly
die
cheese.
nicht die gleiche Not in ihrem Volk gelitten haben.
Meaningless phrases. He's pointing again, pointing out.
Ihnen erscheint es
It seems puzzling to them
und geheimnisvoll, was
that
diese
brings these hundreds of thousands
Hunderttausende
together.
denn zusammenführt, was in Not, Leiden, Entbehrungen ertragen
What allows us to endure needs, suffering, deprivation.
lässt. Sie können sich das nicht
They cannot
anders
understand
denken,
this as anything but a
als
state
durch
order.
einen staatlichen Befehl. Sie irren
They are
sich
mistaken.
nicht.
It is not the state which commands us, but we who are commanded the state. We who commanded the state. Bullshit, 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 bullshit. The state commanded them, okay?
Nicht der Staat,
It is not the state which has created us,
sondern wir
but we who have created our
unsere
state. Bullshit. That's not what he actually believes, folks. He believes it's the other way around.
Die Bewegung,
No, the movement lives.
sie lebt und sie steht
It stands on firm foundations.
gegründet
Nonsense. It doesn't mean
und
anything.
solange
as long as just one of us can breathe, we will give his strength to the movement. Yeah, I gladly fact check Nazis. And he will stand up for it just as our comrades did in the past. Drums will come before drums. Flags will come before flags. Groups will come before groups. Okay. Such a... I know. Good, you should be, elevator lady. Look at the hand motions he would use, too. Hilarious, Lois. So lie. It would be sinful if we ever allowed to fail that for which we have fought with so much work, so much trouble, so much sacrifice, and so much need. Okay, we're gonna stop there, guys, because I think you get the point, right? Do we get the point? It's not really meaningful. What he's saying is not that meaningful. It is just kind of boring slogans, and you know, like, he's not talking about policy. There's no talk of policy here. There's no fucking talk of policy. There's no talk of what he's gonna do. It's all about emotion and triggering things like that. And then you mix that with pretty good cinematography, images of vast numbers of people, people that look like they're deeply loyal. All right. Lacroix, who else does that, right? Lacroix, who else does that? This is why I say, guys, can you admit now that when I say that Hitler was a better speaker than Trump, that you see what I mean? Regardless, Trump does very similar things, okay? I know you all, you're all gonna be like, oh, look, Sam likes Hitler. No, I don't fucking like Hitler. It's just a fact that at least he could speak. Okay, anyway. Both Bernie and Trump. Well, but Trump doesn't use, Bernie actually offers actual ideas and plans. Bernie openly advocates for things like universal health care, raising the minimum wage, okay? I'm not saying you like him. I'm saying you're obsessed. I'm not obsessed. No, I'm not obsessed with Hitler. I am very interested. Well, it doesn't matter. I don't have to explain this to you. I don't know why. I wasn't even talking to you, Lois, though. Okay, Bernie almost only ever talks about policy. Yeah, he talks about policy a lot. He uses some romantic language, but it's about policy. As Chairman Bart, if this is all staged, how do we know if people actually loved his speeches? That is an excellent question. Let me put my face up. Okay. Where is this? Boop. So, Sir Bart, we actually have in the early on when Hitler spoke, we have lots of accounts of people that listened to him. It is pretty clear that he was actually, people were enamored by him. I can give you one story here. Early on was when Hitler was still speaking in Munich. A Christian man and his Jewish friend went to go watch Hitler as kind of like an oddity to make fun of him. All right. And the Christian man stood there with his best friend who was Jewish next to him. And about 2 hours later, he was so enraptured with Hitler that he was clapping. And he hadn't even noticed. He turned to the right to see what his friend thought, his Jewish friend. And his Jewish friend had left an hour previously. And he never even noticed his friend had left because he was so hyper fixated on Hitler. So and there are multiple accounts at the time of people who met Hitler saying he had kind of an entrancing effect upon them, that how he spoke and how he looked at them, he would make direct eye contact with you. They would say he looked right into your soul. He was very good at doing a public image thing. At the same time, Sir Bart, he would also, you're right, that it is likely exaggerated because that was played up a lot of the time, especially later. It was majorly played up. And propaganda like this made it look like he was a lot more engaging than he probably was. But it is true that some amount that Hitler was pretty fucking charismatic in some way. Okay. But I want to be clear, guys. Despite all of that, there were still lots of people who thought he was really weird and like not that great. But at this time, with all the suffering going on and all the desire for change, people latched on to him. Yeah, absolutely outer signal. And there's actually some theories out there. Outer signal says it's like buying into church, the speech, the patterns, the music, the crowd, the sense of group belonging. There is a notion by some historians, outer signal, of religious ecstasy, of spiritual ecstasy, that going to one of these rallies would literally give you a sense of ecstasy, because you'd get wrapped up with the audience, collective ecstasy. If anyone's ever seen like evangelicals go to church and they start they hold up their hands and they start crying and they get really caught up in this spiritual ecstasy, and there'll be music playing. It becomes very easy to do that. Another thing too, yeah, like a concert, okay, like the snake church peeps. At 100%, Loy. So the most popular U.S. super church pastors are indistinguishable from Hitler in their energy and state presence. It's interesting to watch. Correct. Okay. Like that is what this is. All right. It is an issue with, it is a kind of a human flaw mixed with the circumstances in Germany. All right. Can I also, guys, one other thing here. Hitler loved operas. He was obsessed with Wagnerian operas. And a lot of his movements and stuff were inspired by Wagnerian operas. So he literally kind of viewed it as like an operatic performance he was doing when he was speaking. Okay. A mix with an orgasm. So, all right. So anyway, I hope we can see kind of how they wanted to present Hitler here. Some of the themes we saw in this video are that Hitler is the only individual. Everyone else is an amorphous mass. The idea of like constant repetition. Me too, LaQual. I went to a Bernie rally. The constant repetition, and I felt the same way, LaQual. It was I felt ecstasy at a Bernie rally, okay? And things like that, right? No, exactly, is Chairman Bart, right? And that's okay. Some people, Chairman Bart, don't feel it as strongly, okay? But have you ever been to a concert, Chairman Bart, and experienced that? Or something like that? It might, not everyone experiences it the same way. But it's very aesthetic, right? And it's very about emotion. All right. Do we kind of see how he did this from watching this and how like the propaganda amplified it? Okay. All right, you guys. We're going to stop there for now with the Nazi stuff. I feel like I've gone on about Nazis for long enough today. Oh my God, are we ever going to stop talking about fascism? Jesus Christ. Maybe eventually, we might actually sometime this week stop for a little bit because I might need a break from the fascism and talk about something else and then go back to it. Pet Combat, it's kind of the way I feel when my AI girlfriend says she loves me. Oh my God, Pet Combat, I hate you. Okay. All right. So, okay. Guys, I'm going to quickly go pee because, I have a very small bladder. So I'm going to go pee and then we'll come back to this, okay? And then tomorrow, thank you so much, Dolly Boy, for the 500 bits. I rely upon you guys to help fund me. Thank you, Dolly Boy. Here's some bits from Dolly Boy called Let's Stop Talking About Nazis for Now. Thank you so much, Dolly Boy. God. Yeah, no, real life Cat DJ. I would not be surprised if Hitler actually also had an orgasm. Real life Cat DJ. I know someone who would be brought to orgasm at concerts for similar reasons, along with the vibrating of the speakers. It is a real thing. Yes, it is. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. Give me 1 second, and then we'll get away from the Nazis for now, okay? I know way too much about this, and it can get kind of dark when I go into it. All right, 1 second.
In the dark haze, polarized gaze, trying to find my way to you, where the spaces can't erase this. You're the feeling that I choose. I'm tired of running, 'cause you lose the feeling. You're disconnected in your touch. Are you believing in what I'm seeing? Or did the high life get too tired of running, 'cause I lost the feeling. We're disconnected in our touch. Are you believing in what I'm seeing? Or did the high life get too much? It's all on you now to figure out how. You lost the fire in your eyes, 'cause I can't change it. What you're wasting now that your gaze is polarized. You lost the fire in your eyes. It's all on you.
And we're back, guys. Oh my God, that's loud. Hi, everyone. How's everyone doing out there? Okay. So we have finished talking about the Nazi.
CRTM is a proud member of the Dally Boy cult. Just look at his membership card.
No, I'm not. That is a lie. That is a fascistic lie. I am not a member of the fucking Dolly Boy cult, and I never fucking will be because I'm not a goddamn degenerate. Anyway, moving on. So thank you, Dolly Boy, I guess. Okay, so let's move on, guys, to something better than rambling about Nazis for ages. Time to shut. How dare you? How dare you? I hate all of you. Okay, where's my stick? Ugh. I think we need some boops after that long exegesis on the Nazis, okay? Thank you, Gwen. Okay, Gwen gets a boop. Boop. Dolly Boy gets a boop. Boop. Drusilla gets a boop. Boop. Outer Signal gets a boop. Boop. Elevator Lady gets a boop. Boop. Loiso gets a boop. Boop. Jay Williams gets a boop. Boop. Did I give Dolly Boy a boop? I think I did. Dolly Boy gets a boop. Boop. Mayflower Kid gets a boop. Boop. Weirdomorphous Bob gets a bleep. A beep. A beeple. Weirdomorphous Blob gets a beeple. Beeple. Shiv gets a boop. Boop. No, Shiv, not boobs. I don't know what that is. I said boop. Okay. I forgive you. You're forgiven. Okay, let's see here. Paleontology Dog gets a boop. Boop. Mellow Munchies gets a boop. Boop. Outer Signal gets a boop. Boop. Chairman Bark gets a boop, I guess. Boop. No, you cannot, Dolly. LaQuabois, no boobs for you. Pet Gone Bad gets a boop. Boop. Okay, can I just ask a question? Where the fuck is everyone today? There's no one fucking here, I swear to God. You know what? Let me find some. Christ. Where is everyone? We only have, Christ, 23 people here. Like the last few days, it was like 30 people. Oh, you're right. It is Monday. I guess that makes sense. I guess if it's Monday, that might explain why. Okay. My God, I'm angry. I'm infuriated. Hello, Texture Splunky. I see you back there. Paleontology Dog. Hello, Louise. Louise gets a boop, boop. Oh, recovering from football. That makes sense. To Ignatius is here. Hello, Ignatius. Thank you so much for that piece of art that you made. I love that. You get a boop, Ignatius. Boop. Hiyori gets a boop. Boop. Fetty gets a boop. Boop. Making sure. Couch Potato gets a boop. Boop. Copioid Crisis gets a boop. Boop. Okay. I'm sorry. I should stop calling out people in the background because then they'll leave. Because they might want to be in the background. POB gets a boop. Boop. Refocus gets a boop. Boop. All right, we're done with the boops. Fuck all of you. We're all done with the boops. Okay. So, guys, let's find something to do. Let's talk about a couple news items real fast. We have a couple news items to cover, right? Now that we've talked so much about the Nazis, I'm going to lose my goddamn mind. Let's see here. There we go. What did it do? Mine says 26. Really? Oh, I guess I should look again. Oh, you're right, 26. Okay. So, this is the wrong one. Okay, so I just have a couple news items to talk about, couple little short things to talk about, and then we'll go look at some other news items. So, first of all, first news item here, we're going to also talk about Andy Burnham, who's now... Thank you, Pet Gone Bad. That gave me a reason to dance. Thank you very much. Love you very much. Okay. So the Pentagon has apparently been... Drusilla, don't look at me that way. The Pentagon has been... Well, that was disturbing. I don't know why I needed to see a... Okay, you know what? Dolly Boy, what the fuck was that? Okay, what the fuck was that? What was that? I don't even... Oh, God, Dolly Boy, I swear.
Put your hands up in the air. Put your hands up in the air. Put your hands up in the air. Put your hands up in the air.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you, Pet Gone Bad. That was lovely. It was a freedom creeper, right? All right, we're going to send that creeper into Iran and help liberate them. Okay. Oh, my God. Jonas! Why'd you do that, Jonas? Why'd you throw shit at my face? What is that about, Jonas? What the fuck did I do to you? Jesus Christ, Jonas. God. Anyway, that was mean as fuck. Dolly, why is everyone throwing shit at me? Why is everyone throwing... Oh, thank you, Pet Gone Bad. Happy. I have it memorized now. Anyway, I will not join the Dolly boycott. Okay. I'm sorry. What the fuck is happening? Jay William? Okay. Anyway, we'll see. So it turns out, guys, that the what is it called? Where's my face? God damn it, where's my face? Okay. Look, stop it, Chairman Bart. Why are you all being so mean to me? Okay, I hate you. All right, so here we go. The Pentagon apparently has been withholding sharing the information about dozens of American soldiers who have been casualties in this war. Okay, that in this illegal war of aggression that we're waging against Iran, which we already knew about. I'm sure you all already kind of knew that we were hiding the extent of the casualties, but we definitely are hiding the extent of the casualties. No, I have not, Jonas. I have not. Okay, I know you have, Outerson, all right? You've been saying it. So apparently the Pentagon has been withholding. They were made to not. They are not required to release information about injured troops, especially when they quickly return to duty. So they have not been sharing the full information about the number of injuries that have been taking place. And there's Pete High T Hegseth. Okay, in the week leading up to the Iranian attack on Friday that killed two U.S. soldiers, and left one service member missing.
She got loves talking about Nazis all day, and it's oddly very concerning and strange. Every burning talking about. She got love talking about Nazis all day, and it's oddly very concerning and strange. talking about Nazis all day.
When does it end? Does
And
it
it's
ever
hardly
end?
very concerning and strange.
When the fuck does it? Oh my fucking god, this is great. What?
Dally Boy Cult is the only home for the downtrodden.
Oh my-
Through
shut
Dally
the
Boy,
fuck
we
up,
will
Dolly
persevere
Boy.
and succeed.
Jesus Christ!
For
all you
this
need to shut
is
the
the
fuck
only
up.
path to
Oh
salvation.
my fucking god! I swear to God, all of you. That's it. I swear to fucking God. I hate. What the fuck is happening? La Croix Bois? Are we done? Are we done? Are we ready to talk about the fucking news, or are all you gonna be? Oh, you might not want to say that in public, Pet Gone Bad. Pet Gone Bad very publicly has announced Nazis get me high. God damn it. Okay, you know what? Fuck all of you. Fuck you, Jay Williams. Fuck you, Dolly Boy. Fuck you, Pet Gone Bad. Okay, I know you do. You're all fucking crazy. Druzilla's a lunatic. Shall we continue? Thank you, Gwen. Shall we continue? Anyway, in the week leading up to the shut up, Dolly Boy. In the shut up, Louise. I swear to God. Okay. In the weeks leading up to the Iranian attack on Friday that killed 2 U.S. soldiers and left 1 service member missing in Jordan, Iran carried you too, Shiv. I'm sorry, Shiv. You did nothing wrong. Iran carried out 3 other strikes against U.S. forces in the country. Those attacks injured dozens of U.S. service members, okay, and damaged several helicopters, according to several U.S. officials who spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss operational matters. Yes, inshallah, Iran will win, but the Pentagon did not disclose the earlier strikes nor the casualties and damage they had inflicted. Hilarious. This episode is the latest example during the Iran conflict of the tension between what the Pentagon says is the need for operational security and the government's obligation to inform the public about the conduct of the war. So, just to be clear here, we do not know how many soldiers have been injured. We know that around 17 have been killed. There probably is more than that, but we definitely don't know how many have been injured, and apparently it's a lot more than what we're being told. According to the Pentagon's casualty reporting site, 427 U.S. service members have been injured in the Iran conflict. But it's likely much higher than that. So to be clear, yeah, it's been going a lot worse than we're being told. But we knew that, right? We all knew that. It's honestly not that surprising, right? Yeah, right, Jonas. It's because of the pre-testosterone treatment. Hilarious. So, exactly, Dolly Boy, I do. So that's fun. But we all knew this. Outer Signal said it. Other people said it. I said it. We all fucking said it. We all said that these numbers are not accurate. Okay, well, the New York Times just realized that. So just to be clear, it's much worse. It's probably a lot worse than we're being told. Than we're being told. Okay, and you know what? Honestly, I probably can't say this, so I'm not going to say it. But Iran deserves to win the war. Let's put it that way. God bless Iran. God bless Iran, and inshallah, Iran will win because we are the aggressors. We are the aggressor nation. We are doing the evil imperialist war of aggression against Iran. So, and by the way, at this point, Iran is winning. Iran is very obviously winning the war by every imaginable metric. Well, I mean, not every imaginable metric, but by most metric imaginable, Iran is winning, and I'm glad for it. Anyway, so that's just a little side story there. A lot more injured than we thought. I know, real life Cat DJ, I know. Meanwhile, it's more about the glorious and angelic U.S. military who never did anything wrong. Hegseth's War Department, we've talked about this before, but it's gotten worse, has been massively slashing the department in the Pentagon responsible for trying to prevent civilian deaths, as if they ever did to begin with. But he's been slashing it a bunch more, and he's been replacing it with AI. So that's good. Now we're going to have a War Department that uses AI to assess the danger to civilians or whatever, even if we never really did to begin with. But, like, isn't that cute? Isn't that cute? I'm sure that'll go well. Mellow Munchies, Trump was all about staying out of wars, and then he starts one. Finally, my mom, who is pro-Trump, is getting pissed at him over that and other things. Yeah, Mellow Munchies. Yeah. There have been a few Trumpists who have started switching their views on him because of this. Okay. LaQuan, yes, AI never gets anything wrong. Right. I'm so glad for it. Isn't that exciting, guys? Aren't we excited for... Don't we love America? It's so great. Such a great place. Yes, Glenn, it is like Vietnam, except, of course, we don't have troops on the ground, but it could become that way if we do it. All right. AI has, I know, right? So isn't that cute? Just a little side note there. You know, great. Yay. Yay, guys. I'm excited. I don't know about you. I'm really happy for it. That's true, LaQual. It does give them something to blame when they commit war crimes. That's an actually interesting point. I never thought of that. That's a really good point. Oh, sorry. It was the AI. That's a good point. Jonas, I tried to get my mom to support the Greens, but she can't get past Zach's sexuality. Oh my God, Jonas, I'm so sorry. Oh my God, Jonas, that's infuriating. Oh my goodness. That must be so frustrating for you. Oh my God. Okay. Is it because she's religious, Jonas? I'm guessing it's a religious thing, possibly. This is why religion can be so annoying. Anyway, okay. So let's just watch this. So we do now have Andy Burnham has now been selected as the next prime minister of the UK, and he gave a little bit of a speech before going into, after he was selected. By the way, I paused it at a really weird moment. His face kind of looks silly. Regardless, I think we should watch it. He actually it wasn't that bad of a speech, and he said some stuff that was nice. Now, obviously, I need to see what he's actually going to do when he gets into office, but it was a cute speech. So let's just watch. It's very short. It's like it's just like a segment of it, 5 minutes. So let's see. Andy Burnham is now the Prime Minister of the UK. All right.
I have just come from Buckingham Palace, where I have accepted His Majesty the King's invitation to form a government.
Oh, I'm sorry, Gwen.
In doing so, I am acutely conscious that I am the 6th person in the last 10 years to walk up this street, the 7th Prime Minister since 2016.
Yeah, Gwen.
Making this a moment for reflection and new resolution. It requires my generation of politicians to raise our game and rise to the new challenge. Britain needs to show the world that we can regain our stability once again. And that's our challenge, to make politics work.
Elevator lady, thank you for saying it so I didn't have to. And I'm not going to say it out loud, but you're right. Okay.
To make it work better.
Yeah, LaQual.
I know.
Guys, it reminds me of Nazi Germany. Literally, they kept cycling through chancellors and presidents.
People at home are fed up with politics. Mm-hmm. I hear you, and I want to be honest with you. We have not been good enough, and we need to be better. We will be. We will make this moment a circuit breaker for Britain, bringing forward the biggest changes in the last 40 years.
Now, that is good. Okay, if he follows through on this and actually does do major changes, that is a good thing. We just have to see about what he does. Now, obviously, I don't trust him. Okay. No, he's not trustworthy, Philly cheese, but I do like the messaging he's giving so far. We need to, yes. So we need to see what he does, right?
A new political model and a new economic model. In the 1980s, Britain took some wrong turns. Political power was centralized, economic power privatized, large parts of the country deindustrialized, and they still haven't recovered.
Thatcher.
Many feel as though they're still in decline. and they don't have the ability to turn things around. And that's why we will change politics, to make it more collaborative, more about problem solving than point scoring. And we will take power out of here and carry it into every postcode in the land so that they can do more.
Now that's interesting. There's too much centralization of power in London. I mean, to some extent, at least I should say economically, London is draining a large chunk of the country. I'm curious as to what he means by that, decentralizing power. Does he mean like giving more power to the counties?
And in doing more, build a new economy where we put life's essentials back under stronger public control to make them affordable to you again. Reindustrialising Britain, using public procurement to back British industry. Later this year,
really, Gwen? That
I
sucks.
will bring forward a new plan for Britain. A
oh,
10-year
really,
plan.
Louise?
Laying out
a 10-year. Did he say 10-year plan? Is he like pulling a Stalin? What the fuck? I'm sorry.
Laying out a path from where we are now to where I believe we all want Britain to be, wherever we're coming from, whatever party we support. But I can do something to give people some breathing space now, some help with the cost of living. And I will set out some of those measures.
Hello, Savager J Speed. I'm from the UK, and Andy Burnham has got it. What evidence do you have for that, Savager J Speed? Because I don't know enough about him. I've heard mainly negative things, that he's just an establishment politician who talks the talk but doesn't walk the walk. What evidence do you have that he is, in fact, that he does have it? I'm literally asking. I don't know.
Starting tomorrow, including how we pay for them. We will help more young people into work by changing the education system and giving them more support, more mental health support. And we will build more council homes. That is the fair and sustainable way to bring the welfare bill down, to meet our fiscal rules and to honour our commitments on defence.
No, absolutely, Roseblob. I'm just curious what you think, Savage or J Speed.
Our international partners.
No, I know yes, Weirdblob, I know, but he's a new person in the chat. I'm trying to get his opinion.
We will help people to live well, building a more preventative state, investing in people's success rather than paying for failure. And that work starts now. I will soon go through that door behind me and issue my first instruction to end rough sleeping in our country. It's about putting the right values and the right standards at the heart of government.
Yeah, he said he was going to end homelessness, but like, what the fuck does that mean? Like, I need to know what he's actually going to do. Okay, like, yeah, this is why I'm saying, guys, he's speaking well. He's saying some things that are interesting, but we don't know what the fuck he's going to do, if he is going to do any of this. And I'm really concerned it's just a messaging ploy.
I will put the care of people at the heart of everything I do. I will give this my all, and I ask you all to pull with me. Let's build.
Louise, he did manage to lower rough sleeping in Manchester for his first 3 years of mayor, but it's slowly risen since, and I don't know why. Interesting. Sharon Barr, I'm going to end homelessness. Motherfucker, your cabinet is proof you're not going to do. Is that true? Okay. They said here they were stopping bullying in school. Delusional people. That's fair. Yes, it can. So, like, we don't know what that means because, you ending homelessness could mean that you're going to execute all of them, right? Like, but that one, so, like, we need to know what exactly he means.
A new national sense of unity, of common purpose and positivity. Let us make this the moment when Britain starts to believe again. The moment we bring back hope. Thank you very much, everybody.
Again, though, guys, after you guys watch some of Hitler, maybe you can start looking at these speeches the way I do somewhat and, like, notice the parts where it's not, I mean, a lot of you guys know this already, okay? You already did this. But, like, the parts of it that are, like, meaningless dribble, like, we need to bring back hope. Okay, well, what does that mean? Like, now I will say he did have some, he's mentioned some things, but he didn't really give much, didn't tell us much about what he's actually going to do. Okay, like, how are you going to bring back industry? How are you going to, so that made us feel good, maybe. So we'll have to see what he does, okay? No talking about Palestine either. Interesting. So anyway, that's the new prime minister. We'll see what he ends up doing, if he ends up doing much. Okay. Now,
more money to...
What I wanted to do, guys, is there's a video here. There's other things we can talk about. 1 second here. Let me read some stuff. Go look over here. Reactions. Okay. So I have a video I wanted to watch. I'm just going to see what else we have here first. Oh my God, Jonas, you're going to make me lose my mind. If we're going to watch about Israeli settlers, I'm going to lose my fucking mind. But actually, we probably will. Okay. So let's watch this real fast. This is unrelated to that. Okay. So you say here, Savage. Hello, Savage. What do you think about my president? I hate Donald Trump. He's a fucking monster. He's a fascist piece of shit. But I feel like you didn't answer my question there, Savage. So how do you feel about Burnham? What do you think about him? I'm literally asking you. I don't know. So what do you think? I can't stand Donald J. Trump. All right. So, okay. Let's go on here. So this is this is a video that I've been wanting to watch. Does anyone know who genetically modified skeptic is? Genetically modified skeptic. We might not watch the whole thing. I just wanted to see a little bit of it. This is a video he did called American Christianity is a Capitalist Cult. And I'm excited to see what he has to say, because it is true that in America, Christianity has become so fucking commodified. It's crazy. It's really fucking commodified. I mean, now that's like not terribly unsurprising. He's evil. Sir Bart, I hate you. So let's see what he has to say. I like a lot of his videos. I'm curious what he has to say about this, because I've noticed that you see Christian shit being sold everywhere, folks. Like Christian branded shit, all this other stuff. Okay. So let's watch this.
I decided to start a Christian energy drink company, and here's how. I had my first energy drink when I was 18 years old, and I was working 13-hour shifts every day, hot in the sun, on boats in Florida, and I was drinking them.
Wait a minute. This is literally a Christian energy drink? What the fuck?
Same reason that many people.
What does it have, the blood in Christ over it?
Drink coffee and energy drinks. It was to get through a work.
He prays over the fucking drink?
Day, or to lift in the morning, late night study session, or to hit the flow state and whatever you're doing.
What?
But at the end of 2024, I started getting convicted about the things I was eating and drinking and consuming. And so that started my journey on creating this energy drink company that honors Jesus on the branding. I wanted to make it Christian because I want people to know we're Christian. I want people to know that we love Jesus. Christian.
Wow, this video is already off the rails and we've barely started.
Founders, Christian employees that are putting love, intentionality, purpose, zeal, passion behind every drink, every product, every flavor, every formula. I want to use this more than just a product, as a tool to plant seeds and start conversations about Jesus. But furthermore, about the product, I wanted to make a cleaner option on the energy drink market. Some energy drinks offer 200 milligrams of caffeine in their cups. We have 100 milligrams of caffeine, and the best form of caffeine.
Okay, I'm sorry. Y'all are telling me that they prayed over each can? What the fuck does that mean? They had like a minister like bless each fucking can? Okay, wow, interesting.
Coming from green tea extract. Your average cup of coffee has about 95 milligrams of caffeine in it, and this has 100. Great option. We're naturally flavored, and I believe that this option is going to be a better option and a cleaner option on the market, and so that's why we decided to create
right back on that.
Energy.
Oh my God!
What exactly is Christian?
Praise Energy? This is insane.
About a Christian energy drink? Is he donating the proceeds to the poor and the widowed? No, of course he's not. It's a for-profit company.
Yeah,
Are the ingredients more ethically sourced?
Oh my
No,
God!
they're the same.
They're literally praying over it. They're literally praying over it. What? Did you see that?
Christian energy drink? Is he donating the proceeds to the poor and the widowed? No, of course he's not. It's a for-profit company. Are the ingredients more ethically?
Whoa! What are they doing? What are they doing? I'm sorry. Listen, guys, listen. We don't actually know if they do this commonly. We don't know if they do this commonly. It might just be for the camera, but what the fuck? Yeah, Jesus literally turned over tables for this shit. God. Okay, anyway. Oh. So, Jonas, you said Muhammad multiple times. Wait, who has? The guy that was just speaking? Not genetically modified skeptic. The other guy said that Muhammad is the Antichrist. What the That's hilarious. That is so fucking funny. Okay. Oh my fucking God. Okay. Bryce. So I'm sorry, Jonas. Not this guy on the right, right? You mean the guy in the video, right?
Sourced? No, they're the same as anything else. Are all the employees which are making the product Christian? Well, given that making highly processed products relies on a massive chain of manufacturers and that ensuring that all of the people involved in that chain
That's so fucked up.
are Christian would require a massive amount of illegal discrimination on the basis of religion during hiring.
You can't do that.
There's no chance of.
You guys literally, you can't do that. You can't be like, we're only hiring Christians. That's illegal. You can't do that, okay? You have to at least lie about it, right? You got to at least pretend like you're not just hiring Christians. Okay.
That. The only thing Christian about this product is the branding. That's it.
Oh my fucking God. Okay.
Among people like
if they volunteer all their time. Oh my God, Philly Cheese, you're right. It's a fucking, oh my God. Okay.
Bryce Crawford and those who literally buy into his marketing here, Christianity is treated as a collection of symbols. One can display symbols, express oneself through them, signal in-group status, and in this case in particular, consume them. But that's about it. And maybe my atheist opinion isn't valued here, but to me, that's a pretty clear denigration and corruption of Christianity as an ethical framework and way of being. Like if I went around loudly proclaiming myself to be a Christian just because I wear Christian t-shirts,
I know,
I'd expect Christians to call me out. And if I was...
I'm sorry, I know I'm being so mean. I can't help it. I can't
actively
help it.
doing that just to make money, I'd really expect Christians to have a problem with it. Putting a cross on a can of slop is no different.
We're putting Bible verses on every Calvary home driveway, guys. Now, I want to make sure you guys understand that Calvary Home is for everybody. Anybody can purchase a Calvary home. Now, this is not your cup of tea. We completely respect and understand that. That is your choice, and there are other developers out here you can choose from. But for Calvary Homes, we will stand for
Calgary Homes? I'm sorry, I didn't know about this shit. They literally, is that a Bible passage? They literally put a Bible passage in the fucking driveway and like it's a blessed home, so they're going to sell it to Christians. Why? Why are we doing this?
On Jesus Christ, because that is who we love, that is who we serve, and this is his company. We're just managers and stewards of what he's entrusted us with, and so we want to glorify him in every single project. Calvary Homes is his company.
See, this is pretty much the same thing.
Calvary.
Christianity is just a brand to help sell a product that otherwise has nothing to do with religion. In fact, I'd argue that this is actually a bit worse than the energy drink thing, because real estate as a business operates on the capitalistic logic that housing is a commodity that must be earned and purchased through labor, not a need that all people...
What did they, like, I don't understand, guys. You're telling me that they put fucking Bibles and shit? Like, Jonas says they literally, the main structure has Bibles in it? Like they're fucking magic? Like a fucking wizard's text? Like you put the fucking Bible into a wall and somehow you're gonna have some sort of magical protection? I swear to God. What are we doing? Oh my God, no wonder we have a death cult in this country if people believe this shit. Oh my fucking
people
God.
should just have fulfilled by default. Wouldn't it be more Christian?
Oh, look, he's blessing the fucking house. That looks like an elite's house.
To, you know, house people who don't have homes? But no, this guy chooses making money over behaving ethically. He makes obviously expensive luxury homes, further driving up the cost of housing during an extreme housing affordability crisis.
I mean, it's lovely on the inside. It's a bit too big, but like...
And then claims Christianity
It is a
to attract
cannibalistic death cult, Doug, of
buyers.
course.
He claims a transcendently superior moral system while profiting off of making it harder for people to have housing.
Oh my God, like he's using his wife and child as a prop. I love that.
You can see how perverse
Look,
that is.
We're a good Christian family.
Right?
Good.
But this is only the lowest level of Christian capitalism.
I agree, Louise.
Level 1 Christian capitalism, as I'm calling it for this video, consists of selling consumer products, services, and even real estate on a small scale while branding the whole thing as Christian. It sucks, as production under capitalism tends to do. It serves to meet market demands, not the actual needs of human beings. It makes markets more competitive, which only reinforces business operators' incentive to prioritize profit over people. It causes harm to public health and our...
I mean, to be clear, it's capitalism. What do you expect?
And of course...
Is he a lefty? Is genetically modified skeptic a lefty?
It corrupts any identities and moral structures it claims to represent. But... it gets a lot...
They believe that the Bible keeps demons away. Oh, well, that makes more sense, Jonas. They believe the Bible keeps the demons away. Right, all the demons out there. Fascinating. The Quabwall, yes, he is good. I'm glad he is.
Worse than this.
Now, wait a minute. Now, folks, wait a minute. So, wait a minute. It keeps the fucking demons away to have the Bible. Why aren't there more demons attacking people then? Because most people don't have Bibles in their walls. Or is it one of those bullshit things that Christians say, well, you have to believe it for it to work? Oh, well, that's cute. That's really cute. Demons can only attack people who are really Christian? What? That seems kind of advantageous. That's kind of... All right. I mean, so they only attack people who already believe in Jesus. Wouldn't that make it harder to attack them in theory? I'm saying I just don't understand it. I just don't fucking understand it. I don't understand it. Hello, Matt Saigai. How are you doing? God damn it. All right. You know what? It's fine.
All of these specific forms of harm can get much more severe as new elements of wealth accumulation are created. Let me show you what I mean with the next level. But first, I'll say that, fortunately, at least some Christian denominations are showing resistance to Christian...
Louise, you're so right. That is why we used to sacrifice an animal and put the body in the foundations of the house. Oh, my goodness.
Capitalism and imperialism, even if they are late to the party. The U.S. Presbyterian Church just officially recognized Israel's aggression towards Gaza as a genocide, and they're calling for an arms embargo.
This is a advertisement for Ground News. Let's go on here. Let's see what... this is so fun for me. I didn't know that there were like these
and staying properly informed. By signing up, you support my sponsor, which in turn supports my channel. So thank you. Level 2 Christian capitalism.
And I believe that when you honor God on Passover, starting on April 12th at sundown through Good Friday on the 18th and concluding on Easter Sunday, you can receive these 7 supernatural blessings for you and your house, according to Exodus 20.
What? What are we? This is insane to me. Oh my God, this is so fun. I did not expect it to be this bad.
3. God will assign an angel to you. He'll be an enemy to your enemies. He'll give you prosperity.
You can pay to have an angel assigned to you. What the fuck are we doing? Oh my God, I kind of want to go back to the Church of the Middle Ages. That was more sane than this shit. Like, let's go back to the Catholic Church of the Middle Ages. Yeah, there was the Inquisition. Yeah, there was the mass slaughter of people. But, okay, maybe I don't want to go back to that. I'm just saying, like, this is like going back to that. Like, you got to pay, what is it called? Indulgences, where you would pay to have your sins forgiven and shit. Like, oh my God, I can't believe it. I can't. One seraphim for 4K. Like, what? Okay. Oh my God.
He'll take sickness away from you.
Will it?
He will give you long life. He'll bring increase in inheritance, and he'll give a special year of blessing. You're not doing this to get something, but you're doing it in honor to God, realizing what you can.
That is a fucking contradiction. What do you mean you're not doing it? By the way, if you buy this, this is all the things you will get. God will give you all this stuff. But don't worry, you're not buying to get those things. You're buying to do it in honor to God. What? So, but you're literally doing it. By the way, I've heard that from Christians too, that, you should believe because you believe. You should do it for God. At the same time, if you don't, you'll go to hell. And if you do, you'll go to heaven. But don't do anything for those reasons. What? I don't blame you, Peck on Bad.
And receive.
For your special Passover offering of $1,000 or more as the Holy Spirit leads.
$1,000 or more? Does anyone pay for this shit? Does anyone buy it? Please tell me no one buys it. Oh my God, I bet there's people that buy it. I know there's people that buy it. Oh my fucking God. No wonder Trump was able to take over the country. Oh my fucking God. Oh, Jesus. Just you, Jonas? Oh my God. Okay.
You will also receive the beautiful 10-inch Waterford Crystal Cross. Don't miss your moment to release 7 supernatural blessings and provision into your life.
Okay, yeah. This televangelist prosperity gospel stuff, it's not anything new
of course
to
they
any
do,
of you.
LaCroix.
Even plenty of conservative Christians have issues with this. It's an even more obvious corruption of Christianity as a spiritual or ethical discipline, which goes even further beyond using Christianity as a marketing tool. This treats Christianity itself as a product to be bought and sold. But there are 1,000 videos and documentaries.
It's literally, guys, Christianity historically was a really well-marketed product. It literally is kind of like a product, okay? There's actually been books written about this, how Christianity was able to spread so fast. It was really good at marketing in a lot of ways. It has, like, symbols that everyone recognizes. It's very good at easy to spread. It encourages you to spread. As a matter of fact, like, it's kind of part of Christianity, the notion that you need to spread the word of God. So within its ideology, it promotes spreading its own ideology. So anyway.
Documentaries on televangelist types like this. So I'm sure you guys already know how the grift works. I don't need to explain.
I know, LaCroix, right?
But there's another type of Christian business at this level which makes vastly more money and receives hardly a fraction of the criticism. In fact, I'd wager that most Protestant churches in the English-speaking world with more than about 100 congregants pay into this scheme. I'm talking about the Christian capitalist enterprise that is contemporary worship music.
Oh, please. I don't want to hear the worship music. Okay, good. They're not going to let him sample it. That's good. It was such a waste of time. Listen, admittedly, some of these artists are pretty good musicians. It's just that it's crap. Okay, I don't know what to tell you.
So, any contemporary song you sing in church has a copyright holder. To sing that song during worship service, churches must pay to license that song from the copyright holder. Christian Copyright Licensing International.
Of course they...
It's so ridiculous that that's even a thing. Christian Copyright Licensing International facilitates this exchange on a for-profit basis for over 250,000 churches in 70-plus countries.
Really?
Usually the copyright holder is not actually the songwriter either, but rather a Christian media corporation that simply employs them. See, there's a massive amount of money in
That's true, Refocus. This is like back in the Middle Ages, right?
Getting your songs licensed in churches. So, Christian media companies compete fiercely in that market. An independent songwriter has almost no chance of reaching any number of churches with their worship song because they're up against companies that produce several albums per year, spend millions promoting their worship songs, and sometimes have exclusive contracts with churches or even small denominations.
Yes, they did.
It's absolutely no surprise that.
Well, I mean, Gwen, of course, in England, the Church of England was deeply linked to the government. It was part of the aristocracy. It was literally leaders of the church were also landowners. Like, they basically was no difference between the Church of England and the aristocracy and the nobility.
And that in 2023, Worship Leader Research, yes, a Christian research organization, found that nearly all of the top 25 most licensed worship songs in the world were associated with only 4 Christian media producers. That is Bethel, Hillsong, Elevation, and Passion. These producers make their money from more than music licensing, though. In fact, music licensing is kind of just one tool in their toolkit of wealth extraction. Their dominance over the worship music market allows them to turn the congregations of the churches they work with into adoring and paying fans.
Jonas.
All of these producers stream their music. They send their bands on tour and they sell merchandise, with their primary market being the people who already sing their worship songs in church.
Of course.
And hey, if church people in a certain area aren't showing up to shows and buying a bunch of t-shirts, maybe Bethel gives churches in that area just a little discount on their music licenses for a year to boost brand recognition during their worship
like such
services.
An asshole watching
that
this
way,
shit.
more people eventually
I always
come
feel
to
like such an asshole because I'm like, I can't help, like, to me, it's, listen. It was like, okay, first of all, Lacroix Bois says, yeah, the Church of England was founded just so Henry VIII didn't have to deal with the Catholic Church trying to tell him what to do. Yes, Lacroix. Also, something that a lot of people don't understand is that it was also so that he and his government could loot the Catholics. Like, literally. They literally seized all the property of the Catholics and were able to hand out this property to other people to get loyalty. They also literally looted these monasteries, and like they took a bunch of Catholic property and possessions in the process. So not only did he not want the Catholic Church to tell him what wanting to do, he also had like a yeah, exactly. He literally kind of looted the country. He looted the Catholics of the country. You know, it kind of was a good way to make a bunch of money. Anyway, so Chairman Barr, I remember the days when I have to behead my wife if I wanted to remarry, right, Sir Bart? Now listen, guys, I'm not saying that the Catholic Church was perfect before that. It wasn't. As a matter of fact, he also it also was like the Catholic Church was similar. There were Catholic nobles and stuff, but they weren't. They also had some loyalty to the papacy. They weren't only loyal to the English crown. So he's just like, no, I want all that loyalty to me, and I want to loot what's already there, and I want to decide what they believe. But anyway, okay.
Bethel shows and pay them more money to worship God.
Dolly Boy, 12-3, we must reject capitalism and all forms of its oppressive constructs. I love that. Okay, I love that. All right.
These media groups, by the way, began as churches.
See, Dolly Boy is literally is creating a cult as we speak. He's finding what's popular. He's making it part of his platform.
And still run some of the largest mega churches in the world. This means that their extremely lucrative worship music dealings are, in large part, run from within non-profit legal entities.
Yeah.
Yes, we are talking about production houses with revenues of hundreds of millions of dollars per year, both controlling the way Christians worship God in church and...
MFer is been made and you're an early member. Oh my God. Okay. Refocus. He just needs to hold, they just need to hold, I mean, Dolly Boy just needs to hold a midnight rally, right?
And paying no taxes in the process. As compared to selling products with Christian on the label, this enterprise is clearly even more capitalistic. It doesn't just invent or manufacture a commodity to sell. It takes a core religious ritual from Christians, turns it into a commodity, and sells it back to them. It then manipulates religious communities into taking the shape of a consumer market from which more wealth may be extracted.
Something that drives me crazy about when back when I was around more religious people is how they do not like any kind of negativity. Like if you were to bring up how they're exploiting you, it's all they will start crying and be like, well, you think that of me? I am just doing God's will. Like they're such self-victims. Some of them, I'm not all Christians. I'm just saying like some of the these capitalist lunatic types, okay? Like exactly, the invisible hand always provides. Like they use the religion also as a shield to make themselves feel like they're victims if you go against them. Gwen, I keep talking about Poldark, but it's an incredible series that exhibits how class, fortune, politics worked in the 1700s. Fascinating, Gwen. Maybe we should take a look at that sometime. I'll take a look at that. Love that shit. So it's just, I can't...
Concentrates wealth into very few hands, strengthening the role of media conglomerates and minimizing the role of theologically concerned Christians in their own churches. All the while, this enterprise conceals the capitalistic nature of its existence. Hey, we're not exploiting churches. We're helping leaders...
That is literally attract
new people to church and lead incredible services. We're helping more people worship God. The Lord has called us to do what we're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, every time anyone, even Christians...
Peck gone bad, I swear to God. Also, that stopped on just the perfect face from his side, right? It's like that little image is looking at him and he's scared. Anyway, thank you, Peck gone bad. You're the best.
Point out how blatantly corrosive and unethical the system clearly is. Certain Christians, conditioned by these media corporations to accept this whole scheme as necessary, rush to defend the whole thing in spiritual terms. There is some pretty powerful stuff in the New Testament that speaks against the corrupting force of money and the sinfulness of usury, but frankly, the influence of the material power of wealth has made those passages all but irrelevant in many Christian institutions. Power, it's power that decides popular theology, not scholarship, tradition, or even spiritual reflection. But you guessed it, Christian capitalism gets even worse than this. And in its next level, the theme of material power controlling Christian theology.
Forgive me, guys, I have to jog. A parkour's request, and I really should jog because I haven't jogged much. So let me jog a little bit, okay? All right, so we'll keep watching this, of course. I'm gonna do a little bit of jogging, Oh my fucking God.
She loves the Dolly Boy called Ted is an active member. Yeah.
You lost your fucking mind.
The Dolly Boy called Ted is an active member. She loves Dolly Boy called and is an active member. Right dream, my dream show.
God, Dolly Boy! Does it ever end? I might need to stop these because of how long they fucking last. Oh my fucking God, we're never gonna fucking get it. Swear to fucking God. Oh my God. Anyway, such blessed music, Dolly Boy. Right. Christ, sweet Jesus. Anyway. I'm going to have to, this is like Dolly Boy Black Church, and I love it. Listen, we're going to have to, there might need to be a purge of this Dolly Boy cult that happens in the Discord, okay? I am seeing everyone who is showing loyalty to the Dolly Boy cult today. I'll remember it. Nothing, Dolly Boy, nothing. I said nothing. You would look so good with a smile, CR. What? How dare you, Drizella? I'm not a woman. You can't say that to me. That's only appropriate to say to women at uncalled for opportunities. You get the joke? Okay. Anyway, yeah, I feel closer to Dolly Boy in this. I hate all of you so fucking much. If you don't harm my children, take me if you need to. Oh my God, Dolly Boy's actually a good cult leader. That is brilliant. That's literally what the cult leaders do. They always like, I will be the martyr. Spare my children. That is brilliant, Dolly Boy. Great method there. Of solidifying the cult by putting yourself between me and your members. Okay. All right. Good job, Gwen. Good job for resisting Dolly Boy. Religious oppression, right? Praise be to Dolly. How dare you look wild? Okay, I hate all of you so much. There's a cute misogyny again. What a cutie. How dare you, Drusilla? I'm a man. You can't say that to me. I know how women are talked to. I get the joke. Okay, that's horrific. All right. You know what? We're going to continue here. I hate all of you. I hate all of you very much. And we will continue.
Theology to justify its own existence becomes central. Level 3 Christian capitalism, Christian imperialism.
I know that President Rios Montt is a man of great personal integrity.
And Weirdomorphous Blob loves Ronald Reagan. I just want to point it out there. I was talking to Weirdomorphous Blob recently, and she was telling me how, oh my God, I love Ronald Reagan so much. Ronald Reagan is the best. I love her so much. Love him so much, okay? Love Ronald Reagan, okay? Anyway, staying with Philly Cheese. Philly Cheese loves Ronald Reagan. Philly Cheese was telling me yesterday how the one thing he'd want to do was be eaten by Ronald Reagan because he's a sandwich. And he's like, I want Ronald Reagan to put me in his mouth. That's what Philly Cheese said. Anyway, so let's go on.
Commitment. I have assured the President that the United States is committed to support his efforts to
That
restore
wasn't sexual, Philly Cheese. You're a fucking sandwich.
See, our love's a triumph of the will and has it in his personal collection of films.
Oh my God. Oh my fucking God, I hate you all so much.
It down,
we're never gonna get on to this.
Gale adore, but every fire has a day. Sign my waiting God, a living speed, I saw the every night. Seaside band, river neighbors fire, Charles Guide's clothes, a purse acquired.
This is just nonsense.
That time from that sergeant to be, heart turns alive with the sadly beat.
I swear to God. I swear to fucking God. Jay Williams. Anyway. I'm going to have to increase how much it costs to do that. At least I want to profit off the waste of time. Okay? Jesus Christ. Okay, whatever. Fuck all of you. We're going to continue now because we're not going to get through this shit.
Proceed.
By unanimous decision, the court declares that the accused José Efraín Ríos Montt is responsible as the author of the crime of genocide.
It's okay.
Former Guatemalan dictator Efraín Ríos Montt was found.
Say what, Jonas? What do you think I want to say? What do you think I want to say, Jonas?
Guilty of overseeing the slaughter of more than 1,700 people in Guatemala's Ixil region after he seized power in 1982. Over the past 2 months, nearly 100 witnesses testified during the trial, describing massacres, torture, and rape by state forces.
I used to know, I know Efraín Ríos Montt, who was the president.
Nice
there.
hit, Jay Williams. Guy. You hit Pat Robertson right in the face. Well done. Great job.
He was with the El Verbo Church.
Nice hit, Dolly Boy. You're all doing great job. Yeah, fuck Pat Robertson, literally.
They had a marvelous...
Isn't he dead now? Is he still alive? I hope he's dead. Is he dead?
Shortly after, dictator Efraín Ríos Montt took power in Guatemala via a military coup, the Christian broadcast network, CBN, took a film crew to Guatemala to show Christian missionaries...
Oh, he died in 23. Thank God for that. Oh, phew. I'm just glad he's dead.
...along with the Guatemalan military taking over indigenous territory. The footage was shown as a 3-part series on Pat Robertson's Christian TV show, The 700
fucking God,
Club.
seriously?
CBN also provided aid to the Guatemalan dictatorship,
Oh my
with
fucking
Robertson
God.
publicly boasting that
God, I love when Christian outlets support genocide. That's cute. That is cute.
CBN would send
we have
Christian
a hype
missionaries...
train. We have a hype train. Yay. Hype it up, folks. Hype it up. Gotta get some hype going here.
And more than $1 billion directly to the regime. Meanwhile, the U.S. State Department urged other right-wing
your mom watches CBN? Oh, I'm sorry, Jay Williams.
Christian leaders to do the same. They were told that they could do this just as Robertson did, by funneling money through dictator Ríos Montt's own U.S.-based church in California. Efraín Ríos Montt used this support to commit a genocide against the Maya of Guatemala.
Great.
The money paid for arms. The missionaries were used to run
CBN, Sir Bart, is a Christian broadcasting network. It does a bunch of Christian programming, but also it literally helped fund a genocide and shit. Yay! It's cute. It's cute. They're also very, very Zionist. Very, very Zionist. Okay, Jonas says, we're not allowed to be happy about death. I'm still praying for Lindsey Graham's rotting corpse that was filled with hate and a desire to see people suffering worldwide while he profits from it. Jonas, I'm sorry. I just don't feel bad about his death, okay? I'm not going to be a good person. Fuck him. I'm glad he's dead. I hope Mitch McConnell is dead, too. And I really am glad that Pat Robertson's dead, okay? I would literally, if I knew where his grave was, I would dance on it. I would piss on it. I would take a giant shit all over it. And I would laugh while doing it, okay? And I would hope his family members saw me doing it so they got enraged at seeing the disrespect I'm doing. That's mean. I don't know his family members. I'm just saying. I hate him, okay? Fuck him. I'm glad
refugee
he's dead.
centers, aka concentration camps for indigenous people, And some religious leaders provided chaplain
Your mom watched every episode of Touched by an Angel. That's cute.
services to the Guatemalan military.
No, we don't know Refocus. We don't really know if he's dead or not. But if I say that Refocus, people are going to start screaming at me and be like, he's definitely dead. He's definitely dead. Well, I don't know if he's dead. He might be dead. He might not be dead. I just hope he is dead. Okay, but he's probably pretty close to death if he isn't dead already. Dolly Boy, I feel like he would want the same for me because of the Dolly Boy cult. Probably. He probably would, Dolly Boy. He'd probably want you dead too. That is true.
To help psychologically condition the soldiers to slaughter their own
I know. I'm sorry.
The genocide cleared resource-rich land of its indigenous inhabitants, and Mont's U.S.-aligned government welcomed transnational companies in to extract wealth from the area by way of mining.
Exactly, Lacroix. Schrodinger said such a nerdy joke, Lacroix. Lacroix says he's Schrodinger's senator. He's both dead and not dead currently.
Agribusiness, power plant construction, and more. CBN is still an enormous media empire. Their YouTube channel alone is batshit crazy.
Oh my God, we should do that.
Back in the mid to late...
Wait a minute.
The money paid for arms, the missionaries were used to run refugee centers, aka concentration.
We know that. Let's look up CBN. Like, I've never seen any of their shit. I'm pretty sure I haven't. I mean, I know that they're garbage. Oh my fucking God. Okay, we have to watch. We're going to watch a video from CBN. 1 second. This is the Christian Broadcasting Network.
Tackling a topic that's very important to me, and it has to do with young people, truth confusion, where we are in the culture right now. And you are the co-founder of the Verity Collective. We're going to talk about a lot of those topics here.
Oh my God, they look exactly like I thought they would look. Oh my fucking God.
In the next few minutes. But for those who don't know, what is your movement and what are you trying to accomplish?
Yeah, thanks so much. Well, our movement, like you said, is Verity Collective, and it is to bring the truth of Jesus Christ to this generation. We believe that there is a lot of confusion and noise in this world for them, and we want to bring them back to the one and only truth, which is Jesus.
I love that.
What does that mean? Yeah, hail payment. I'm very confused. The one and only truth is Jesus. How is a living human, how is like a person a truth? Guys, I don't like this language has always confused me. They say that Jesus is the word, the way, the truth, and the light. Or is like but that doesn't make sense. It's just that Jesus, I guess it's saying that the only truth is that he was real and that he did magical shit. I really don't get it. I don't get it. What the fuck is this, Pet Gone Bad? This is very loud.
And the pen goes back again.
This is good.
He's a loser, he's a joker, and degenerate to tell.
That was actually pretty cool. Thank you, Pet Gone Bad. I will forgive you for calling me a degenerate and a fool. I am a fool, though, literally. But I hate you, Pet Gone Bad, okay? I hate you, and I hope you go spend eternity with Pat Robertson. Anyway, so thank you, though, Pet Gone Bad. That was cute. Thank you. I'll always remember that, Pet Gone Bad. I know, Pet Gone Bad. I'm going to increase how much it fucking costs. I'm going to increase how much it fucking costs to do that. Okay, that's it. I'm going to put a limit on this shit. If we do this too much during any fucking episode of the show, of the program, we're never going to get through a fucking thing, okay? I do like the songs, but Jesus Christ. I hate all of you. You all do what is you do. I swear to God. Never mind. It's fine. Let's keep watching.
You know, a lot of these young people watching them. I mean, I'm 42 now, so I think back 20
Why is their audio so fucking loud?
years to what I was.
Well, no, Jay Williams, literally. Catholics aren't Christians according to these people, right? When I say Christians, I typically mean non-Catholics, but yes, Catholics too are Christians, but yeah.
thinking, what I was experiencing, what I was feeling. I think back even,
don't laugh at me, elevator lady.
12 years to turning 30 and kind of going in as a young parent into my 30s. And I'm watching so many young people face these insane obstacles because they've been told that they can believe or think whatever they want, that the truth is relative, that they can sort of just navigate life however they choose and that it's going to work out well. Well, it feels like they're realizing that's not true.
No, literally, that is not what people believe. Most people have a fucking moral code. Most atheists have a fucking moral code, okay? Just because you don't have a religion doesn't mean you don't have a fucking moral code. You can make your moral code, right? Luckily, there's certain moral codes that are heavily restricted by society, as in it's going to be really hard to have a moral code where you just want to kill everyone around you because society is going to push back on that. So typically people are going to create a moral code that doesn't engage in horrific things, okay, because there's pressure to not to. But also, it's also the fact that most people don't want to go around killing people. Most people don't want to go around raping, okay? Literally, this is one of the worst arguments. I hate this argument because it implies that doesn't that sound bad for like Christians? Doesn't that imply that if they weren't religious, doesn't that imply that if you weren't religious, you'd want to be committing assault, you'd want to be raping people and murdering people? I don't know about you guys, but I feel like with or without religion, I'm not going to want to do that. You know what I mean? Jonas said, but I thought religions had a monopoly on morality. Isn't that why you have laws and stop slavery? Right, Jonas. Okay. Bye-bye, Jonas. Bye-bye, Louise. Have a lovely day, okay? I almost said bye, Jonas, okay? Yeah, Giselle, it's like they need to be held back. Do you see what I mean? It's kind of a dark view of humanity. If you think that, without Christianity, you're going to go around raping. LaQuable, I've heard people say they would be assaulting women and killing people if it wasn't for the Bible. I don't believe them. I don't believe them. I literally don't believe them. And let's put it this way. I do believe them partially. I'm sure there are some people that are religious out there who are fucking lunatics and would do that. Okay? Yeah, no, exactly. I'm sure there are some people who would do that. But I feel like a lot of those folks who say it wouldn't actually do it. They're just trying to make a point. Anyway. I've known people. Who here has ever known someone who was never, okay? Who here has ever known someone who was never religious and yet is still very moral and a good person? Like, I don't know about you. I've known a few who were never religious and still are good people. Like, you don't even need right? Weird Marvelous Blob. So, like, there you go. So, like, and Jay Williams, you know this. And as you know, Jay Williams, there's also religious people who are really good people and there's religious people who are bad people. Like, it's not. All right. There you go, elevator lady. Your kids. It's just bizarre. LaQuable, it's a scary idea to me that a book would be the only thing holding you back from harming others. Yeah. And guys, this sounds dark, but I think people who there's also just raise them with morals, right, Jonas? There is also kind of a dark thing here in that if you, I think to an extent, the fact that Christianity especially offers punishment and reward for following the morals within it cheapens the morality. Who is more moral? The person who does what Christianity says because they're afraid of going to hell and want to go to heaven, or the atheist who does good things for the sake of doing good things? You see what I mean? Doesn't it kind of cheapen it if the only reason you're not, like, if your ideology includes punishment for not following it, like, it doesn't seem to me as moral, in my opinion. It's not as, you know what I mean? So, that sounds like a critique of having laws. Well, yes, to an extent, Jonas, yes. Okay, it is kind of, right? Because laws, they're offer punishments. Do you, like, if you'd rather, you see what I mean? But, like, laws are enforceable, right? But anyway, my dad keeps telling me that being a humanist will have me dead in a ditch because people will abuse my kindness or whatever. Gosh, yeah. Yeah, that's so stupid. Okay, that's not how that works real life, Catty J. You know that's not how that works, of course. Humanism is anyway. Yeah. We need that. Of course we do. We need laws to some extent, Jonas. Laws create incentives and things like that, okay? But that's my my thought here, Jonas, is that like it kind of cheapens it if you're like you know, if you have a chance to kill someone and you don't, versus you don't kill someone just because of a law's there. I feel like one of those is a stronger moral position, right? You see what I mean? But anyway, though people don't really have a desire to kill. Anyway, I mean, isn't the punishment in anarchism just being thrown out of society? Yes, Jonas, it is. It is. Okay. Or being, well, it depends. It depends on which anarchist you talk to. It would be to be exiled. And that's why, guys, that's why laws are important, right? That's why it's good to have laws, right? Because those do create incentives and disincentives that are real incentives and disincentives. But the issue, guys, is that when it comes to laws, we can choose the laws. In theory, we can choose those laws. When it comes to religion, some authority figure chooses them, and then you basically blindly believe them. Anyway, this is complicated. I'm not really talking well about this. Let's not talk about this now, because I wasn't prepared for a discussion of the morality thing. But there's like, yeah, okay. So cooperation is impossible. Doing anything is only worth it if you get something in return. Yeah, that's kind of just human nature, right? We're a social cooperative species. All right, so let's just. I want to see if they talk about Iran. Oh no! Wait a minute. No, they really are fucking raging Zionists, aren't they? They really are raging Zionists. This video is called "The First Temple Discovery Unearthed in Jerusalem."
Breaking biblical archaeology news to share with you from the heart of it all, the city of David in Jerusalem. And to unpack it, we have everyone's favorite Israeli tour guide, Yoav Rotem. Yoav, set the scene. What did they find?
Shalom, Raj. So first of all, let's understand where was it found, what was found, and what do we take out of it? You know, what can we learn from it? So we're talking about actually excavations that is happening for the past over 10 years. In a place called the Givati parking lot. It's actually right across from the entrance to the city of David, the actual site.
Are you serious, J. Williams? They have a Nephilim seminar? Oh my God.
They found quite a lot of stuff over there in the past year.
I have heard about this. The Israeli government loves CBN because they do their propaganda on CBN to get an American audience in there who will then become loyal to Israel.
Years, you yourself have been there. This is where we used to go under the street from the Second Temple time, the time of Jesus, a street that Jesus walked on it. And right over there, they found remains to destroyed house, a big house, with burnt wood, biological material, wood with a lot of rings that was burnt in the time of the destruction of the first temple, the Solomonic temple, 586 BC, 2,600 years before our time. This is crazy. Now we're talking about a big house, a big complex that not only that, the finding of this kind of wood, by the way, the wood usually doesn't preserve in this kind of environment. They're saying that the plaster that was burning in the house in the time of the destruction of, the Babylonians, they burned the city and the plaster from the heat melted on the wood and kept it and preserved it for so many years.
Yeah.
This is what kept it. Yeah.
Well, to me, this is just overwhelming. You and I have been in the city of David where we find
oh my fucking God, I hate this.
Ash from the Roman destruction of Jerusalem in the year 70 AD. But this is like 600 years before that. Exactly. When Nebuchadnezzar and the Babylonians, it's so long ago from an American perspective, it almost seems like a fairy tale, like Lord of the Rings or Narnia. But here you have biological remains from the destruction of Jerusalem during the time of...
Listen, that's not that special. That's not that fucking special. Okay, burnt wood is lasts a long fucking time. It's not that big of a deal. It's not like, oh my God, they found burnt wood. Oh my fucking God. Calm down. Okay. That's not that big of a deal.
You know, Daniel, Ezekiel, Jeremiah, Esther,
No, we don't know. None of that, folks. Literally, that does not mean Daniel, Ezekiel, Jeremiah, or any of those folks are around, or that they have anything to do with this archaeological discovery.
the great stories of the Old Testament. Here you have a biological finding from the...
What the fuck is he? He's using big words and he thinks they mean something.
Destruction of not the second, which is really old, but the first temple. As an Israeli, what does that make you feel?
Wow, you know, it's again, I think we've discussed it before. You know, forgive me for being a little bit of, you know, using a cliche, but it's like finding your roots again and again in the ground.
Not true. Guys, I'm sorry. There's like very, very little, if any, archaeological evidence backing up any part of the Bible, okay? There probably was like a temple of, I don't know. I don't even know. I haven't looked that much into it. I haven't looked much into this. I think they found like a temple, something that looked like a Solomon's, like they don't fucking know. They don't fucking know. And there's no evidence that the Exodus ever happened. There's zero of that. No, it wasn't. It wasn't a primary historical document. I'm sorry to say, Philly cheese. What biblical archaeology is where you literally take the Bible and then you try and fit in the Bible archaeological finds you have gotten. It is not a very great form of archaeology. It is like literally where you have pre-assumptions and then you find stuff and then you fit it in as evidence into the Bible. And like a lot of archaeologists discount a lot of this shit. You can't like really do that. Luquaba, is that the temple they went to knock down? I don't even know, Luquaba. I don't think so. I think it's I think it's the second temple they went to rebuild or whatever. Jonas, they've used archaeology to justify Zion. Yeah, but it's not even good archaeology, Jonas. It is not good archaeology. Okay, it's like not even real archaeology. It's just, yeah, it's pseudoscientific bullshit. Think about it. How the fuck do they know? All he said was that they found some wood in this big structure they found. How do you know what the structure is? There's no, okay.
You know, they also talk about the fact that they found the rings of the wood, which helps them to actually date it today in the accuracy of 10 years here or there, which means that we are so secure about it that this is the time. Now, it's not only
notice. But this doesn't make any sense, right? Do you hear what the first guy said? He's like, this is the time of Daniel and stuff. It's a building that you found from that time period. That's what you know. Even if you use dendrochronology, which is where you take the fucking wood, okay? You take the wood and you measure the fucking, like, rings on the wood. Yeah, you can figure out probably around the time that this thing existed, but we have no idea if it is anything in the Bible. Le Quabois, this sounds familiar to the Nazi Aryan anthropology they would do. Yeah, right? Kind of is. Kind of like, almost like Nazism was kind of like a faith-based thing, right? And then it was like a cult with weird, what is it? Why can't I pronounce it? Arisafi? Yeah. Philly cheese, they have a local version of the Creation Museum here in Washington State. Oh, I didn't know that. Mwah. Oh, thank you, Dolly Boy, for the kiss. I appreciate you. Of course they do, Jay Williams. Jay Williams says also CBN hyperfixates on hate crimes towards Jews, but ignores hate crimes towards Muslims. Oh, my fucking God.
This finding, the same house, the same complex. You know,
Now, that was an interesting slip. That was an interesting slip. Did you hear the two words he used? This house. I mean, this complex. Okay, he knows it's a house. I was actually about to say this because you can look at the structure of a building that is found, especially from this period, and you can be pretty certain of what it was because we know what they looked like at the time. So he said at the beginning, it looks like a big house. It's probably like an elite's house. It's not a fucking temple. But you notice, why did he change the language from house to complex? Almost like he wants to leave that possibility in there for the sake of the audience he's speaking to. He wants CBN to be able to interpret it as a temple.
go back to the story. What happens? The year 586, destruction of the temple. We have the leadership of Jerusalem being exiled to Babylon. And we have about 70 years later, around 515 BC, Cyrus, the king of Persia, is letting the Jews coming back, the time of Ezra and Nehemiah. They're coming back, starting to build the second temples. Zerubbabel, Joshua, they're building a second temple.
I don't care.
And
I don't
people
care.
resettling in Jerusalem. And
fairy tales. I don't care. It's fucking fairy tales, folks. I really don't give a fuck. I don't care about this. You know, then they moved here and then they moved there and then they moved back here. Like, it's not history. We don't know. Okay, whatever.
What they found over there is something fascinating. They found that this compound, this building, was resettled, but the area of the ash, the wood, was not cleared and not evacuated. They kept it like memory, like something they wanted to remember.
What?
You know, this week in Israel, we remember the date of 9th of Av. This is the traditional date that the first temple was destroyed, the second temple was destroyed. This is the Jewish date that we are fasting, we are in mourn. Until today, the memory we remember. It starts back then. It's unbelievable how we can connect.
We literally don't know that. What the fuck do you mean? Like, I literally don't know. I don't know that. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean that this is a sign that they were practicing something Jewish? What? Because they didn't get what? That doesn't make any sense. That is not archaeology. I don't know what he's talking about. Like, I'm going to need an explanation here. Lacroix, even if it isn't fairy tales, it shouldn't have anything to do with what we were doing today. 100% Lacroix. And like, that's the main point. That's a good point. Okay.
Our life to their life and how their life already projected in a way back in the past, our life today.
You see that? You see what he's doing there? He is trying to be like, look, we were established here. These are the same people that are here today. No, they're not. That's not how that works. He's trying to give a connection to the past so that he can claim that the Jews, this land belongs to the Jews. That is literally what he's doing. I mean, he's being open about it, isn't he? Even though that's not how that works archaeologically. Yeah. Someone mentioned here, I'm trying to see what else I saw here. Anyway, like, that's just not true.
Memory, remembering, you know, always when something went wrong, we want to fix with God. We want to be with God. We want to go straight with God, and we will be in the land. We will get all the promises. This is something unbelievable that happens.
Yeah, because they've been okay. Yeah,
happens
great.
on and on and on.
I hate it. I hate it. This guy looks like fucking Rudolf Hess. Remember how I told you Rudolf Hess, Hitler's top-ups, whenever you see Hitler speaking, Rudolf Hess like has this look of naivete on his face. He's like, oh my God, Hitler. That's what this guy looks like. He's this like, he's slobbering
so
all over
overwhelming
himself.
to me
Look at that.
as
he's having an orgasm.
Archaeology nerd that this is
You're
not
not an archaeology nerd. You're a pseudoscientist.
just a stone, but biological material, things that, you know, that people
It's wood. It's not. Why does he keep using the word biological material? It makes it sound special. It's burnt wood. We have burnt wood from every fucking thing imaginable.
all the
It's a
Babylonian
very common biologic you find in archaeology.
empire, probably outside their
Because who would have thought people were burning shit?
window, touch this wood. It's just unbelievable. But you know, when it comes to fighting battles, you know, the Jewish people are still fighting battles. In fact,
I hate you.
You're in the military right now.
Okay, oh my God, here comes the apologia for the IDF. $10 says it.
You're not at home. So how can people get in touch with you?
Oh, wait. So he's literally working for the IDF as he's doing this interview. No wonder he's doing propaganda. Right, Dolly boy?
Wow. So I'm about to finish my duty, this service, this round. And I am coming to the US actually to help people to remember all of that. You know, people need in our world today, there's a lot of people that needs reminders, you know, about the...
Oh my God. I did not know that he was going to be talking about how he's going to come to the US to do propaganda and that he needs to remind people that the Jews belong there and that we have a right to the land. That's literally what he's saying. He's going to, like, seriously, this is very fun that I found this. Oh my God, you guys, they're just openly saying it. He's openly like, I am going to come to the US after my stint killing children. And I'm going to remind people, because a lot of people don't like how we've been slaughtering children. we're going to go to the U.S. and do propaganda to remind people that they need to be obedient to us Israelis, because we deserve the land. Okay, that's our fucking land. That's what he's trying to do.
History of the Jews. I just heard these famous people, Tucker Carlson and all of these people disconnecting, the story of us, me, my family who came from Iraq, which is ancient Babylon. They left. They didn't leave Babylon and come back. They stayed there and they live only in the 1950s. These people are trying to disconnect me from my roots by saying, the temple got destroyed in 70 and there's no more Jews. And
I don't care. I literally don't care. Guys, literally, I don't fucking care. Even if they had always been there, I don't fucking care. You don't get to do genocide. Like, I don't, it's just, it's a stupid argument. I can't.
Israel is just a new creation. No, I'm coming to the US and actually I'll be there for August and September, and people can contact me on email. My name, yoavrotem@gmail.com, and I'll be able to come and do some speaking engagements. I'll be mostly in the West Coast, hopefully, to see you. And in the West Coast.
Oh, guys, for my friends in California, you want to go see them talk?
Sorry. And the Bay Area. And I hope to see everyone and to talk about these subjects and teach.
Guys, this is what I mean by Christian Zionism. This is a Christian Zionist site here, okay? Let me go. Let's go here. I'm going to see. Someone sent me something in the Discord. That is insane. That was crazy. Like, he's so open about it. But to be clear, guys, there are more Christian Zionists in the world than there are Jewish Zionists. There's like 20 to 30 million Christian Zionists, and there's only 15 million Jews at all, as I recall. And then only a portion of them are Zionists. So Christian Zionists have a lot more power and influence than Jewish Zionists do. But let me see here. Someone said, what'd you send me? Did someone send me something? I thought someone said they sent me something. Did someone send me something? Hello? Did someone just say they sent me something? You sent a clip from a Zionist. They claimed it was illogical. Where did you send that, Jonas? I don't see it in the reactions channel. Where did you send the clip from the Zionists? Oh, thank you, Jonas. Let's take a look.
Do you believe that there should be any limits to Israeli settlement in the West Bank? Yes or no?
I have a serious problem with this idea that Jews should not be permitted to live in certain areas because...
I know exactly what she's going to say. I know exactly what she's going to say. She's going to say it's our land, so why shouldn't we be able to live on our land?
Because they are Jews. And
no, it's just because they're the homes of Palestinians. It's nothing to do with the fact they're Jewish. They're someone else's home.
Incorrect.
It's someone else's home.
Incorrect.
These people have lived in the West Bank for generations.
No, this is built on state land. It is categorically a misrepresentation, Lewis, that you have just suggested that anyone has been dispossessed as a...
What? Oh my fucking God. What? No one has been dispossessed. I can't, like, does she I'm going to sit down. Give me a second. I'm going to sit down. Good hit, Dolly boy. All right. Honestly, how can you even, does she even believe that? Like, it is demonstrably not true, obviously. Demonstrably. Like, you'd think even... come on, she probably knows that they've been dispossessed. She just wants them to be dispossessed. Okay, let's just see. Okay.
Result of these proposals, even the Peace Now website, which is one of the biggest attackers of these proposals.
Israel hasn't dispossessed anybody in the West Bank.
No, it certainly has not.
Natasha Howard's up there. Sorry, we're out of time, Natasha. We're out of time. But in any case, that is such an absurd position.
Look, Qualpo, that was a good one. That was good. What? Okay. Like, I'm glad he ended the interview. Like, really, what's the point? What is the point of that part? Yeah, Dolly boy. Like, seriously. What is the point of interviewing someone if they're going to say something so obviously untrue? Israel has not dispossessed anyone. Like, I can't believe it. All right. I mean, I can believe it, but Jesus Christ. Okay. Yeah, refocus. You're right. Palestinians have literally been on their land since that time. There were words in Palestinian Arabic that are more related to Canaanite. Oh, absolutely. It doesn't even matter, refocus. Like, even if that wasn't true, which what you're saying is true, it doesn't matter. The Palestinians are the ones that were there, and they're being displaced, right? Like, all right. She's part of the British Lawyers for Israel. Oh, my fucking God. Okay. I can't with these people. I swear to God. I just can't, I can't. It is so unbelievable. Okay, this Matt Saigai sent this to me.
Government.
Matt, are you here, Matt Saigai? Matt Saigai sent this to me. Let's just watch this. I need to briefly stop talking about Palestine because you guys know I can't. I need to not have a headache right now. So let's watch this. Apparently, there's some unrest happening in India. I am not sure what it's about. Matt Saigai just sent this to me not that long ago. So let's see what the unrest in India is about. All right. And can we just fuck Israel? Like, fuck Israel. Fuck Israel. Fuck all the Nazis in Israel. Fuck their Nazi ideology. Fuck their lunatic fairy tale idea about the land belonging to them. Okay. All this bullshit, mystical, Nazi-esque nonsense, very similar to the fucking Tula Society that we talked about today. Fuck all of them. Fuck them, fuck them, fuck them. And inshallah, Allah, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free because clearly, okay.
Is facing its biggest youth-led challenge in years. Thousands of protesters from what were known as the cockroach movement have taken to the streets of New Delhi demanding that the education minister resign. On Monday, tension escalated near Parliament, and protesters were met with tear gas and a heavy police crackdown.
Chaos on the streets of New Delhi as baton-wielding police charge protesters. Thousands, mostly students, had gathered near India's parliament to demand the resignation of Education Minister
Why? What did he do?
Dharmendra Pradhan over exam irregularities, including leaks of questions and technical glitches.
Oh, God.
I have come here because the rotten system is not taking action and cannot see the pain of the students.
But wait a minute.
Many people have gathered.
So wait, there's these national tests, and they've been leaking some of the answers to the questions?
Here
To
from
who?
different states of India, and I decided to be part of it.
I voted for this government, so I think it's accountable to answer our questions. That's the basic right, human right that I deserve. And I think I'm liable for whatever is happening because I voted this government, and hence I'm here to ask for answers.
Behind Monday's outlawed protests was the youth-led Cockroach Janta Party, or CJP. The movement decided to own the name after the Supreme Court Chief Justice used the insect to insult young people he said are unemployed by choice.
Oh, that is good. So they literally have adopted the insult to be their name. They're calling themselves the cockroach movement because a Supreme Court judge called them cockroaches. Amazing.
They're angry over repeated scandals in India's education system, one of them recently forcing millions of aspiring medical students to resit exams last month after questions were leaked in advance. That followed another failure of the online marking system for high school tests. The leader of the CJP recently staged a hunger strike.
Look at that. They have look at this little cockroach. Look at this. Guys, look at this cockroach. This cockroach, it's crossing its arms, and it has sunglasses on. That is so based. I love that image. That is one hot cockroach.
In opposition to the government, and says people have grown tired of being scapegoated for bureaucratic failures, as reflected in the group's soaring popularity since launching in May.
In 24 hours, we received more than 50,000 members. And
Wow.
on Instagram, we crossed almost 1.2 million just in a day. That is when I realized maybe the youth here is trying to send a message, is trying to give a
Good.
message.
Yeah,
And
the young in India
I tried
are...
to understand, like, what are they trying to say? I tried to interact with them, and they told me that they are really dissatisfied with all the existing political parties. And it's because nobody listens to them, nobody even talks about them.
To remember, guys, there's a fascist movement in India that's very popular right now, the BJP, which Modi is a part of. Because of this dissatisfaction with the government, you're seeing a very similar trend in India that you're seeing in the UK, in South Africa, in the United States. Especially young people are majorly dissatisfied with the mainstream parties. So you're starting to see a radicalization happen here. And unfortunately, a lot of that energy has been gone behind the BJP, the fascist party, which is why, which is which is what typically happens. But yeah, so there are still a lot of people very upset.
Amid the tear gas and police arrests, the CJP said its leaders had met with a senior minister on Monday and submitted a letter spelling out their demands. But until young people feel their government is acting on their concerns, these so-called cockroaches plan to remain underfoot.
And joining me now is Rumila Sen. Rumila teaches comparative politics and South Asian politics at Columbia University. Rumila, it's good to have you with.
Very interesting. Okay, so that I don't necessarily need to listen to the conversation about it, but that's really interesting. Let's hope this evolves into something bigger and more widespread. I wish that they should do a massive, like, a nationwide strike. That'd be nice, though I don't know how popular this movement is yet, so I'm going to have to look more into it. But that's pretty cool. Good for them. I wish the people in America would do shit like that in a bigger way, but anyway, it's okay. All right, so let me see what else we got here. Why are they... So, Laquad, they're protesting because the Department of Education, a bunch of medical students and students were preparing for this exam, and for like the third time, the government accidentally leaked some of the questions, so then they had to completely remake the exam. Some people had to retake it. Others, all their studying went to waste because the government accidentally leaked some of the questions, so they had to change the date for the exam and things like that. So they completely fucked it up, and apparently this is like the third time it's happened. On top of the young people being really upset about how they've been spoken about, how they're being treated, and how the parties aren't actually offering them any alternatives. So it's kind of a lot coming together, it sounds like. Okay. All right, so that's good. Keep protesting, India. Yeah. All right, so interesting. Thank you, Matt Saigai. I don't know if Matt Saigai's here, but thank you, Matt Saigai. I didn't know that was happening. All right, you know what? Let's do a palate cleanser real fast, folks. Let's do a palate cleanser. Oh, sweet Jesus. Okay. Oh, my fucking God. All right. All right. So it's okay. We'll keep watching your cockroach streams. What the fuck does that mean, Ninjester? Hello. So let's watch this. Parenting godforsaken teenagers. This is a Jay Williams. This is a Jay Williams video. Oh my fucking God. Okay. Dolly boy, don't start with me, Dolly boy. Don't you start with me, Jonas. Okay. We're going to get through this shit. What do you mean CR Asmongold arc? What the fuck does that... Oh, because of the cockroach. I'm sorry. I that was an irrational... I striked out at you irrationally, LaQuabois. Okay, guys. Let's watch this. First, I'm going to go piss. Give me a second. I'll be really fast. I'll be really, really fast. Give me a second. Okay, we're back. Let's watch this godforsaken Jay Williams nonsense. Is Jay Williams even here? Is Jay Williams even here, or is Jay Williams lurking in the background? Like, I don't even know if Jay Williams is here. Like, there's not many people in the stream right now. Everyone's left, apparently, because, you know, they don't like Indians or something, so they decided to leave. But let's see, because Jay Williams is a racist. That's probably what it is. My goodness. Yeah, I don't even see Jay Williams here. Okay, well, that's a shame. That's a shame. I guess we'll have to just suffer through it on our own. Okay. All right. Well, let's get to it. All right, so we'll see what Jay Williams sent us. God help us all. God help us all. So this is called parenting godforsaken teenagers.
Welcome
There
to
is
the
la
first
blah.
in
There
our
actually is a lot of acceptable racism towards Indians.
video series
I mean,
on
that sounded bad. There's a lot of racism in the West that's like not no public pushback is given against. Okay.
parenting teenagers. My name is Joni Schultz.
And I'm Tom Schultz. We'll be your host for this series, and we're looking forward to being your guides through a wealth of information we've gathered from parenting experts from coast to coast.
What causes a teenager to rebel? How effective am I as a parent? How can communication with teenagers be improved? And how important are friends and peer pressure to a teenager?
Most kids right now, I perceive, are primarily motivated by, first of all, to make it in the dating world, to be sexually successful, to be professionally successful, to go for it, to achieve something.
What you said, I see you purposely ignored me talking about how you wanted to purge me. I knew it was coming. Well, of course, I need to hide my intentions, of course. Okay.
To be popular. I just see kids, particularly in the adolescent stage.
Okay.
Discovering their sexuality. Recognizing that they're in a crucial stage where decisions have to be made that are going to affect the rest of their lives.
Yeah, this is actually true. I don't know.
Boys get kidded about being too short or having a cracking voice. Girls get teased if they haven't had their first period or their breasts haven't developed.
Yeah.
With boys, of course, the big thing that sets them off.
I like how they make it sound like it's such a mystery. Oh my God, the mystery. Teenagers are such a mystery. They're like interviewing witnesses and shit. They have this older lady on here like interviewing, like it's some mysterious, like a teenager is a mysterious thing that needs to be, it's like, what is it? It's like esoteric knowledge. All right. Raj771, I got tear gas today at a CJP protest in India. It's a massive protest for education reforms, and police brutality is now at the level that it's now just beating people, including children, women, tear gassing them. Oh my God, Raj. Well, us lefties here in the U.S. support your cause, comrade. Okay, can keep up the struggle. We support you in your, in your resistance to a government that has especially recently not been very helpful for its people. So please stay safe out there. We highly support you. So you're saying they're actually. Let me let you look this up, Raj. Let me look this up. Indian protests. So you're saying they've gotten worse? Indian protests. Oof, yeah, they're cracking down on it. Indian police are cracking down on the cockroach protests. BBC, police block thousands of cockroach protesters marching on India, marching on, on Indian, whatever. Let's see here. Okay, Amnesty International even. Oh my goodness. Crackdown on peaceful protesters in New Delhi raises serious human rights concern. Responding to the crackdown, the images and reports emerging from the protests at Jantor Mantor show peaceful dissent being suppressed. The police reportedly used unnecessary and excessive force against peaceful protesters and installed barricades to prevent them from reaching parliament. Authorities also suspended metro services and mobile internet, further restricting the exercise of the right to peacefully assemble. Wow. While on hunger strike in support of the protest, activist Sonam Wanchuk was forcefully shifted by the Delhi police to a hospital on the 18th of July. He was on his, oh my gosh, there are people actually in hunger strike, have been on hunger strike for 21 days. Interesting. Oof. Raj, yes, they just forcefully took Sonam Wanchuk, who is a respected scientist. The police just came in plain clothes and arrested a man on hunger strike for 19 days. Oh my fucking God. Okay, he's on his deathbed. They're not force feeding him, are they, Raj? Because that would be torture. I hope they don't begin force feeding him. That would be illegal and that'd be torture. But I would not be surprised if they did. Interesting. The protesters are also seeking compensation for each of the families of students who died by suicide, allegedly following examination-related distress linked to the leaks. Oh my fucking God. So there were people who committed them suicide because the leaks were so damaging to them in terms of upsetting their ability to actually do the testing. They would more or having to do them again. Fascinating. And this is Modi. Guys, to be clear, guys, Modi is still in charge of the government. You know, the fucking fascist piece of shit, Modi. So, oh my fucking God, Raj. Really? They are doing force feeding? That is British Raj era shit. That is colonial shit. Holy shit. Okay. Guys, remember how we said one of the definitions of fascism is the boomerang theory, the use of colonial tactics on your own population. That is exactly what force feeding is. Okay. That is torture. If you force feed someone who's on hunger strike, you basically force a tube down their throat, and then forcibly feed them. It's a form of torture. It's just a violation of your bodily autonomy. Okay, so that's insane. Raj, they just take all of their name badges. I got you. Okay. Raj, would you they just take off all of their name badges? Oh, of course. Okay, got you. Just like ICE state thug. Yes, absolutely, Raj. Now, Raj, would you tell me, Raj? I'm literally asking because I was trying to figure this out. The accidental release of these test results, or of these test questions, and I read here that some people were actually committing suicide because of it. How does that work in India? Why is the accidental release of these test questions so harmful to a bunch of these students? Is it because they have to retake the test? Is it because they have to study for it in a different way now that they've fucked this up? And I know the government has made this mistake before. Why is it? And I'm legitimately asking, why is it so such a bad thing that it happened? Okay, let's put it that way. I know it is bad. I'm just not sure how the testing works there. If you don't want to answer, you don't have to. I'm looking for some clarification on it. I got you. Yeah, exactly. That makes sense, Raj. So people just prepare and put all their money into it. Yeah, and that's a lot of money in a country that has a lot of poverty due to colonialism and things like that. Okay, thank you, Raj. So it is that they put all this money into it and then they have to. That makes sense. Okay, Jesus Christ. Well, no wonder they're upset. No fucking wonder. That's not the only issue, of course. The Supreme Court, the justice from the Supreme Court calling them cockroaches and things like that. You know. Okay. And then they have to prepare again and they don't have the money and they just die. I got you, Raj. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. It already made sense, but that makes more sense. So because of the poverty stuff, okay. Real life Cat DJ, CR, just so you know, these leaks aren't accidental. The same thing happens in Egypt all the time. I don't know enough about that, real life Cat DJ. Could you explain how are they not accidental? Do you think they release it to benefit certain people? Like, what do you mean by that? And I don't know. That's why I'm asking you. It's educational corruption. Well, that makes sense. Okay, I was wondering about that. I'll have to take a look at it to see if it is just about corruption. In this case, if it's just about corruption, but that would make sense because okay. LaQuable, I can't imagine a judge calling citizens cockroaches. They're not accidental. Okay, so you're right, real life Catty J. So it absolutely is so that the rich people can get those papers, so that they can engage in nepotism, so that government officials can do corruption. That makes sense. Okay. Well, then yes, then that makes it even worse. Okay. I mean, it was already bad, but that makes it even worse. So they're literally, that's disgusting. That is absolutely disgusting. Oh my gosh, Raj, I hope the cockroach movement over there is able to put these ministers in their place and give some accountability to a deeply corrupt government that only cares about the privileges of the elite and the wealthy. Okay, so yes. But now, Raj, but now the minister wants to make more money. They now start leaking on Telegram. Oh my goodness, I'm not surprised. I am not surprised at all. That's horrific. God damn it. Yeah, capitalism fucking people over everywhere, folks. Capitalism, far-right fascism fucking people over, which kind of saying the same thing, capitalism and far-right fascism, okay? Anyway, that's pretty horrific, Raj. And apparently violence is being done. That's why the government banned Telegram here for 1 month as precaution for not. It's that bad, Raj. It is so bad that they have to ban Telegram because they know some official's gonna leak it. That is insane. That is fucking insane. Okay. God damn it. Jesus. Yeah, they're very stupid. Okay. Anyway, keep up the good fight, Raj. Please, if you don't mind, could you join our Discord? It doesn't cost anything or anything, obviously. Could you just join the Discord? It's linked at the top of the chat. I kind of want to hear updates. If you have anything else at any point, you don't have to if you don't want to, but if you're interested in keeping us updated at some point and telling us what's happened, please click the, please do, Raj. It's linked at the top of the Twitch chat, the Discord, and please join there, and hopefully you can let us know what's going on over there. The reason we're talking about it, Raj, is because we have a member of our community who's originally from India that told us to do this. I don't know if he's here right now, but yeah, thank you for giving us some clarification, okay? Keep up the good fight, comrade. We support you here in the USA. We have our own fucking corrupt and fascist government that we need to deal with. I hope that your movement helps inspire ours to make change, okay? All right. Okay, guys. So let's go on here. Let's watch more of this right here. I'm going to do some more research on what's happening over in India. Okay. So here's this older lady now talking about teenagers. We'll see if how it plays out. Like, I feel like they're not as hard to understand as people think they are. But anyway.
Is their own genital development. And one of the chief concerns of young boys, of course, is whether they're going to be competent, whether anatomically they're going to have enough to really become a man.
Tom, you know how your dad and I feel about those boys. They've both been on drugs, and
Okay.
Brian is constantly being...
Oh, God damn it, Raj. Okay, that's not here. I'll fix it, Raj. Apparently the Discord link is expired. Well, oh my God, I swear to God, it feels like it's expired every goddamn time. I don't know what's going on there. Okay, Raj, 1 second here. Let me just put it in the chat then. Generate a link. Here you go, Raj. It is now. I'm posting it in the Twitch chat now. There is a link to the Discord. Please let me know that it works. Hopefully that will do the trick. Let me know, Raj, if it works. Yeah.
Suspended from school.
Mom, they have it tough at home. Sometimes I think you don't like them just because of the way they dress.
Well, I'll be honest, I don't understand why anybody wants to wear spike bracelets and earrings and all the other weird stuff.
I thought so.
Hey, I can put
Who
up with
cares?
the way that they look, but what I can't put up with is the drugs, the disrespect, and the skipping school. Those things are not acceptable.
And there's another view that might be the most help of all. It's an idea that Jesus used. Let's go back to our mother and son and
What? Oh my, no. Like, admittedly, the beginning of the video wasn't
I'd really
bad. But now it's just like, are we really going to talk about Jesus? Okay.
like to meet these guys. Why don't you invite them over for dinner tomorrow night?
Are you serious?
Yeah, I really think those guys are lucky to have a friend like you.
Breakfasts are a great time to talk with adolescents, and you can go to the pancake house and talk. The nice thing about going to the pancake house is nobody tends to scream there. It would be tacky. So If you
No
have
problem,
something
Raj.
you want to talk over with your kid, a breakfast is a good time to do it.
Saying, hey, let's go out and get a Coke.
Where'd you go, Jay Williams? We were watching your video and you weren't here. How dare you, Jay Williams?
Get a burger, to go out for dinner, to run an errand together while driving along in the car is a great time just to talk.
So how can
Why don't you just sit down and talk with your child? Okay.
parents
Jesus.
help their teenagers resist negative peer pressure? Here are a few suggestions. We can pray for our teenagers, asking for God's protection, strength, and wisdom. We can also ask for God's strength and wisdom for us in dealing with this changing relationship. And we can trust the Holy Spirit to harvest the seeds of faith that we sow in our teenagers' lives.
What I do is...
Sorry, trust me, the Holy Spirit ain't going to help you with a teenager. I can promise you that. You're going to need to do more than pray, folks.
I go in...
Okay. Ciara, I want to ask you something, and it's okay if you don't want to answer. Yes, I have had a car conversation with my dad, real life cat DJ. I definitely have. Oof. Definitely have. Okay. They are awful.
After they've turned the light out and sit down on the floor and wonder with them about the day and how the day has gone, I think the darkness is a way of ameliorating some of the fearfulness of the intimacy.
Wait, no. I'm sorry. Please don't go. No. Why would you do that? Why would you wait till it's dark and then while your son is trying to sleep, go and sit on the ground in his room and like have a private conversation with him? He's trying to sleep. He needs the sleep. I'm saying this as a teacher. Please let him get his sleep for the school day. Like, can we just find a time to speak with him? Okay, please find a time to speak with him.
And in the
no, Drizella. So, like in the United States, there's oftentimes there's a lot of fathers have been taught that like you can have like a car conversation with a teenager or a child if you need to have a serious talk with them. Get them in the car with you, and then chat with them while you're driving. About things in their life, etc. Okay.
Dark, when I rub Kirk's head or his back, he shares and talks about his day.
Also, they may share physical affection with their father by punching or wrestling.
Okay, I'm sorry. Listen. There's nothing wrong with like touching a young boy, that sounds bad. Oh my God. If they're like your son, obviously, like, you know, showing parental touch affection, obviously, if you're no molestation, I know that sounded bad. You get what I mean. Okay. But like, if they're teenagers, you might want to reconsider that. It might make them feel uncomfortable. I'm just saying at some point, I mean, there's nothing wrong with like tussling at your son's hair, you know, maybe rubbing the back a little bit, like, but that's kind of getting a bit old for that. I'm just saying it's not horrible as like a father, but try to be better about that. Like maybe don't just do it. Can we also not do the wrestling and like the fighting and like the punching? What the fuck? Okay. What the fuck is that about? Oh, I know, Raj. I know. Okay. I know. Yes. But, yeah. That is, yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Like, by the way, I'm kind of exaggerating. I feel like an asshole. I shouldn't really say that. It's okay for parents to be affectionate with their kids, okay, and to be physically affectionate. I just don't like the image that they had there of like the father at night on the floor in a dark room with his son touching him a whole bunch. Kind of a weird image there. Just be careful, especially if they're older. Anyway. Okay. What's this, Drusilla? That was a weird one.
In TV and movies, people...
Oh, God. Okay, let's watch this. This is actually a good time. Yeah, I know you're right, LaQual. Give them a hug after a hard conversation with them. Yeah. Yes. Okay. All right. So here we have what we're going to watch next. This is just a short one. This was sent to us by Drusilla. This is a cultural thing. A lot of folks have experienced this, okay? The talk, where a parent will give you... Guys, can I tell you something embarrassing? I shouldn't, because you're all going to use it against me, and I know how you people are. You're all going to use it against me, Okay, as soon as I say what happened, you're all going to make fun of me in the future, and you're never going to let me out of it. You're never going to let me out of it. Okay? You know what? No, we'll watch this, and then maybe I'll tell you.
We'll always have kids that become teenagers, and they're like, oh no, now it's time to have the talk with them. The talk about the birds and the bees. And then it's like this sit-down, awkward, like, okay, son, today we're going to talk about your body. Like, are people really doing that? We're not doing that. In our house, we are not doing that. This is not like a talk you have one day, and then you're good to go. You never have to talk to them about that topic ever again. Do people just not have conversations
oh my God, Jonas.
about real life in front of their kids? Like, I remember one day my wife and I, we were in the kitchen and we were talking about people's perceptions of consent when they are married and how people have different ideas about that. And we had been talking about this for a while. And
yeah, it should be an ongoing conversation, right? I've known parents who just say, do it once and done, and then that's a problem.
There he was drawing something.
Yeah,
and Kristen went, hey, Finley, are you?
But Shiv, that is why it's important to do sex ed in schools, because your parents, some people don't have parents who will do that. Okay, won't do it or won't do it correctly or sufficiently.
Listening.
And I have a story about that, folks, which I'll tell you.
He's like, yeah. He's like, oh, well, what are we talking about? And he's like, well, you're talking about whether or not you should be allowed to touch your wife or your husband without their permission. And we were like, huh, yeah, that is what we're talking about. Well, go back to your drawing. We'll finish our conversation. See, we're not going to have that talk because we don't really have taboo or awkward conversations at home. Like, I remember one day he came home from school, and this is as a second grader, and he said one of the kids in his class told him that if he hears clapping coming from our bedroom, then that's us having sex. And we were like, oh, okay, that's a thing for a second grader to say to you. We were like, oh, well, have you ever heard that? Has that ever happened? He's like, no. Like, yeah, I guess don't worry about it. And we were like, generally, we have sex after you're asleep, and your bedroom's pretty far away from ours. And he was like, oh, that makes sense. And that's the end of the conversation. It turns out they really just don't care, as long as you're just not weird about it. I always find it weird when I hear about people being like, oh, they have their first crush on someone, and they're 12 years old.
Oh, no, Raj, it is a problem we have here. Raj says it's weird you just don't get that emotional. We actually do get, I will say, Raj, we do get pretty emotional with our parents here. It depends on the family. But it's supposed to be, some parents are very emotional with their kids, like very affectionate. My parents were very affectionate, okay? But yes, especially upper class, a lot of parents in American media are presented as being cold and like distant and things like that. And there is a lot of that because we have a brutal work culture. So a lot of times parents are distant from their kids because they don't have much time with their kids, etc. But I do think there are a lot of parents who are pretty affectionate. But yes, I see what you mean. But there is a weird thing, Raj, of like kids not living with their parents. There's a sense that that's a bad thing in America, that it's like a mark against you if you're an older person and you're living with your parents. Like that is kind of a taboo. There's actually a lot of like a cultural pressure to like make sure you don't live with your parents. Otherwise, you're seen as a loser or whatever, which is very common in lots of places in the world. There's nothing wrong with living with your parents. Like it's a familial thing. Anyway, but that's fair, Raj.
It's time to have the talk. It's like, no, they've been learning about stuff, learning about bodies long before that. They just haven't been talking about it with you, and they probably should have been. They probably had countless questions along the way and haven't asked you because you made it weird. Because the right age for kids to start learning about those topics is whatever age they start asking about those topics.
Yes.
And 99.9% of the talk can happen just by you answering their questions over the years. That combined with just the regular conversations that you have about life at home. So I think
Raj, I think your English is really good, actually, just to tell you.
We should just replace the talk with actually talking to our kids and talking in front of our kids.
Yeah.
And not being so weird about it.
Yes, that's what drives me crazy. I hate when parents are super weird around their kids about like any sexual topics or anything. Like, normalize that shit. Normalize it and normalize it early. Normalize, like, that's what you should do. But we live in a very puritanical culture that's like, sex, oh God, don't talk about that. And like, it's really fucking annoying, and that causes problems later. So here's my story, folks. When I was growing up, my parents kind of gave me the talk, and it's not that they did it badly, but I must have misunderstood because until I got sex ed in school, I thought until I got sex ed in school, which was in like 5th grade, I thought that the man's penis had to like physically touch the woman's eggs in order to like fertilize them. Like I thought it was like a egg, you have to touch the egg, right? Like you touch the egg and that's what fertilizes it. I um I had and then when I was finally getting like education in like uh 5th grade and we finally learned about it, I was like, "Oh, wait a minute. I get it. You have to actually like there's stuff that goes in there." But like there's a lot of parents um okay. So anyway, it's just kind of a funny thing. Yeah, like the eggs and soldier. Yeah, like the egg pee-pee is the egg, right? So that's it probably is someone's fetish, okay? Like I was very confused. Um okay. So just a fun thing. Yes, and literally you should talk about consent. Guys, like we're way too puritanical in this country. Sex is a normal thing. It is a normal, natural thing. And as long as we're all super hypersensitive about it and like scared of talking about it, kids learn from a parent's behavior. They will be weird about it if you're weird about it. They won't want to come to you to talk about it, and they might make mistakes. Okay, you see what I mean? Like, yeah, so it's a problem, and it partially has to do with the history of our country, of the United States, which is very puritanical. In some other places in the world, it is too. 100% Drusilla, and it also needs to be learned by kids to keep them away from predators, for sure. Let's listen to that one song one more time, okay? These are my private parts, private parts, private parts. These are my private parts. These are my private parts. No one should touch them.
No one should squeeze them. And if you touch
my private parts, private parts, private parts. And if you touch my private parts, I will tell my mother. I will tell my father. I will tell my teacher. Okay. So you should teach that early. Okay. I love this teacher's approach to it. These are my private parts. These are my private parts. If anyone touches my private parts, tell your teacher. I'll tell my teacher. I will tell my mother. I will tell my whatever. Okay. Yeah, you gotta teach consent early. You gotta teach that early. Yeah. Okay. So yeah. Also, you should have. I don't know how to frame this. There should be easy access to contraception everywhere, okay? It should be free. I think that in every school classroom, especially in high school, in high schools, in every school classroom, there should be free condoms somewhere, or at least in the nurse's office, there need to be free condoms somewhere, or some other form of contraception, or in order to let teenagers have easy access to it. We need to combine all these things together, and then you teach responsibility. You teach healthy relationships and healthy sexual behavior. And obviously don't teach, abstinence only. That is not a good way to do that. Okay. Yeah, peck on bad. The pill should be easily accessible too. Interesting, Drusilla. Interesting. So you didn't feel free to be you. Huh. Sorry to hear that, Drusilla, really. Real life cat, the reason why I know I'm asexual is because I knew I never wanted sex to be part of my life since I found out about it. Yeah. Okay. So like, it's just, yeah. Okay. And listen, I know the argument here. I still hear people make the abstinence argument like, well, the only way to not get HIV is to not have sex, or the only way to not get pregnant is to not have sex. Okay, well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if that's the only way to not get HIV or whatever, okay? Which, by the way, isn't true to begin with. It doesn't matter. People are going to do it whether that's the case or not. They're going to have sex whether you teach them abstinence or not. And if you teach them abstinence, they won't know how to do sex in a healthy way, because they'll just think that their only option is not having sex. Not only that, they'll feel guilty about it afterwards, and then they'll be afraid to go to a doctor if they do develop a disease, okay, or get pregnant, or whatever else it may be, okay? So we should all assume that people are going to have sex because they're humans, and then work off that assumption. You see what I mean? If the assumption is people are going to have sex, so then how should we teach about it, okay? All right. Okay. One of my Christian friends thinks you can get HIV from a gay hand job. Oh, my fucking God. I swear to God. Okay. Well, I mean, unless there's like HIV all over your hand or there's blood all over the place, I don't think that's going to happen. Okay. Anyway. Okay, guys. I'm going to put my face up now. That's so strange, Raj. Abstinence is a monolith here. It's just all you get everywhere. And you know it was government mandated to have sex ed class, and they told us about sex by introducing us to sexual assault. Interesting, Raj, interesting. Well, they should probably do more than just that, but that's still interesting. But I'm glad that they do talk about sexual assault. I'm really glad they talk about sexual assault. That's really interesting, Raj. Okay. So, guys, I'm going to go. I have some food I want to eat. I can smell it. It sounds delicious. So I'm going to go eat. Abstinence only. Oh, I'm sorry, Raj. I'm going to allow that. There you go. Abstinence only sex ed leads to demonization of men. It leads to the demonization of women. It leads to demonization of everyone. I got to tell you. All right, you guys. I am going to go now. I'm going to go now. I'm going to go eat. It does. It looks. It does sound. I mean, it smells delicious. Whatever. I hate all of you. Okay. I'm gonna go now. I will see you all tomorrow for our regularly scheduled programming. Okay. I've been on for about 5.5 hours, which isn't bad, I guess. Please, if you want to. Really, Raj? That is so weird. That is strange. They didn't even show you what sex is. Interesting. Okay. Thank you, LaQuaba. I'm sorry. I don't think you're actually sarcastic. I just don't trust you, LaQuaba. I'm just kidding. Okay. All right, guys. So I will see you all tomorrow. I hope this was a good stream for all of you today. We learned a lot about Nazis. I'll see you all tomorrow. First of all, I'm going to send you to someone. But first of all, free Palestine. Free Palestine. Free Sudan. Free the Ukraine. Free Cuba. Free Venezuela. Free Iran. Free the Congo, free everyone, everywhere, all at once, okay? And let's everyone keep in your mind the cockroach movement over in India, who is currently fighting for their dignity and things like that. So please, let's support the cockroach movement. Never stop resisting. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves, and that includes when you watch me. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. See what other people are saying. Don't get caught in an information silo, because the easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. We're living in a fascist moment in this country, and fascism thrives in an environment where people have lost faith in their democratic institutions, so they turn to more radical ends of the political spectrum. We need major reforms in this country, or revolutionary change. You cannot stand in the center against fascism. Yes, Jonas, free India from the BJP. Absolutely. You cannot stand in the center against fascism. If you do, the fascists will walk all over you. Don't let them. Fight back. On the wall behind me is a sword. That sword has been passed into my family for many years since the Civil War. It is thought to have been responsible for the death of 7 slave owners. Why do I have it back there? I have it back there to remind everyone that our ancestors have made some major sacrifices for some of the things we have today, some of the rights we have, some of the freedoms. Please do not let their sacrifice go to waste, folks. Please, please, please. And always, 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 always fight for a better future. And on that note, folks, you have a good rest of your day. Please join me in the Discord. I'll probably hang out there later, and I'll come back on tomorrow. Love you all very much. I'm going to send the Twitchers I'm going to send the Twitchers to Vitingale. Okay. Vitingale. Yep. All right. So go ahead, guys. Whoever wants to go raid Vitingale, please do. And of course, I shall see you all tomorrow. Bye-bye, guys. Thank you for everything. Bye-bye.
Peace. Yeah, thank you for lurking while cooking.
Oh my God. I actually think that I think she's actually about to get off her stream. That's kind of funny. Anyway, okay.